Good morning and welcome to the second day of our international conference on sustainable mobility at university, organized within the UMOP Life project. We start with the session devoted to innovative and creative solutions, which seems something very challenging. We have 4 different papers, all from Italian universities. The first one is the presentation by Gabriele Torri of University of Bergamo. Gabriele is a researcher at the Department of Economic Sciences of the University of Bergamo, and he will tell us about Bike to UniBG, a guerrilla wayfinding experience in Bergamo. Gabriele, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Gabriele,
I will now
the microphone, share. Please.
I think now it works, right? Yes.
Yeah, it works.
Okay, great. I will share my slides and I will begin. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, as Professor said, I'm a researcher at the University of Bergamo, but this is not quite my field. I'm here not as a researcher, but as a stakeholder to present a project that we proposed in the past years within other stakeholders and the mobility manager and other institutions outside the university. Here is an outline of my presentation. I will explain who we are, because as I said, we are a group of a very mixed group. We'll tell you what tactical urbanism and guerrilla wayfinding means, and it's the 2 ideas that we wanted to carry on and to present in the University of Bergamo. I will then present our project, some feedback and legacy that we had from the project, and finally I will say what we are planning to do now as next steps. We are stakeholders, so we are a group of students, academic and non-academic staff. It's not a large group, but it's a relatively small and cohesive group, and our goal was to promote cycling in the university. So the goal of the project is to spread the idea that cycling is possible, cycling is not difficult, it's fun, and it's a means of transportation as all the others. That is quite useful for not all the people that go to the campuses, but to many of them. We also wanted to open a dialogue with local administration, and we succeeded in this. So we talk to the administration, also thanks to the intermediation of the mobility manager we managed in this task. I start with this idea of wayfinding signs for bicycles. On the left, we have some wayfinding signs, and it's something that we give for granted when we're driving. So on any road, we will have some direction on how to reach certain places, and it will be quite impossible to drive without these signs. So if we were in a highway, like the one picture below, we would have no idea where to go without signs unless we have a navigator. This does not happen for bicycle, at least in Italy. We have some wayfindings. I show some examples from Czech Republic, Germany, US, but in Italy, at least in Bergamo, we don't have many. We have some for recreational paths, but it's not something you can rely to navigate your city when you're cycling around. And I think it's something that is really missing, because we don't. You can't really see the network of connection, of bike connection, unless you have them. The other slide I wanted to present to you here is a slide about tactical urbanism, and it's an idea summarized as this sentence: neighborhood building using short-term, low-cost and scalable intervention to catalyze long-term change. So small and narrow intervention that could be implemented very easily, very cheaply, but can spread the change. So it's it could be a proof of an idea. It could be something that spread that will be then implemented on a larger scale. And we have some example here. So from the left we have probably the first case of guerrilla bike lane when in Amsterdam students just painted bike lanes where there were none. In the center, we have some example of tactical plazas in New York City, where just some random squares were transformed into plazas that could be lived by people. And then we have an example from Milan on the right of tactical urbanism that promoted safer and safer streets for everybody in Milan in 2018. What we wanted to do is to do something like this in Bergamo related to the university. More in details, joining the two ideas of tactical urbanism and cycling wayfinding, we found that somebody had this idea of guerrilla wayfinding. So just to go out and attach some panels, some wayfinding directions for pedestrians. This happens in 2007. It was a graduate student, Martu Masulo, that realized that in his neighborhood, nobody walked, but not because places were too far away, just because they didn't think about walking. They just thought that the distance were too long, too big. The people typically overestimated the distances, so they didn't walk. So they did this. They just created these signs that said that a certain place was 10 minutes away walking, 5 minutes away walking. And this just changed the perception of the places for people walking by, for everybody, not just for the people interested in walking and cycling. It was there for everybody to see. This was the idea, so we decided that it would be very nice to do this in our city related to the university, and together with many stakeholders, many other participants. We have the university with the mobility manager, we have the sports center of the university, FIAB, that is a cycling association, an Italian cycling association, and a company that sells and rents e-bikes. We organized an event at the university in 2019 during the European Bike Week. So we did a few things. So we did a free breakfast one morning for the cyclists. We promoted a survey on cycling mobility. There was a conference with external speakers, and I thank a lot Professor Ronzoni for inviting Paolo Pileri, e-bike test drives, and of course guerrilla wayfinding. Here are some pictures for our guerrilla wayfinding experience. The idea was pretty much the same as the one from Martu Masulo. We created these signs with indications for a certain direction, the preferred path, and the timing by foot and by bike. We created these large ones, we created the smaller ones, and we placed them all over the city on a few routes from and to the university campuses. We also created a website. So we created the website bike2unibg.com, where you could find the details of the paths and a few other contents. Here is us placing the signs. So we placed all around the city. We did not have any official authorization, because to place any sign, it's a nightmare. So we did it with no official authorization, but they stayed for some time. A few of them just disappeared for a few days. Some of them are still there after 2 years, so we are quite satisfied with this. We also had a questionnaire. We had 83 answers, and I will not get into the details because I don't think it's so interesting for you. You have much more granular and useful data for this. But what we found was that cycling is faster, fun, and more ecological, but traffic is it's quite challenging. So that's the main issue with cycling in a city. Something that this happened 2 years ago. Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to do it again because of COVID and many other related issues. So we didn't have the students at the campuses, so it was difficult to organize something like this. But we still have the website on. We have a Facebook page where we keep posting some contents related to the university or urban mobility in general. We also had a project with high schools, so it's you can find it at greenlaneproject.it, and we replicated pretty much the same idea without the science, but with the map and the promotion of paths to the high school campuses and the timing that you take by bike, challenging also the students to bike to school in exchange for prices. And we kept talking with the local administration. So we participated to the Bergamo Riparte in Bici, Bergamo Restart by Bike in project in the last years, where we wanted to promote cycling after COVID with promotional initiatives. And of course, we are still working within the university to promote cycling. So what are our next steps? First thing, we want to formally create an association. So right now we are just a group of students, researcher, professor that informally dialogues with the university and with the administration. We try to organize things, but we don't have a structure. We want to get a structure. We want, of course, to replicate the Bike to Uni BG days, so days where we support students and staff to cycle to university. Probably next springs will be the time frame. And of course, we want to keep talking with local administration and all the other stakeholders. And we are so happy that we had this opportunity to share the project with you, because I followed some of the presentation yesterday, and it was super interesting, super useful for also for us, for inspiring new ideas and new projects together with the administration, the mobility manager and the other official channels. But we want to try to keep working on the side together with the official projects to promote cycling more and more. That's pretty much it. I thank you again for listening. I thank you, the organizer, for allowing me to present this project. And thank you again. If you have questions, I'm here.
Hello, thank you, Gabriele. That these actions are very effective, low cost, and highly performing. So very, very well, very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have the paper titled Technology. Now we have the paper titled Technology to Reduce the Carbon Footprint Related to Home University Commuting. And it will be presented by Gabriele Lozzupone and introduced by Professor Francesco Fontanella from University of Cassino in Southern Lazio. Professor Fontanella is a professor of transport, and Lozzupone is a PhD student at the same university. Please, Professor Fontanella, I give you the floor.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Francesco Fontanella can share the screen. Okay. And I am here to introduce Gabriele and Cesare too, that is the second students that developed this application that is UniMove, and the idea of this application started from a course project, from the course of software engineering, and they started with very enthusiastically to develop this application that will be available in brief time, okay, on our for our students. It is for carpooling of our students. Then then Gabriele can start with Cesare the presentation.
Hi, I'm Gabriele Zuccone, a student in computer engineering, and today I want to show you our app called Unimove. Unimove is essentially a carpooling app that has the aim of improving the sustainability and the mobility in our university, and as consequence, the reducing of the carbon footprint related to home university commuting. The ideas and the features that I'm about to show you are not specific to our university, but can be extended and used also in others. We want to reach the proposed objectives with several features that we have already implemented in the app. The first is the weekly routine. The second is the possibility for users to accept and refuse a trip's request. And the last is a tool that gives to the users the possibility of communicating with each other. Let's go now in the detail of these features. The weekly routine is a function that allows the user to create and manage a list of trips that he does during his university week. This function is the core of our app, because with this information, the application can determine the matches between the trips of 2 or more users, avoiding the daily upload of their own trip. In this way, the user does not have to search a specific trip, but is the application that finds a trip and sends a suggestion to the user. In particular, the app sends to a user that has the role of a passenger a trip suggestion of a driver that matches with his routine. The passenger user, after the receiving of that, can visualize on the screen the path that the driver does and has the possibility to send him a request. On the other side, the driver user receives the request and trivially can accept, show, or deny it. In addition, this application is meant to manage a trip composed by more passengers. So the driver that receives a request can see on the screen the path with all the meeting points, specifically one for each user. At this point, both users can contact each other with a built-in messaging service. And we think that this function is essential for the student's privacy, that does not have to give his personal information like his phone number, but he can just chat. The privacy is not the only goal of this feature, but it is also meant to allow users to agree about trip costs and other information about the trip. To manage the trips composed by more than 2 users, the app automatically creates a group chat related to the trip to allow for a better organization. These are the features already implemented, but we have some ideas that we are working on. That are the SOS mode, the possibility to insert in the app the university events, and a dashboard in which there are some statistics about the local mobility. I give the floor to my colleague Cesare Davide Pace that will explain you these new features.
Thanks, Gabriele. Hi, I'm Cesare, and first I will tell you about the SOS mode. It is a function meant to the critical situation. Sometimes it can happen that a student misses his train or bus when he must go to university, or when he just needs to go home. And of course, what he can do is just wait for the next train or bus. With this mode, we want to give another possibility. that of sending a message to all users who are closer and who reach the same destination, all with just one click. At this stage, as Gabriele said before, our app is essentially a carpooling app to go to and from the university, but it can also be used to reach university events such as conferences, manifestations, and events organized by the student association. This feature has several goals. The first is to give to a student another possibility to reach university events. The other one is allow the student to have a special discount for said events thanks to the sponsorship of this through the app. Finally, the last feature consists in a dashboard where the administrator of the app will be able to see mobility statistics related to the area in which the app is used. We think that possibility is useful to get information about the route in which public transport is lacking. And we hope that by informing the transport company of this problem, some of them can be solved. To give a better idea, a first element of interest could simply be the number of trips that they are made to and from the specific place. These are the future implementation. I give the word back to Gabriele, who will briefly talk about the developer details.
Thanks, Cesare. Well, for the development, we are using a new framework developed by Google called Flutter. It lets us make multi-platform application with a unique code. Thanks to it, the application is working on both Android and iOS. And in the future, the code can be used to make a web version of the app. This framework is for the graphical user interface. Regarding the backend, we are using other tools like Firebase, Node.js, and some Google APIs that allow us to achieve good security and performance levels. Finally, this project is carried out by me and Cesare in the role of developers and by professors Francesco Puntanella and Mario Molinara as coordinators. This is Unimove, a mobility app which allows us to reduce the carbon footprint of our university and to do many other things. Thanks for the attention.
We thank you too. Thank you very much. Very interesting. The next, we have Michela Bonera, who will report on the involvement of students in the university mobility management. Michela Bonera is a PhD student at University of Brescia. We met her yesterday too, and she was with us in Krakow at the second UMO project conference. The paper is written by Michela Bonera together with Professor Giulio Maternini. He is professor of transport and serves as mobility manager at University of Brescia. Michela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen. Hope you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's not complete, the screen.
Yeah, one. I try again. Now it should work.
It's
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for having us at the UMOP conference. Today we present this paper, this project that on the behalf of our mobility manager of the University of Brescia have prepared for the conference. And specifically, it's related to the involvement of students in university mobility management. First of all, we have to start from the beginning. So from the university strategic plan, which is a document which report the main value, the key value of the university with respect to the three main areas of the university action, so the research, the education activities, and also the public engagement. Specifically, two of the main values of the university are sustainable development, which of course is related to many topics and many areas. And the other point is inclusion and participation of the whole academic community towards the achievement of such goal. And of course, sustainable mobility embrace them all because it's a very inclusive topic. If we look at the university community composition, as probably occur in all the other university, the university community is made mainly by students that in our case represent almost the 90% of people of the university, of the academic community itself. So the students represent a major part of the community, and we believe that if we want the student to be more included in the change, of course, students can be the key to involve other students in the process. And of course, students, so young people, are the next generation that will put forward the sustainable development goals in the future. So the point is that if we want to get to the target, then we must involve students in the process. So to put this key information in the mobility management, the university built and established in 2007 University Mobility Board, which is in Italian Tavolo della Mobilità. And this board is in charge of examining every mobility issue related to university community, to propose a sustainable mobility solution, to organize initiatives and activities about sustainable mobility, and of course to stay connected and keep a strong dialogue with all the stakeholders involved in the transport and mobility topic. This board involved, of course, by relating to the participation and inclusion principle of the university, involve all the parts of the community, the university community, and specifically here in these slides, we reported which are the people involved directly. So of course we have the mobility manager in the mobility board. We have also the general director in the mobility board, because of course when talking about mobility you have to deal with all the issue about administrative and economic availability of the university to put forward specific activities and initiatives. We have also professor and researcher as representative of the whole community for each one of the different area of the university, because we have 4 study area: med school, law school, engineering school, and economics. We have also administrative staff representative in the mobility board, and of course we have also students, and specifically we have 3 representatives of the students in the mobility board. This is because we wanted to put them and involve them directly in the whole mobility topic and mobility discussion. So the student, the mobility board, is that they can directly participate into the discussion, and of course they have the possibility to report any criticalities, any issue related to the mobility from the student perspective. They are asked to actively participate in the dialogue and propose initiatives to foster mobility and sustainable mobility habits directly targeted to students. And of course, they can, as they are part of the board, they can directly interact with all the stakeholders about mobility and transport proposals. So mainly the municipality, administration, and of course all the transport companies that works on the Brescia city. The students' main point are the one reported in the slide. So they Their target are foster more sustainable mobility habits among students. Propose awareness campaign to keep sound to the mobility information and other activities that university propose about that topic. And of course, the main target is to reduce vehicular traffic to and from university by the students community. Also, one of the other topics that are on the students' agenda is to solve the never-ending trip issue, which is the problem related mainly to the people and students that live out in the outer area of the city, so in the county or that came from the other city around Brescia. And so the point is to foster public transportation collaboration. And then another point is to put forward equitable mobility for all, also in terms of economic and social benefits. So they would like to introduce a flexible fee to assess more sustainable public transport and foster, of course, socialization while commuting. Some of the latest student proposals that we are working on in these months and they are being developing are the agreement with the local transport company and the communication office of the university to build some information videos related to the mobility to and from the university to be spread on the university screens around the faculties, so that the main information about mobility issue, mobility alternatives and possibilities can be widely spread around the community. And another activities is the collaboration with the Student for Sustainability Club, which is a national group of students that want to put forward sustainability goals to develop a carpooling project to be extended to the entire university community. And these are two of the latest proposals made by the students. Some of the results that we got over the years are here represented briefly. So we got an increase of the use of public transport and specifically subscription to the annual pass from students, and we grow from the academic year 2015-2016 to the year 2019-2020, which is the latest data that we have. We saw an increase in the use of public transport by students. And also because with the collaboration of students, the mobility board and all the stakeholders involved, we got even further discount and collaboration to foster the use of public transport for students to commute to university, and also for the non-urban area transport system. And this year we got a 20% discount more than the year before. Here are then some other activities that we promote during the European Mobility Week over the year. We always organized with the collaboration of students and under the proposal of the students recreational activities related to the sustainable mobility to include students and aware students about the importance of choosing more sustainable mobility to move, not only to come to the university, but as a general lifestyle. And these are some of the main and more successful events that we organized over the years. So we had a bike rides over the city in 2017, color mobility, so around the city center with the colors. That is one of the main and most common activities over the in this year. These are the latest that we organized in the latest years. So starting from 2018, 2019, of course, we had a stop due to pandemics in 2020. And then we came back this year in September with the UniBS Green Mobility as a bike rider within the city center and going by the main hubs of the city, like cultural hubs and architectural hubs. And these are some pictures from that event. And around 70 among students, staff, and also professor and also director was there, take part in these activities, and it was a great success. And to conclude, we for this presentation, we asked directly to the students involved in the mobility board to provide us with their perspective, their message to be reported in the presentation for today. And these are some of the ideas that they got. And specifically, the one that I want to show you is this one. And I just read to you the sentence. So we strongly believe that in this collaboration, and we hope that the future holds exciting new challenges. We hope to strengthen the relationship with the municipality administration and local public transport companies. If we want to show that dialogue, reflecting together about initiatives, innovative idea, listening to everyone's voice and not neglecting anyone's is the best way to build tomorrow. And this is the message from the students. I'm done with the presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Michaela, we thank you too. Very interesting. Student participation is rewarding, always rewarding. Very, very interesting.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, at the end, last but not least, we have a paper titled Prince, Project of University of Genova, presented by Francesca Pierlone and Selena Candia. They both belong to the Sustainable Group at University of Genova. Francesca Pierlone is Professor of Urban Planning at University of Genova. Selena Candia is a PhD student in Urban Planning at the same university. Selena will present. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the presentation. And I start sharing my PowerPoint. One moment. Okay. I hope it works and that you can see it in full screen. Okay, so today I'm here to present the experience developed by the University of Genoa. And first of all, want to thank you for inviting us, because I think it's very important to share our experience with others and to compare it with the results and with the also the strategies that other universities developed in this year to support sustainable mobility. In particular, I would like to present a project called Prince that was founded in 2018 by the Italian Ministry of Environment. And this project will end at the end of December 2022. This because we had 1 year of extension caused to COVID problem, because we had to stop some activities because students were at home, and so it was not easy to monitor and assess their movement to go to the university. So the general objective of this project is to support students students to use the sustainable means of transport to go to the university. So to we have decided to develop a strategy to give them some rewards and discounts or prices if they have good behaviors, good mobility behaviors. And we have studied some solution that could be easily transferable and replicable to other university, or with also other contexts with similar characteristics, because we can also say that a university is like a little city, because for example, in Genoa, we have more or less 25,000 people that every day go from their home to the university, including also professor and staff, not only students. And so everything that is developed inside the university could be also interesting for other realities with a similar population. And for this project, we are not alone, but we are in a group with 7 different partners, some institutional, such as the Municipality of Genoa and the Ministry of the Environment. But also we had 2 private high-tech company and 3 public company that that deals with transport. For example, MT, that is the main public company that manage public transportation in Genoa, and 2 companies that are responsible for the car sharing and the bike sharing in our city. We can say that we have defined 5 different steps to develop our project. The first of this step related to the collection and analysis of different data. First of all, we wanted to know how students reach the university, so which means of transport they normally use. So we want to investigate their students' mobility habits, and also all the possible solution to reach the different campus that we have, not only in the city of Genoa, but also in all our region, in the Liguria region. And so all the possible combination to reach this campus using sustainable means of transport. In the second phase, so the second step was related to the definition of a strategy. And this part was a participated part, so we were not alone again, but we have involved all our partners and a lot of local stakeholders that were interested to support sustainable mobility, or could be interested to give some prizes and incentives to support students changing in behaviors. The third step was related to the development of ICT solution to monitor students' trip and to assess point to this trip. The third part was the testing phase that we have started at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020. So we had to stop this phase due to the lockdown restriction. But we could collect a lot of interesting data in the first months. And the last part that we are waiting to implement is to applicate the model designed and applied in the testing phase for an entire academic year. We have not yet implemented this phase because also now a lot of students follow their lesson online and not going to the university. So we are waiting to the beginning probably of the next year to end the last phase of the project. So we think that Prince is innovative because such other experience that also today have been introduce the concept of to use not only restriction policy, but also price and incentives to encourage students to change their mobility behaviors. Indeed, we think that it's better to have a mix of restrictive policies such as traffic restriction or high park fee and so on, but also to reward good behaviors and so to support students' change. And now I will show you some slides related to the first part of our project. So to the collection of data and the analysis of students' mobility behaviors. We have developed a survey and we have spread it into all the community, university community. And in only 2 months, we have a lot of answers, more than 4,000. And not only students answer to these surveys, but also some professors and some staff, some office workers. And this survey was developed by the research team in urban mobility of the professor Pierlone, that is responsible of the PRINCE project for the University of Genova, but also all the office related to sustainability of the University of Genova. That includes a lot of professors and researchers in different fields. First of all, we try to understand where students go, so which campus they are attending. After that, also the departing point was important, so in which neighbor they lived, if they lived in Genoa, or if they lived outside Genoa, in which province they live. So the majority of the students that were not from Genoa were, however, inside the province of Genoa, but there were also a lot of students coming from Savona or coming from some province of the close region, such as Piedmont. After that, we have asked how much time they need to reach their campus, and we have discovered that the majority of students takes more than 30 minutes to reach the campus, and how many miles they travel to reach the university. It was quite surprising that already the majority of students use sustainable means of transport to reach their campus, because a lot of students, the majority, take the train or the bus, but there are also a lot of students that use the underground or they walk to go to the school. But we have also some students that use private cars, and a lot of students that go to the university using the scooter. So we have to, with the PRINCE project, above all, to reach this more than 20% of students that actually don't use a sustainable means of transport to reach the university. We have also some students that use some share card, not really car sharing, the local car sharing, but they go to the campus that are not in Genoa, but for example in Savona, sharing a private car. After that, thanks to the help of the two high-tech companies that are partner with us in the Prince project, we have started to investigate which IC tool could be developed to monitor students' travels and to also assess and give points to each travel from home to the university, to give some points, and these points will be related to some prices and incentives at the end. In this part, we have equipped the public transportation of our cities with beacons that are small devices that can give accurate location data. And these beacons were put in connection with the app that was developed by our partners of TECO. So thanks to this ICT solution, it was possible during the testing phase for students to download the app and to turn it on when they start their journey, so from their home. And their travel were recognized thanks to the beacon, and at the end of the travel, when they arrive to the university, they have reached they have collected some points. To reward their behavior, we have decided to give a minimum amount of points. So if they have reached it because they have decided to go to the university using sustainable means of transport, so train, buses, bikes, or car sharing, the car sharing system, they have collected in 2 months a lot of points, and at the end they have received free tickets for the public transportation or for the Museum of Genoa, or to go to some events. But we have also give them some, if they wanted, because they could according to the number of points, they could choose the price that they prefer. They could have also some discounts to some sports shops inside our city. And after the testing phase, they have used their incentives. So to conclude now, we are actually at the last phase of the project. So we have tested for 2 months, and we had each students that were involved in this testing phase fill a form to say to us which problem they have found and which were the difficulties, for example, to use the app, or if they have the problem for the point assessment. And after that, we have changed some part of the app, thanks to our partners, to solve these problems that were highlighted during the testing phase. And now we are ready to pass from the testing phase to use it for an entire academic year. So probably we'll start in the next months, and we will use this application for an entire year. And after we will, we hope to continue to go on with this project and with our partner to give prices, incentives to really support students' good behaviors in mobility. Thank you very much.
We thank you too, Selena and Francesca too. Modal split are always important to understand the situation. I think it's an important tool. And also incentives are helpful for us. Good, very well. Thank you very much. Now we have a short session dedicated to question. And we don't have received questions from the audience. We invite the audience to make a question. And I give the floor to Professor Brioschi because maybe we have a question. Please.
Thank you very much, Maria Rosa, and thank you to all the panelists of this first session. Again, a curiosity to all those who speak and are still with us regarding the fact whether there are other creative or innovative solutions that are in their initial phase, of course, regarding the different contexts that you have presented. So they're not introduced, no fully designed, but still in their initial phase, objects and possible challenges. Thank you very much.
Well, if I can begin, as I thank you for the question, of course, and with respect to the presentation that I just had, activities are ongoing and are still in the project phase from the student side. And they wanted to, as I mentioned, they wanted to, first of all, provide and build informative, short informative videos to be spread around university screen and all social media of the university, so that in that video, the main information about the mobility alternatives, the mobility opportunities that students have to reach the university can be clear and spread in the most wider manner possible. And this should be an action that, like in the field of the mobility office and the mobility information point that the university is developing right now. The other is the development of a carpooling app that should be that is ongoing, and it is still in the project phase.
The microphone, we don't hear you.
We can hear you, doctor. We don't have the microphone anymore. Guarda, chiudi pure la finestra intanto.
Now?
Yeah, now.
Okay, sorry. I don't know where I lost the connection. However, I was telling that the two initiatives that the students were providing and are still in the project phase, so the informative videos and also the carpooling app, so that we can provide our students with a platform where they can that we can use as a carpooling app to commute to university, and still on the project phase. Thank you.
Maybe I can answer too, and I'm speaking from a personal point of view. My personal goal, what I would like to see happen, is some kind of tactical plaza or a temporary low speed area outside the campuses of the university. I know it's very difficult because, of course, it's not about the university alone. It takes a lot of effort from the administration and the campus where I work. It's in a very crowded. It's just outside the very crowded roundabout, so it's not easy to do something like this. But I think that the value in an initiative like this is that everybody can see it, everybody can feel it, feel how the quality of space can improve substantially just by slowing the cars, removing some of the cars, removing car parkings, and transform these places to space where people can walk and cycle and do anything that they want to do, just hang out there and spend quality time and feel in a campus, feel in something that it's not the outskirts of a city, but it's some area with some character and personality. So I think it's something that will be very interesting also to show what can be done in terms of permanent changes. I take the opportunity to answer to questions. Somebody, Oscar Marcos, asks if we got somebody told us about the guerrilla wayfinding actions without an official permit. No, some of the signs were removed, but we didn't have any official sanction or penalty or anything. Actually, the administration was aware that we were doing this. We didn't have any official permit, but it was just some signs that could be removed very easily. So it was not something that could vandalize the environment. It was very minimal, but still visible. And we didn't have, of course, they didn't lasted too much, but nobody complained about it. And we just did it like they did it in 2006, the first experiment of guerrilla wayfinding. Of course, to have some official support would be better, because then nobody removes the signs, but it's a quick and easy solution to do it like this.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
thanks for the question. We are thinking of some ideas to encourage the use of the app. For example, one ideas can be the possibility for students to have a reserved parking place, or a small discount on university taxes. Moreover, we are thinking about also the promotion of the app through obviously the social app and the student associations, and in the future use external companies to the sponsorship and the promotion.
If Serena wants to add something about Genoa or not, otherwise we. Oh, there is. Oh no. Okay, there are no more questions from the audience. If then everybody has answered, we can maybe go on to the next section. Maria Rosa.
Yes.
Thank you very much to all.
Yes, thank you very much, really. Now we have another block of 4 mobility plans of Spanish universities, and this session will be introduced by Laura Fortea of Fundazione Equipo Umano, a partner of the UMOB project. Laura, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria Rosa. We will now move to the second part of the mobility plans. The following participating universities have received the technical assistance from the UMOB Live project. And first of all, We have Pilar Nájera, the Director of the Sustainability Office at the University of La Rioja. Pilar, the floor is yours.
Hola.
Okay. We can see the screen.
Vale.
Perfect.
Bien, perfecto,
Sí,
Pilar, se te
perfecto.
oye y se
¿Ya
te ve.
está? Bueno, pues, ¿me escucháis bien?
Sí, sí.
Vale. Buenos días a todos y a todas. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer la invitación para participar en la tercera Conferencia Europea de Movilidad Sostenible en Universidades, organizada por la Universidad de Bergamo, al proyecto Home of Life, y no puedo olvidar a Novotec y Equipo Humano por habernos acompañado en esta etapa. Gracias a esta iniciativa, diversas universidades vamos a poder exponer nuestras experiencias en los temas en los que hemos trabajado estos últimos años relacionadas con la implantación de un plan de movilidad en nuestras universidades. Desde la Universidad de La Rioja valoramos muy positivamente el trabajo en red y haberlo podido compartir con otras universidades a través del proyecto Home of Life. La Universidad de La Rioja es una universidad pública, se creó en el año 92, pronto tendrá 30 años y la podemos ver ubicada en el norte de España, en concreto en la ciudad de Logroño. Logroño es una ciudad compacta, pequeña, con una población estimada de unos 150.000 habitantes y tiene un relieve bastante plano en la que las distancias son bastante cortas. Se puede recorrer en bicicleta de punta a punta en unos 20-25 minutos. Disponemos de un único campus urbano que está integrado totalmente en la ciudad, en concreto en la zona este. La población universitaria en los últimos años ha ido oscilando entre 5.000 y 5.100 personas, considerando alumnado, personal de administración y servicios y personal docente e investigador. Como antecedentes más significativos, pues podemos hacer referencia al Plan de Movilidad Urbana Sostenible, PEMUS, desarrollado por el Ayuntamiento de Logroño, que ha tenido diferentes fases y velocidades de implementación. En los primeros años, el desarrollo de las acciones del PEMUS estuvieron bastante lastradas. Sin embargo, en los últimos años se han ido desarrollando por parte del Ayuntamiento más acciones en la ciudad para favorecer y dar prioridad al peatón, al transporte público y ampliando la red para ciclistas. Todas las intervenciones han ido en detrimento del uso del vehículo particular. También se han tomado medidas para reducir la velocidad dentro de la ciudad y reducir el número de plazas de aparcamiento. Logroño es una ciudad con un tráfico fluido, con pocos problemas de contaminación y de aparcamiento, por lo que el uso del vehículo particular está bastante consolidado. En cuanto a movilidad, el campus de la universidad reproduce prácticamente los mismos patrones que la ciudad: tráfico fluido, pocos problemas de contaminación y de aparcamiento y con un uso frecuente del vehículo particular. En el año 2017, la Universidad de La Rioja creó la Oficina de Sostenibilidad y también se adhirió al proyecto Home of Life. Anteriormente, desde la universidad, no se habían realizado acciones de forma sistemática y continuada en referencia a la movilidad sostenible. Se habían limitado a realizar algunas acciones aisladas. En los últimos años, desde el Vicerrectorado de Responsabilidad Social Corporativa y la Oficina de Sostenibilidad, se ha asumido el reto de impulsar la movilidad sostenible en el campus de la Universidad de La Rioja. El rol de gestor de movilidad ha sido desarrollado desde la Oficina de Sostenibilidad. En este tiempo se han recopilado datos, se han realizado encuestas, se ha definido un plan de movilidad y se ha iniciado su implantación mediante acciones de sensibilización, formación, peatonalización y cálculo de emisiones de CO2 como consecuencia de la movilidad. Se ha mejorado la comunicación del campus a través del autobús urbano, ampliado la red de carriles bici, se han mejorado las tarifas de transporte público para los estudiantes, se ha ampliado el número de aparcabicicletas y el ayuntamiento ha instalado en el campus un punto de alquiler de bicicletas municipal. De las encuestas hemos recabado información y me gustaría destacar dos aspectos como significativos. En general, el colectivo universitario vive muy cerca de la universidad, casi el 60% está a una distancia menor de 3 kilómetros y sobre el 40% se tiene que desplazar desde una distancia superior a los 5. El tiempo medio de desplazamiento de acceso al campus es bajo para la mayoría del colectivo universitario. El 26% tardaría menos de 10 minutos aproximadamente, mientras que el 60% no superaría la media hora en el desplazamiento entre su lugar de residencia y el campus. Cada año se organizan actividades con el fin de sensibilizar de la importancia de utilizar medios de transporte sostenibles, como la Semana de Movilidad, el reto de 30 días en bici y charlas. Para la organización de actividades hemos tenido la suerte de contar con la colaboración de la Guardia Civil, la Policía Municipal, del Ayuntamiento de Logroño y de otras asociaciones. Las actividades están dirigidas a impulsar los tipos de movilidad activos como el caminar, andar en bicicleta y también promover el uso del transporte público. Todas las actividades se ofertan al alumnado dentro de la programación del pasaporte saludable. A través del pasaporte saludable se busca motivar al alumnado para participar en actividades relacionadas con la promoción de la salud, el voluntariado social y la sostenibilidad. Los alumnos que acreditan un número de horas de asistencia a estas actividades pueden solicitar la convalidación de créditos académicos. Los alumnos de la Universidad de La Rioja pueden obtener hasta 6 créditos académicos por la participación en actividades que estén dentro de la programación del pasaporte saludable. Una dificultad que tenemos en la universidad es conseguir que los alumnos participen en las actividades y se impliquen, a pesar de utilizar el programa del pasaporte saludable e incluso realizar sorteos entre los asistentes, la participación es baja. En las acciones formativas dirigidas a fomentar el uso de la bicicleta se han tenido muy en cuenta las cuestiones de seguridad y se han ofrecido tanto talleres prácticos como teóricos. Las semanas de movilidad han acogido mesas y foros en los que hemos tenido la oportunidad de escuchar políticos, académicos, estudiantes, activistas, asociaciones, colegios profesionales, entre otros. La Universidad de La Rioja se ha adherido a iniciativas como el reto de 30 días en bici, que persigue promocionar el uso de la bicicleta como forma habitual de movilidad personal en la ciudad. Y también hemos distribuido por redes sociales y en la web todo el material de sensibilización que nos han ido aportando desde el proyecto UMOV Life. El plan de movilidad que estamos implantando contempla acciones de promoción de la movilidad activa entre diferentes partes del campus. Recoge 2 actuaciones importantes en cuanto a la distribución del territorio. La prolongación de la calle Piscinas como un eje de comunicación norte-sur y la peatonalización de la calle La Cigüeña. En estas imágenes vemos una parte de la calle objeto de peatonalización antes y después. Se cerró al tráfico solo una zona en el año 2019. Se abrió paralelamente un proceso participativo abierto tanto a la comunidad universitaria como vecinos de Logroño para que pudieran hacer aportaciones e implementarlas en un proyecto de urbanización e integrar el vial en el campus. La participación en este proceso fue muy activa y recogió un número significativo de propuestas para que dejásemos la calle abierta al tráfico como estaba. Problemas de peatonalización. Como pueden ver en las imágenes, la peatonalización de esta primera zona del campus no tuvo muy buena acogida en la comunidad universitaria, más bien al contrario. Hubo un grupo bastante numeroso que no le gustó en absoluto y así lo manifestó. Esta reacción de recogida de firmas tuvo repercusión en los medios de comunicación y esta era un poco la parte más visible del rechazo que se produjo en la comunidad universitaria. La parte menos visible eran las llamadas, correos electrónicos, a todas aquellas personas que de alguna forma nos relacionaban con esta modificación. El buzón de sugerencias de la Oficina de Sostenibilidad recogió un montón de quejas, con lo cual se puede constatar que las actuaciones de peatonalización, cuando suponen recuperar espacio en el campus para el peatón y desplazar al coche, no son todo lo bien recibidas que cabría esperar. Por lo tanto, la sensibilización sigue siendo y teniendo un papel fundamental en el que hay que seguir trabajando. También es cierto que buena parte de este rechazo las personas lo concretaban porque la peatonalización de este tramo modifica el acceso de vehículos al campus y lo limita a un único acceso, teniendo obligatoriamente que pasar por una rotonda un poco más congestionada y que queda un poco más lejos. Este cambio, en cuanto al uso del territorio, supuso una reducción de 85 plazas de aparcamientos en el campus. Como ya he indicado anteriormente, en la Universidad de La Rioja hemos pasado encuestas para recoger datos sobre hábitos de movilidad y también para poder calcular la huella de carbono como consecuencia de la movilidad desde el año 2018. Como ya he indicado, la peatonalización se realizó en el año 2019 y coincidió también con el plazo habilitado para rellenar los formularios de las encuestas. Hubo un aumento significativo de las personas que habían rellenado la encuesta y se convirtió en una vía para canalizar sus quejas. Ese puede ser una de los resultados por los que en el año 2019 vemos que el uso del coche ha tenido un aumento significativo. El año 2018 fue el primer año que empezamos a recabar información sobre hábitos de movilidad en la Universidad de La Rioja. Refleja una distribución modal que recoge un uso del coche importante en una ciudad como Logroño. Este uso del coche vemos que a lo largo de los años se ha ido incrementando. En el año 2019 se recogió el efecto peatonalización, en el que buena parte de los usuarios de coche rellenaron la encuesta sobre todo para manifestar sus quejas y desacuerdos. El año 2020 fue el año de la pandemia, en el que también vemos que el uso del coche y el modo de transporte a pie aumentaron y se reduce el uso del autobús. El año 2021 vemos cómo se ha mantenido, incluso incrementado un poquito el acceso al campus a pie y se ha incrementado también el acceso al campus en coche y también se ha disminuido el uso del autobús. En cuanto a las emisiones de toneladas equivalentes de CO2, es un reflejo de la distribución modal. ¿Hemos conseguido reducir las emisiones de CO2 como consecuencia de la movilidad en el campus de la Universidad de La Rioja? Pues la verdad es que sí, en tanto en cuanto la cantidad de 2.802 toneladas de CO2 equivalente es mayor que la cantidad de 2.750 toneladas de CO2 equivalente. Evidentemente, no son los resultados que nos hubieran gustado obtener y tendremos que seguir trabajando para reducir el uso del vehículo particular y que las emisiones como consecuencia de la velocidad de la movilidad se vayan reduciendo. Como oportunidades hemos detectado varias líneas de trabajo. Seguiremos trabajando en promover una movilidad activa, más sensibilización y más peatonalización. La pandemia ha influido en muchos aspectos de la vida cotidiana y ha impulsado el teletrabajo y ha confirmado que es una opción viable. En la encuesta que realizamos en el 2018 y en el 21 se formuló la misma pregunta: ¿con qué frecuencia trabajas desde casa? Es evidente, como podemos ver en las gráficas, que la respuesta ha cambiado considerablemente. En el 21, en la encuesta del año 2021 se han incluido otro tipo de preguntas en referencia a la modalidad de trabajo desde casa y los resultados indican que buena parte del personal de la Universidad de La Rioja estaría dispuesta a valorar positivamente trabajar desde casa. Como sabemos, esta medida puede ser bastante eficaz para distribuir la necesidad de traslados, por lo que es un ámbito en el que vamos a seguir trabajando. La valoración que han realizado los trabajadores de la universidad en cuanto a desarrollar parcialmente el trabajo desde casa es: en un 31,8% lo valora muy favorablemente, un 40,6% lo valora favorablemente, un 11,2% lo valora de forma indiferente, mientras que solo un 16,5% lo valora desfavorablemente. Incluimos otra pregunta: si fuera opcional, ¿realizarías parte de tu jornada en modalidad no presencial? Las respuestas también han resultado ser bastante concluyentes. Un 60,6% ha contestado que sí, un 18,2% ha contestado que no y un 21,2% han contestado que tal vez. Espero haberme ajustado al tiempo, que la presentación de las experiencias de la Universidad de La Rioja en cuanto a la implantación del plan de movilidad les haya resultado interesante y muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Muchas gracias, Pilar. Thank you very much for sharing your results and above all for being an active member of the UMOB Life network. And now I give the floor to Eva Hernández, the Mobility Manager at the University of Valladolid. Eva, ya puedes empezar.
Hola, muchas gracias, Laura. Creo que no me veis. Pone que no puede iniciar su vídeo porque el hospedador lo detuvo.
No, no te podemos ver.
Efectivamente.
Thomas, can you try to fix Eva's camera, maybe?
Try now.
Okay. No. You can start your video because the host stopped it.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pues muchas gracias, Laura, y como Pilar, pues agradecer a todos a la tercera Conferencia Europea de Movilidad Sostenible en Universidades por habernos invitado y darnos la oportunidad de exponer nuestras iniciativas. Bueno, yo trabajo en la Universidad de Valladolid. La Universidad de Valladolid, sus orígenes se remontan al siglo XIII, es una universidad de las más antiguas. Su actividad se desarrolla en 4 campos situados en Castilla y León, en Palencia, Segovia, Soria y Valladolid. En total, se cursan 68 grados, 65 másteres y 29 programas de doctorados en 26 centros, divididos en 4 ciudades. Tiene unos 20.000 alumnos y unos 3.500 trabajadores. La Oficina de Calidad Ambiental en la que trabajo se creó en 2006, por lo que llevamos unos 15 años desarrollando diferentes acciones de movilidad, que pues voy a compartir las líneas generales con vosotros. Voy a compartir la presentación.
You can share your screen.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, can you see it? Yes.
Yes, try to go in presentation mode.
Yes, it's now in presentation mode.
No, okay,
No?
you have to share again.
Okay. Now?
No, just a moment. Okay, try to share again.
It's
Perfect.
okay? Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. Bueno, desde el momento en que se decidió en la universidad aplicar mejoras en la movilidad, comprendimos que necesitábamos desarrollar un estudio de movilidad. Excuse me. No puedo pasar la presentación. Ok.
Stop the share.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Bueno, vimos que queríamos conocer en profundidad los problemas de la Universidad de Movilidad. Entonces, en 2008 se realizó un estudio para comprender los problemas de movilidad y sus posibles soluciones. Y de este modo pues, se realizaron un plan completo de estudio de oferta y demanda de la movilidad y con un plan de acción. Como estudio de la oferta, pues estudiaron toda la información que teníamos en la ciudad y en la universidad de medios de transporte, de bicicleta, de autobuses, todas las redes que teníamos, las modalidades. Y como estudio de la demanda, pues se realizó una encuesta masiva telefónicamente porque queríamos que la participación fuera la necesaria para conseguir un nivel de confianza adecuado. Y entonces pudimos obtener todos los datos de movilidad de la universidad y además de modalidad, de preferencias de movilidad, por razones por las que se usaban los medios de transporte y oportunidades de mejora. Entonces, con este estudio se hizo un plan de acción que desde entonces hemos estado siguiendo y que bueno, vamos a ver las medidas que se llevaron a cabo y que se han ido desarrollando durante aproximadamente 15 años. De las primeras acciones que se llevaron a cabo fueron la del préstamo de bicicletas. El préstamo de bicicletas es un préstamo que tenemos desde hace más de una década y que comenzó prestándose de forma gratuita unas 50 bicicletas con un tremendo éxito, por lo cual se fueron ampliando y actualmente tenemos más de 200 bicicletas en préstamo, además de otras 50 bicicletas para otras actividades como visitantes o actividades de eventos o préstamos de corto plazo. Las 200 bicicletas son bicicletas de préstamo de largo plazo, se prestan por todo el curso o a demanda de los estudiantes o trabajadores. La pueden prestar tanto estudiantes como trabajadores de la Universidad de Valladolid. Y como mencionaba, pues tiene un gran éxito y las bicicletas se suelen completar el préstamo en unos días. Así que es una de las cosas que sin publicidad y sin tener que hacer nada, pues están siempre muy interesadas las personas, los estudiantes sobre todo. Otros pilares básicos de las acciones que se han desarrollado fue el de la movilidad eléctrica. La universidad está en proceso de sustitución de sus vehículos por otros eléctricos y bueno, hemos empezado ya con la sustitución de la furgoneta de correos que era antigua por una furgoneta Kangoo 100% eléctrica y según vaya envejeciendo nuestra flota de vehículos, pues se irán cambiando por vehículos eléctricos. En este sentido, y para dar cobertura a estos vehículos y a todos los vehículos que pueda traer la comunidad, pues se han instalado también, como veis en la imagen, 7 puntos de recarga eléctrica. Y también no queremos centrarnos solo en los vehículos, sino que queremos, como siempre en la Universidad de Valladolid, intentar potenciar sobre todo la bicicleta y se han adquirido 15 bicicletas eléctricas destinadas para... Estas son solo destinadas para el personal, son personal que como mantenimiento que realiza visitas entre centros, se tienen que desplazar muchas veces de unos centros a otros, entonces les conviene utilizar una bicicleta eléctrica. Y bueno, tienen una gran acogida también y están siendo muy utilizadas por los empleados de la universidad. Otro de los grandes bloques de las medidas que se vieron en el estudio y que hemos llevado a cabo es el coche compartido, el carpooling. Y bueno, esto pues es de sobra conocido. Nosotros para compartir coche lo hemos hecho a través de una plataforma automáticamente. La plataforma es online, se llama compartir.org. Y esta plataforma funciona con un buscador de rutas compatibles. Tú metes los datos, entonces el sistema busca para que tengas una ruta con alguien compatible, con la mejora de que no solo detecta los viajes de inicio y fin de la ruta, sino que te puede poner en contacto con personas en puntos intermedios, que está realizando ruta en puntos intermedios. De este modo, pues pone en contacto a personas que pueden tener rutas compatibles. Y luego, bueno, ahí se detiene la universidad, solo pone en contacto a las personas y luego los acuerdos que lleven entre ellos para llevar a cabo su movilidad es cosa de ellos. Este programa tiene un éxito intermedio, sobre todo tiene éxito porque al tener 4 ciudades en la universidad, pues hay viajes entre ciudades que hay que llevar a cabo y esos viajes son los que más éxito están teniendo para compartir coche. Bueno, otro de los grandes bloques que teníamos que desarrollar era pues, la mejora de las infraestructuras y en este sentido, pues en los últimos 3 años se han realizado bastantes mejoras porque bueno, tuvimos un proyecto europeo Interreg-POCTEP llamado Urbaner, del que la Universidad de Valladolid era coordinador. Y entre los objetivos prioritarios, el indicador prioritario de este proyecto era la rehabilitación y creación de nuevos espacios para movilidad, de mejora de espacios de movilidad. Y en ese sentido, pues, bueno, aparte de incluir un nuevo sistema de préstamo de bicicletas, se crearon o rehabilitaron más de 14.500 metros cuadrados de espacio recuperado para los peatones o para la bicicleta. En este sentido eran sobre todo carriles bicis o carriles peatonales que se trazaron nuevos o se rehabilitaron, además de espacio para la creación de nuevos espacios de aparcabicis. En ese sentido se crearon 380 nuevos espacios de aparcabicis y de aparcapatinetes que no teníamos y entonces se incluyeron. Y además incluyeron también 4 columnas de reparación de bicicletas que incluyen las herramientas necesarias para reparar en el momento cualquier avería que te surja, como veis en la imagen. A continuación, pues tenemos las aplicaciones de movilidad sostenible. En la universidad tenemos sobre todo 2. La primera es Ciclogreen, que es una plataforma online gamificada que premia con descuentos y regalos los desplazamientos sostenibles y el ejercicio de los profesores y los alumnos. Mide los ejercicios de bicicleta, a pie, corriendo y en patinete o en patines. Y entonces otorga un sistema de puntos que da retos y recompensas a través de la plataforma. Los usuarios, cuando se registran y aplean la aplicación, generan puntos llamados ciclos por cada kilómetro que recorren en un medio sostenible a través de sus actividades, y luego los usuarios canjean los puntos ganados por descuentos y regalos. En cada reto corporativo los usuarios deben superar un mínimo de kilómetros o ciclos durante un tiempo, que son las 6 semanas que dura cada reto, para luego poder optar a un regalo. Y el regalo, por supuesto, no es por sorteo, no es siempre las mismas personas las que lo consiguen, por lo cual al final no es una competición, sino que es participación realmente. Y además tenemos desde la universidad un panel de control que permite realizar un seguimiento de la actividad respetando la privacidad de los usuarios, porque todo es anónimo, pero hace posible que podamos ver las rutas de más impacto de los usuarios, ver los kilómetros recorridos, la reducción del CO2 resultante, los usuarios que se han registrado, la velocidad, etcétera. Un mapa completo tenemos de los desplazamientos. Y luego también tenemos otra aplicación que no es estrictamente de movilidad, pero sí está muy relacionada, que se llama The Planet App y acabamos de empezar. Y se llama Reto de Vida Sostenible y es una campaña interactiva y participativa de un curso completo de duración que intenta frenar el cambio climático, movilizar hacia la acción climática y formar hábitos de vida sostenible en la comunidad universitaria. La campaña se estructura alrededor de 3 ejes de contenidos, unos globales para conocer más sobre el cambio climático y las emisiones, otros institucionales para conocer sobre prioridades y actuaciones de la universidad con el medio ambiente, y otros personales que son los contenidos sobre hábitos de vida sostenible dentro y fuera del campus y medida de la huella de carbono personal. Y bueno, por último, en un bloque general tenemos varias acciones. En primer lugar, la mejora del transporte público, que aunque no es competencia de la universidad, pues tenemos una estrecha relación con el Ayuntamiento de Valladolid y de las ciudades de Palencia, Segovia y Soria para la adecuación o mejora del transporte universitario. Y en este sentido, pues se ha conseguido que determinadas líneas cambien su recorrido para pasar por los campus, y también hemos conseguido lanzaderas universitarias que van mucho más directas y mucho más rápidas, directas desde los barrios hasta los campus universitarios. Luego otra acción que se llevó a cabo hace como 10 años fue el cobro por el aparcamiento. Se mejoró los aparcamientos de la universidad y se instalaron barreras en todos ellos. De este modo, se decidió empezar a hacer un cobro por el aparcamiento anual, y así ha sido, y actualmente todos los aparcamientos de la universidad son de pago. Este pago se realiza a través de la tarjeta universitaria que tenemos todos y es un pago anual para usar el total de los aparcamientos de todos los centros universitarios. Y actualmente llevamos muchos años con él y bueno, pues se ha asimilado y ahora mismo pues se ve como algo positivo, básicamente, cobrar por aparcar. Y bueno, y por último, en un bloque muy grande, pero que no se ha abarcado aquí, pues están las acciones de concienciación, información y educación ambiental que realizamos habitualmente a lo largo del año, como pues cursos de bicicleta, cursos de mecánica, de bici, cursos de seguridad vial, rutas guiadas, la Semana de la Movilidad Sostenible, los retos específicos de Ciclo Green Mobility Challenge, bueno, pues catálogos de bibliotecas que siempre están muy involucradas también para la movilidad y la bici, y las diferentes acciones que se desarrollan a lo largo del año sobre educación ambiental y sobre sensibilización en la movilidad. Y bueno, esto es, en líneas muy generales, todo lo que hace la Universidad de Valladolid, que bueno, podría extenderme mucho, pero no podemos y bueno, pues lo he agrupado en grandes bloques y bueno, por supuesto, si alguien quiere alguna información más, estamos a vuestra disposición y tanto ahora como si queréis en el futuro. Y bueno, pues muchas gracias por vuestra atención y un saludo.
Muchas gracias, Eva, por compartir tu plan de movilidad. Es muy interesante y enhorabuena por el trabajo que habéis hecho. Now it's the turn of Cristina Martí and Carmen Beiber, who are in charge of the mobility at the Polytechnic University of Valencia. Cristina y Carmen, ya podéis presentar.
Hola. Now it's not possible to put the video.
At the same with Eva. Something is, the host is not ability to this, okay? Can you hear me? Ah, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thomas?
Now. Ok, hello. Bueno, yo voy a hacer como mis compañeras y voy a presentarlo en castellano. Estoy con mi compañera, Mamen, Carmen Beiber, y vamos a hacer la presentación conjunta, ¿vale? Empezaré yo y luego le daré paso a ella porque queríamos un poco plantearlo las dos juntas porque son las que llevamos los temas de movilidad en la universidad. Voy a compartir pantalla. Aquí. A ver. No sé si se ve. Uy, me pasa lo mismo que a Eva. Ahora, muy bien. Bueno, como os he comentado, yo soy Cristina Martí, soy la responsable de la unidad de medio ambiente en nuestra universidad, que es el servicio central que se ocupa de todos los temas ambientales en nuestra universidad. Y mi compañera Carmen, que está aquí conmigo, es con la que compartiré la presentación, es la gestora de movilidad de nuestra universidad, ¿vale? Que entonces es un poco la que se encarga dentro de todos los temas ambientales que llevamos desde la unidad de medio ambiente, ella es la que lleva todos los temas específicos de movilidad sostenible. Bueno, como han planteado antes mis compañeras Pilar y Eva, para un poco situaros de cuál es nuestra universidad y dónde estamos ubicados y nuestras características, nosotros estamos en el este de España y tenemos 3 campus. El campus de Vera, que es el campus que está ubicado en la ciudad de Valencia, son 3 campus urbanos. El campus de Valencia, que es en donde nosotros estamos físicamente ahora mismo, es el campus más grande. Y luego tenemos 2 campus urbanos más que están situados en Gandía y en Alcoy. Ahí os he puesto números para que dimensionéis cada cual, para que se haga una idea de los tamaños de la universidad. Nosotros aproximadamente moveremos más de 35.000 personas entre alumnos, que llegamos a los 30 y pico y personal cada día. O sea que es una universidad grande con sus 3 características, ¿no? Siendo, ya os digo, que Vera el campus más grande. Bueno, nosotros lo que hemos elegido dentro de nuestra actividad de la Universidad Politécnica de Valencia, dentro de la unidad de medio ambiente, hemos elegido la forma de trabajo vinculada a un sistema de gestión ambiental certificado según la ISO 14001 y el EMAS. Lo tenemos certificado y una de las líneas, uno de los aspectos básicos, fundamentales dentro de todo lo que tratamos dentro de nuestro trabajo, evidentemente es la movilidad, ¿vale? Siendo uno de los aspectos indirectos más importantes dentro del que sería el impacto ambiental de nuestras actividades universitarias. ¿Qué hacemos con respecto a la movilidad? Un poco para poner la situación tal y como la estamos haciendo. Nosotros empezamos con el plan de movilidad sostenible en 2015. Hicimos un diagnóstico en ese año, en 2015, y ese plan, que es el plan que actualmente se ha prorrogado hasta este año, es el que actualmente estamos desarrollando, porque con el año 20, por la pandemia, no pudimos desarrollar muchas cosas y lo que hicimos fue prorrogarlo un año más, o sea que aunque el plan oficialmente es de 2015 a 2020, lo estamos manteniendo ahora. Nosotros ese plan es el que está en vigor. Podéis, luego si acaso os pasaremos en los datos la dirección de nuestra página web, podéis ver tanto en la página web de forma pública el diagnóstico que se hizo en 2015 como el plan en sí mismo, porque no lo vamos a contar ahora todo, pero son un poco para que veáis todos los detalles, están publicados dentro de la página web. Y lo que aquí os mostramos en la presentación es el reparto modal que tenemos actualmente en nuestra universidad. Los datos de 2015 son los datos que se obtuvieron del diagnóstico, o sea que en 2015 sí se hizo cuestionarios y se recabó una información mucho más detallada que en los años siguientes. ¿Cómo hemos ido obteniendo los datos de los años siguientes? Los años siguientes lo que hemos hecho hasta los datos que ahí se muestran son datos que obtenemos de la automatrícula de los estudiantes. Es decir, cuando se matriculan, los estudiantes cada año responden en la matrícula una pregunta de cuál va a ser su forma de desplazarse a la universidad. Y a esa respuesta, de esas respuestas que aunque no incluyen, eso pues os digo que de 2016 a 2020 en esos datos que os mostramos,
no recogen la respuesta del personal, ¿vale? Que es la mayoría, realmente la inmensa mayoría de los que se mueven a la universidad son estudiantes, y esos son los datos que se recogen. Ahora en el 21, en este año, vamos a empezar el diagnóstico del siguiente plan y tendremos los datos vinculados también a la totalidad de la comunidad universitaria. Pero si veis los datos de 2015 con respecto a los otros datos, no hay una gran variación en los datos, porque realmente el porcentaje de estudiantes es muchísimo más grande que el personal, aunque entendemos que la mayoría del personal incluiría, o sea, incrementa el tema del coche. Como veis, en 2020, que no es un año a tener en cuenta, pero en 2019 teníamos en el coche, como conductor, teníamos una cantidad de un 12%, si cogemos los otros dos serían exactamente pues sería como un 20% de uso de coche. Como son dentro de nuestro plan de movilidad hay 29 objetivos cuyas líneas estratégicas son sobre todo el tema de realizar una gestión eficaz y participativa de la movilidad, fomentar los desplazamientos a pie, en bicicleta y el uso de transporte público colectivo, fomentar el uso racional del vehículo privado motorizado, gestionar de forma sostenible la distribución de mercancías y la movilidad de los servicios externalizados, minimizar la siniestralidad por razones de movilidad, porque incluimos una línea que tenía que ver con seguridad, ¿vale? O sea que nuestro plan de movilidad incluye también temas de seguridad vial y, por supuesto, fomentar la educación y la participación de la comunidad universitaria en materia de movilidad. En esas líneas estratégicas que os acabo de comentar se establecieron los 29 objetivos, ¿vale? Como no hay tiempo suficiente, además os íbamos a aburrir, si os contamos los 29, hemos querido destacar de esos objetivos, de esos 29, cuáles creemos que de alguna forma han aportado más y del que estamos un poco, pues creemos que tienen una importancia, o bien porque estamos desarrollándolos más en la actualidad o porque han tenido una importancia en sí misma en el desarrollo, son cosas que nos vamos a llevar para el siguiente plan. Entonces, a modo de destacar, sería el objetivo número 2, que generó la posibilidad de establecer una mesa de participación, sobre todo en el inicio del plan en sí mismo. Si os dais cuenta, a la fecha fue al inicio, en 2015, y creemos que esto fue un gran éxito y creemos que debemos llevárnoslo al siguiente plan. Porque realmente esa participación, ese instrumento de hacer que participaran todos los colectivos de todas las tipologías y de todos los enfoques en la elaboración del propio plan, ha hecho que creemos que el plan en sí sea ya un éxito desde el origen, ¿vale? Porque sí que se entendió que recogía todas las opiniones y todas las visiones de los colectivos, tanto si diferenciábamos entre estudiantes, staff y el profesorado, como si lo instrumentábamos con expertos dentro de la propia, o sea, expertos investigadores dentro de la propia universidad en temas de movilidad, como hasta los mismos sindicatos. O sea, un poco recoger todas las partes que hizo que se armara con éxito el propio plan. Y luego, un resultado que también queríamos comentaros, como que estamos orgullosos también, es el objetivo número 4, que es que no teníamos dentro de la propia universidad, no teníamos una regulación, no teníamos nada, un reglamento que de alguna forma dijera, o diera herramientas como para movernos, o cómo circular y cómo estacionar dentro de la propia universidad. Esto, que lo conseguimos en 2019, nos costó, creo que hemos querido destacarlo porque nos costó muchísimo, llegó a tener hasta 14 versiones, porque se generó muchísima participación y muchísima controversia con respecto a cómo se regulaba, todo esto era porque nuestros campus son peatonales y queríamos regular quién se podía mover dentro o no, o sea, dejábamos paso a las bicicletas, a los peatones, a los patinetes, pero teníamos en general que regular también el tema del estacionamiento. Pues costó, pero creemos que eso es en sí un éxito, porque todas esas versiones, toda esa participación, al final lo que se generó es un acuerdo de aceptación muy grande por parte de la comunidad universitaria de esa regulación. Le doy paso a mi compañera Mame y así vamos compartiendo las dos.
Hola, bueno, siguiendo un poco los objetivos, las líneas en las que hemos ido trabajando, hemos destacado también la creación de una mesa interadministrativa, que bueno, como ya sabéis, el tema de la movilidad dentro de lo que es el ámbito universitario, pues tenemos poca influencia en muchos casos. Es decir, nosotros dentro del sistema de gestión lo llamamos un aspecto indirecto, porque nuestra capacidad para modificar ese reparto modal está bastante limitada. ¿Qué pasó con el diagnóstico? Pues bueno, detectamos que esto dependía en su mayoría de actores externos. Pues hay que crear alianzas con ellos y cada uno pues está repartido en diferentes organismos que bueno, van trabajando de forma separada y que muchas veces no tenemos puntos de unión. Entonces creamos lo que es la mesa interadministrativa del campus de Vera, que es una mesa como de trabajo donde se sientan, en este caso nosotros identificamos como actores externos la entidad que gestiona el metro tranvía, la entidad que gestiona el transporte público urbano, bueno, la mayoría son públicas, la entidad que gestiona el alquiler de bicicleta público en la ciudad de Valencia, Renfe, que es la entidad que gestiona el tren de cercanías, luego la Autoridad de Transporte Metropolitano, que es otra entidad que gestiona a su vez el transporte interurbano, el Ayuntamiento de Valencia y también la Generalitat, la Administración Autonómica, digamos, con competencias en movilidad. Invitamos a la mesa a representantes de cada una de estas entidades y nada, nos sentamos para plantearles el resultado del diagnóstico y cuáles eran nuestros problemas. De ahí tenían que salir las soluciones que realmente no teníamos capacidad para decidir nosotros de forma unilateral como universidad. Entonces, nada, esta mesa yo creo que ha sido un éxito porque realmente no es lo que hemos conseguido, sino todo lo que se puede conseguir con esta mesa, porque a partir de ahí empezamos a trabajar, pues bueno, ahora os contaré un poco los hitos que hemos llegado a alcanzar, pero bueno, además también ha servido para, en su momento cuando nos juntamos, ver que era un buen sitio donde juntarnos y marcar y establecer acuerdos y hacerles seguimiento. De hecho, nosotros somos vecinos de la Universidad de Valencia, que es otra universidad pública de la ciudad de Valencia, y uno de los primeros acuerdos fue incluir a la propia Universidad de Valencia, porque así sumábamos pues, más fuerza para llegar a estos acuerdos, ¿no? Como hitos, bueno, ya os digo que realmente yo creo que destacar que la mesa en sí yo creo que es un buen hito, porque es una línea de trabajo, queda muchísimo por mejorar, desde luego, y mucho que hacer. Pero bueno, aquí se ha acordado, por ejemplo, mejorar la red, los itinerarios ciclistas de acceso al campus de Valencia, no solo de la ciudad, sino también la conexión con el área metropolitana, al haber entidades diferentes que gestionan diferentes, digamos, ámbitos. Entrar en proyectos que ya tenían desarrollados la ciudad, por ejemplo, el tema de la señalización dentro de la ciudad para poder ir a los centros turísticos o de atracción turística o de la propia ciudad, era un proyecto suyo y no habían incluido a la universidad. Entonces, bueno, digamos que nos hacemos presentes en esos proyectos y nos tienen en cuenta. Otro de los hitos es que el Plan de Movilidad Metropolitana de Valencia, que hizo la propia Administración Autonómica, al realizarlo, pues vimos que habían algunas acciones que se podían tener en cuenta para mejorar la movilidad de la comunidad universitaria y no se habían tenido en cuenta. Bueno, pues este era el sitio donde podíamos plantearlo y de hecho luego se ejecutaron. Un caso concreto es que en una estación de metro pusieron una estación de bicicleta para mejorar la intermodalidad a la comunidad universitaria que tenía un buen acceso al campus de Valencia. Hemos ampliado la línea, una de las líneas, hemos ampliado paradas para que pueda llegar al campus y además también sirve como una plataforma, o sea, una mesa donde se pueden establecer, hablo en concreto de una plataforma de Indignat Renfe, que es una plataforma de usuarios que tienen quejas de algún tipo de transporte público, en este caso concreto de Renfe, y en esta mesa pueden plantear cuál es la problemática y si ahí es el lugar un poco de debate y de alcanzar acuerdos y ver y hacerle el seguimiento a esos acuerdos, ¿no? Bueno, también en estas líneas un poco a destacar y de los hitos más relevantes sobre lo que hemos ido trabajando, también hemos estado trabajando mucho en el fomento de la movilidad en bici y en estos últimos años también el patinete. Y bueno, abarcando estos dos objetivos, pues hemos ampliado el número de plazas de aparcamiento, reforzado las ofertas de plaza de aparcamiento para bicicleta y hemos instalado también aparcamiento específico para patinetes en superficie y también ahora hemos creado una estación que a modo prueba piloto y la verdad que ha tenido muy buena acogida, quitando plazas de aparcamiento de coche, hemos cerrado esas plazas y las hemos puesto con acceso restringido y con posibilidad de carga para la bici y el patinete. ¿Vale? Y entonces, bueno, de momento parece ser pues eso, que está teniendo bastante éxito y será, digamos, trasladable a otras escuelas e incluso a otros edificios para que pueda dar de forma complementaria el aparcamiento en superficie. En total, como indicador, pues bueno, actualmente tenemos 2.347 plazas de aparcamiento para bici y 200 aparcamientos para patinete. Otra de las líneas de trabajo es el fomento del vehículo, la posibilidad de cargar del vehículo eléctrico o otra movilidad alternativa al vehículo de combustión. Y bueno, aquí hay como diferentes líneas de actuación. Por un lado, en un principio creamos puntos de carga, por ejemplo, hay una que es en el campus de Alcoy, que tenemos varios puntos de carga directamente sin reserva, o sea, directamente vienes y lo puedes cargar. Y la modalidad nueva que hemos creado ahora es la posibilidad de poner, bueno, hemos creado un punto de carga, son 2 puntos en este momento, con suministro de fuente de placas solares y lo que le diferencia del anterior es que hemos instalado un modelo de gestión alternativo, es decir, para favorecer la rotación de los vehículos que pueden cargar, se lo hemos cedido a una fundación que tiene propio personal y donde hay posibilidad de hacer una cita, solicitar la cita previa para cargar, incluso dejarle las llaves, y él hace que esa rotación sea posible. Mientras que el personal o alumno de la universidad pues se va a trabajar o a estudiar. Y bueno, también otra de las líneas de trabajo es las empresas externas. Por ejemplo, este coche que está cargando es de Autoescuela Jordá, que es una empresa externa que da clases de conducción aquí en el campus de Valencia. Y bueno, le hemos puesto un punto de carga para que pueda dar con vehículo eléctrico. Y luego, empresas externas de mantenimiento, lo que estamos trabajando a través de los pliegos es requisitos para incluir otro tipo de movilidad en su trabajo. Por ejemplo, en jardinería o mantenimiento de instalaciones eléctricas. Pero ya os digo, en esa línea todavía queda también mucho por hacer. Como barreras, pues bueno, destacar que yo creo que la principal barrera es que la movilidad depende casi en su mayoría del contexto externo, por lo que estamos obligados a crear alianzas, incluso como oportunidad, aprovechar esta nueva corriente de acuerdos, ¿no? Todos vamos en la misma línea, yo creo que es donde podemos sumar. Que la Subcomisión de Movilidad es un foro de participación muy bueno, como ha comentado mi compañera, pero que es verdad que requiere mucho tiempo y dedicación. Ahí es el caso del reglamento de circulación. Lo bueno, que todos los acuerdos, aunque cuesten mucho, al final, pues bueno, son permanentes y además viables. No te encuentras los problemas cuando ya lo tienes hecho, ¿no? Los detectas en el momento se está llegando al acuerdo. Consideramos que cualquier acuerdo, cualquier acción de la movilidad es una carrera de fondo, es decir, la gestión de la movilidad es una carrera de fondo, porque cualquier acción no se ve a corto plazo, sino necesita verse a medio o largo plazo, incluso lo que se ve son tendencias, ¿no? Tendencias de ese reparto modal. Y bueno, como barrera también, pues que hay muchas diferencias entre lo que los grupos de presión demandan a corto plazo para que hagas ya, lo que la parte política, digamos, quiere comprometerse y también lo que es el propio funcionamiento de la universidad. Entonces, encajar todo esto pues resulta difícil. Un claro ejemplo es el tema de, supongo que en otros lugares, el tema de las tasas y el pagar por el aparcamiento es súper obvio, pero aquí digamos que es como un derecho adquirido y resulta bastante complicado. Igual que reducir las plazas de aparcamiento. Actualmente nosotros tenemos 5.000 plazas de aparcamiento para vehículos. Entonces, bueno, de forma, digamos, de alguna forma haciendo acciones como retirando plazas de aparcamiento y creando puntos de carga o puntos de aparcamiento para bicis y demás, se están reduciendo, pero no está siendo algo tan radical como de repente cobrar por las plazas de aparcamiento, eliminar plazas de aparcamiento, que bueno, eso realmente es donde es difícil encajarlo todo.
Para acabar, un poco viendo esas barreras, un poco plantear los compromisos que actualmente tiene nuestra universidad. Acabamos de tener hace relativamente poco elecciones en mayo de este año tuvimos nuevo equipo rectoral. Y el nuevo equipo rectoral, desde luego, nosotros estamos muy contentas porque está demostrando un gran compromiso en estos temas. De hecho, ya habíamos firmado como universidad un compromiso de descarbonización a 2050, pero este nuevo equipo, uniéndose a los objetivos de la propia ciudad de Valencia, en el caso del campus más grande, se ha apostado por una aceleración en todo ese tipo de acciones para intentar llegar incluso hasta la descarbonización de la propia universidad para 2030, con una apuesta clara por parte del rector actual. Evidentemente todo esto implica la movilidad muchísimo, o sea que todo esto es una línea que creemos que en el siguiente plan que vamos a redactar es un buen momento político porque hay un buen compromiso por parte de la universidad. Y también por otro lado, viendo el tema del teletrabajo que han comentado mis compañeras anteriormente también de otras universidades, el teletrabajo en nuestro caso creemos que también ha llegado para quedarse. O sea que ha sido un tema que se ha desarrollado por el tema del COVID, pero hay unos acuerdos claros por parte del actual equipo rectoral para seguir desarrollándolo como una vía normal de actividad universitaria que evidentemente tendrá un peso importante en la movilidad, como ya sabemos todos. En general creemos que el tema es bueno. Nuestra actual vicerrectora cree que va a ser posible incluso apostar por empezar a cobrar el parking. Ya le preguntaré después a la Universidad de Valladolid cómo fue la reacción, porque aquí sabemos que eso puede tener, en muchos casos puede tener un coste político. Entonces, pero bueno, por lo menos comentaros abiertamente que actualmente nuestra cúpula sí está tomando decisiones hacia esa línea que creemos que tienen que ser fundamentales para poder ir mejorando en este tema. Nada, muchas gracias y dejo de compartir. A ver.
Muchísimas gracias a las dos, Cristina y Carmen. Yo como ex estudiante de la Universidad de Valencia y como valenciana, pues os agradezco muchísimo el trabajo que estáis haciendo. Espero también que se refuerce la colaboración con los stakeholders y sobre todo con las autoridades locales y regionales valencianas, a ver si aunamos fuerzas y promovemos en mayor medida la movilidad sostenible. I would like to remember for those who don't understand Spanish that you have an interpretation button that you can switch the language. You can translate Spanish into English for you to understand better the presentation. And now to conclude this session, I give the floor to Javier Calvo, who is the Mobility Manager at the Jaume I University. Javier, adelante.
Ahora, ¿ahí me veis y me oís?
Sí.
Vale,
sí.
Perfecto. Bueno, pues buenos días. Como ha dicho Laura, soy de la Universidad Jaume I de Castellón. Estamos muy cerquita de la Universidad de Valencia y acabada de ver su presentación veo que tenemos muchísimas cosas en común que ahora veremos. Bueno, voy a poner a presentar la pantalla. A ver, un segundo. Vale, ahora sí me veis, ¿verdad?
Sí, sí, Javi.
Bueno, como os decía, vamos a empezar hablando un poco, no os lo he puesto aquí, pero un poco de cuál es nuestro entorno. Castellón es una ciudad también relativamente pequeña, alrededor de unos 180.000 habitantes, y está en la orografía es prácticamente plana, con lo cual los transportes, la movilidad en bicicleta y a pie es muy asequible. La universidad es una universidad relativamente nueva. Existe como universidad desde el año 1991 y está a las afueras de la ciudad. Pero como digo, al ser una ciudad pequeña, prácticamente desde cualquier punto de la misma es fácilmente accesible.
Sorry, Dr. Calvo, sorry. We cannot see the slides in full screen mode.
¿No?
No.
Okay.
Maybe you can reshare your screen.
Javier es...
Sí. My screen is shared and
Sí, sí,
I
lo
see.
que dice es que no estás compartiendo la pantalla con la presentación en pantalla completa, o sea, que se pueden ver todas las diapositivas.
Ah, pues no, yo la veo. Lo que tengo yo aquí es que la veo entera.
Maybe you can share again, just stop your share and share
Okay.
again.
Oh, sorry.
So we have stopped your share. Share again, please.
Now you can, now? Okay.
No, you have shared your internet page, so you have to share only the PowerPoint.
Yes, but I think I'm doing that.
Okay.
Now?
Take it in full screen.
Javier, intenta ir a presentación de
Sí,
diapositiva.
ahora, ¿no?
We cannot see it in full screen.
Ahora.
Okay,
Perfect.
now we
Okay,
can see.
finally. Bueno, continuamos lo que os estaba comentando. Se trata de una ciudad pues relativamente o muy plana, fácilmente accesible desde cualquier punto, y la universidad, al tratarse de una universidad nueva, no está incluida dentro del casco urbano, sino que está en las afueras, lo que a su vez también favorece el acceso desde todas las poblaciones cercanas que representan un importante número de población que accede a la universidad todos los días. Remontándonos un poco en el tiempo, tuvimos en primer lugar un plan de movilidad en el año 2010, que lo realizamos ya con la ayuda de Novotec, igual que este último, en el que pudimos lograr y realizar un montón de acciones, pero se nos quedaron todavía unas cuantas por realizar. Y ahora, hace un par de años, pues coincidiendo con el proyecto UMOB, nos volvieron a presentar la posibilidad de realizar un nuevo plan de movilidad sostenible, y accedimos a hacerlo para estos 3 años. Se estructuró en 6 ejes, a través de los cuales pues, se articularon un total de 23 acciones, y a continuación os voy a comentar pues, las más representativas y las que más impacto están teniendo actualmente. En primer lugar, esto hemos visto también que nuestras compañeras de Valencia también lo han hecho. Hemos creado e instalado en todo el campus un total de 5 aparcabicicletas cubiertos. Son de acceso restringido, hay que acceder mediante una tarjeta electrónica que se entrega individualmente a cada usuario que lo solicita. Están videovigilados, con lo cual son parking seguros, y adicionalmente tienen también la posibilidad de poder recargar las baterías, tanto si es una bicicleta eléctrica o un patinete. La idea de estos parkings surgió porque teníamos quejas de usuarios que habían sufrido algún robo de bicicleta, y sobre todo la gente que tenía bicicletas de cierta entidad, que tenían un coste elevado, eran reticentes a venir con ellas al campus porque no encontraban un lugar seguro donde poderlas guardar. Ahora esto lo tenemos solucionado. Como veis, son 5 puntos en todo el campus, con 16 puestos cada uno de ellos, lo que supone un total de 80 nuevas plazas para aparcar la bicicleta o patín. Realmente bicicletas eléctricas no hay muchas, así que no se suele utilizar mucho. Normalmente los vemos más llenos de patinetes eléctricos que aprovechan para cargarlos mientras mientras los tienen guardados aquí. Como os dijo, las grandes ventajas de esto es que el acceso es restringido, además está videovigilado y la posibilidad de recarga. Esto pues esperemos que tenga un notable incremento en el uso de la bicicleta, ya que se han puesto, todavía no tenemos datos muy seguros sobre el impacto que tiene, ya que se han empezado a poner en funcionamiento a inicios de este curso, este pasado mes de septiembre. Otro problema con el que nos encontramos hace un par de años fue la irrupción a gran escala del patinete eléctrico. Habíamos pasado de ser algo prácticamente anecdótico y en 2019, más o menos, a finales del 18, principios del 19, empezamos a detectar un gran número de usuarios que venían a la universidad con patinete eléctrico y cada vez iba en aumento. En un principio, al no tener ninguna normativa ni nada relativo a patinetes, nos encontramos pues, con los usuarios que iban con el patinete por dentro de los pasillos, no tenían dónde aparcarlos, por tanto los entraban a clase, los entraban a la cafetería y teníamos una especie de caos relativo a esto total. Entonces, lo primero que hicimos fue crear una normativa interna para el uso del patinete, es decir, establecer por dónde podían circular, por dónde no podían circular, si se podían entrar en determinados sitios, pero siempre sin llevarlos, digamos, montados encima, en funcionamiento. Y se crearon o se instalaron aparcapatinetes en lugares, como os digo ahí, pues cubiertos, semivigilados y de alto tránsito. Es decir, buscamos la instalación de estos aparcapatinetes en sitios para evitar lo que ya nos estaba pasando con el tema de las bicis, donde hubiese un alto tránsito de personas y sobre todo cerca de las conserjerías, de manera que estaban semivigilados, aunque los conserjes no tenían una misión específica de vigilar los patinetes, pero sí el tener siempre personas por allí cerca y que fuesen lugares de alto tránsito, pues evita la posibilidad de robos. Empezamos colocando 60 puestos inicialmente, pero ahora mismo ya, y debido a la gran demanda que estamos teniendo, ya son 130 plazas de aparcapatinetes las que tenemos distribuidas entre las diferentes facultades y los principales edificios del campus. Es una demanda que está cada vez más en auge. Vamos a instalar todavía más aparcapatinetes en un futuro. Y, como os digo, ha tenido un éxito importante porque además de estar siempre muy solicitados, hemos conseguido que dentro de los edificios la gente ya no entre, no los use y no vaya con el patinete montada por los pasillos pues bien de los aularios o de los edificios de la universidad. Y bueno, y ahora también todo esto de aparcapatinetes se está instalando tomas de corriente para favorecer que se puedan cargar durante el tiempo que están ahí aparcados mientras los usuarios están en clase o realizando los trabajos autónomos. Otro de los aspectos o uno de los objetivos que hemos conseguido realizar en este plan de movilidad ha sido aumentar el parque de bicicletas destinadas a préstamo. Como ha dicho también antes los compañeros de otras universidades, empezamos con 100 bicicletas hace ya muchos años, de las cuales, pues mediante el paso del tiempo, las averías, roturas y demás, actualmente nos quedaban únicamente 50 bicicletas que se prestan a los miembros de la comunidad universitaria, pueden ser tanto estudiantes como profesores, incluso trabajadores de la universidad, por periodos también que son variables, puede ser un periodo desde un día a una semana o incluso un semestre, y que tiene realmente mucho éxito porque casi siempre están todas las bicicletas prestadas y con lista de espera, gente esperando a poder obtener una nueva. Entonces también, aprovechando pues, que teníamos el plan de movilidad, se incluyó esta acción como una de las posibles a realizar y también favorecido por la especial sensibilización que tiene el equipo rectoral, el equipo de gobierno que tenemos actualmente, se destinó una importante cantidad de dinero a la compra de las mismas. Actualmente, os pongo ahí la pantalla porque está en periodo de licitación. Bueno, ahora mismo ya está adjudicado y esperamos en un par de meses a lo sumo tener 100 bicicletas adicionales a las que ya teníamos, con lo cual pasaremos a tener de un parque de 50 bicicletas actuales a 150 bicis dispuestas para prestar a la comunidad universitaria y que entendemos, ya os digo, debido a la alta demanda que hemos visto siempre que tienen, que van a ser un éxito importante y van a favorecer mucho el desplazamiento de la comunidad universitaria hasta el campus en bicicleta. Y por último, una acción que quería comentaros también, todavía no está realizada, pero ya ha sido anunciada por la rectora, con lo cual no tenemos ninguna duda de que va a ser así, es la peatonalización de un vial. Esto, como comentaba antes la compañera de la Universidad de La Rioja, es muy complicado. Por lo menos en esta universidad siempre lo había sido. Quitar plazas de parking para cualquier cosa, pero para cualquier cosa, quitar 2 plazas de parking era un suplicio y nunca había posibilidad de hacerlo. Es más, cuando se creaban nuevos edificios siempre se intentaba hacer nuevas plazas de parking y demás. De hecho, aquí en las 2 fotografías está, veis desde Google Maps, es la situación actual. Hay por aquí 2 viales de 2 carriles en cada sentido, de los cuales uno de ellos terminó acabando siendo carril de parking. La gente dejaba los coches aparcados ahí y al final, para evitar tener ningún tipo o por lo menos tenerlo regulado, uno de los carriles se acondicionó como parking. Esto implica alrededor de unas 40-45 plazas en toda esta zona que se van a eliminar. Como os digo, no es una gran eliminación, no son muchísimas, pero desde nuestro punto de vista, sobre todo desde la Oficina de Medio Ambiente, es un logro muy importante, ya que es la primera vez que un equipo de gobierno se decide a tomar una medida de estas, que normalmente suelen ser bastante impopulares. Este será, como veis en la fotografía de la derecha, el aspecto que va a tener la zona una vez esté hecha esta peatonalización. Se va a convertir todo en jardines de acceso a peatones y donde me imagino que también pues continuará, bueno, ya existe por ahí, por la zona, un carril bici que continuará existiendo, pero se va a evitar, por un lado, el tránsito de coches por una de las zonas centrales del campus, de manera que ahora para pasar de un lado a otro van a tener que dar la vuelta a todo lo que es el campus. Y por otro lado se van a eliminar 40 plazas de parking que se van a ganar para zonas de jardín y de disfrute de los peatones. Como digo, es el primer paso, pero creemos que sí que es importante y va a ser el primero de muchos a la hora de poder eliminar plazas de parking e irnos a favorecer otros tipos de movilidad. Y esto pues, es un poco todo lo que os quería comentar en cuanto a las principales acciones que hemos realizado debidas a este plan de movilidad sostenible. Hay muchas otras, pero no vamos a hablar. Y otra de las cosas que os quería comentar, o que también se nos pidió que incluyéramos en la presentación, era cuáles eran las principales dificultades que nos habíamos encontrado para poder realizar el plan de movilidad sostenible. En nuestro caso, pues han sido básicamente estas 3 que veis ahí. La burocracia es absolutamente excesiva para todo, o por lo menos lo es en nuestro caso al ser una oficina pequeñita con una sola persona que se dedica a todo lo que refiere a temas medioambientales y en este caso también a movilidad, con lo cual al final acabamos muchas veces ahogados en un montón de trámites. La falta de recursos. Esto está empezando a cambiar. Como os digo, el actual equipo de gobierno que tenemos está mucho más sensibilizado con el tema de la sostenibilidad y por tanto también en el tema de la movilidad, con lo cual está destinando más recursos. Todavía no son suficientes bajo mi punto de vista, pero bueno, estamos avanzando y destinando muchos más recursos para poder implementar acciones que mejoren la movilidad en el campus, de cara a una movilidad sostenible. Y por último, el otro gran inconveniente con que nos hemos encontrado ha sido el COVID-19, que en este caso pues, nos ha paralizado en muchos casos y retrasado en otros algunas acciones que teníamos previstas, como por ejemplo, pues, como os digo, lo de las bicicletas debía haber estado ya hecho el año pasado, sin embargo todavía se ha adjudicado hace pocas fechas la compra de las mismas. El tema de de la peatonalización del vial también debería estar ya en marcha y todavía no nos han comenzado con las obras, pero también está ya también, las obras están en trámite de concurso para ver qué empresas finalmente se le adjudican. Y el COVID en este caso pues es cierto que nos ha afectado mucho porque además en esta oficina llevamos prevención y medio ambiente y nos ha tocado dejar un poco de lado las tareas ambientales para dedicarnos a todo el tema preventivo en relación a la pandemia. Pero bueno, entendemos que esto va a pasar, va a cambiar y creemos que en el futuro pues vamos a poder realizar un montón de acciones de las que todavía tenemos pendientes, algunas de este plan y otras de las que tenemos pensadas ya de cara a un futuro próximo. Y bueno, esto es todo lo que os quería contar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Javier, por compartir vuestro plan de movilidad sostenible y enhorabuena por el trabajo a pesar de las dificultades que la pandemia ha acarreado. Thank you all very much for your interesting contributions, and I want to congratulate you for all the work you have been doing these last years. Now let's continue with the questions and answers session.
Okay.
My colleague Alfonso will be coordinating the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bueno, las preguntas las haremos en español, como tenemos el traductor y así si las presentaciones han sido en español, vamos a continuar. Bueno, como decía Laura, muchísimas gracias por el esfuerzo que sabemos que estáis haciendo durante todos estos años y poder compartir y por también venir a compartirlo con el resto de la red de las universidades europeas, que siempre ayuda mucho saber qué están haciendo tus compañeros en otras universidades europeas que se están enfrentando a los mismos problemas. Y empezando por los mismos problemas, yo quería empezar con Pilar, con Pilar o también iba al mismo tema que, como ha comentado Javier, que comentabas que la experiencia de la peatonalización que tuvo en La Rioja, nosotros estuvimos allí durante ese tiempo y la verdad es que el feedback que tuvieron de toda la sociedad, la comunidad universitaria y de la gente de la ciudad de Logroño fue malísimo y tuvieron que echar marcha atrás. Quería saber, Javier, cómo planteáis a nivel de concienciación, si habéis empezado a comunicar, cómo habéis alineado la concienciación del cambio que queréis hacer, sabiendo que es muy difícil y suele tener mucha gente en contra.
Pues mira, en nuestro caso es algo totalmente novedoso. Te digo, realmente hace pocos días, un par de semanas, que la rectora lo presentó como una novedad importante. Cuando presentamos el plan de movilidad, se puso como uno de los objetivos era el estudio de la posible peatonalización. Lo pusimos así porque yo creía que no teníamos ninguna opción de conseguir algo así. Y al final, por eso lo he querido poner, porque realmente ha sido un paso, desde mi punto de vista, muy importante, porque es la primera vez que suprimimos plazas de parking para algo así. Todavía no se ha hecho una campaña así informativa a nivel grande, ya te digo, ha sido únicamente un acto por parte de la rectora, pero se va a enfocar desde el punto de vista de entender que vamos a crear un espacio para los peatones, para disfruto de toda la gente del campus y más en un campus como este donde tenemos más de 4.000 plazas de parking que nunca están llenas. Lo que pasa es que la gente, todo el mundo quiere aparcar en la puerta del edificio al que van, pero hay espacio para coches de sobra, vamos, se podrían eliminar muchísimas más y aún así tendríamos espacio suficiente. Pero sí que es verdad que es una medida muy impopular que nunca se ha llevado a cabo, ni esto, ni por ejemplo el pagar por aparcar, ni el restringir parkings a determinados tipo de personal, etc. Esto nunca se ha hecho, pero siempre por miedo, entiendo yo, del equipo de gobierno a las críticas que pudieran recibir. Y en este caso, pues tengo que decir que han sido muy valientes en este sentido porque han aceptado el reto, han tirado hacia adelante y vamos a tener un campus pues un poquito más sostenible y menos ocupado por vehículos.
Perfecto, Javier, enhorabuena y te recomiendo luego más tarde nuestro socio, el compañero Mobility Manager de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, justo su presentación va a hablar de un caso que acaban de también peatonalizar y toda la controversia que ha llevado y las dificultades y te puede te puede ser muy interesante para vuestra acción.
En nuestro caso tengo que decir que tenemos a favor que este vial, el campus está cerrado, con lo cual no se considera parte de la ciudad y este vial está dentro del campus. De manera que no van a haber agentes externos en este caso que vayan digamos, a hacer presión respecto a eso. En ese aspecto sí que es verdad que lo tenemos un poco más fácil que cuando el campus es urbano y esos viales del campus se utilizan también por gente de la ciudad que va de un lugar a otro de la ciudad. En ese aspecto, pues sí.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Y quería continuar con Eva de la Universidad de Valladolid. Eva, solo comentarte durante tu presentación el ambicioso servicio que tenéis de alquiler, préstamo de bicicletas. Creo recordar que has dicho que se hace el préstamo durante todo el año lectivo.
Y bueno, se hace durante máximo del año o curso lectivo de agosto a septiembre, o sea, de septiembre a agosto, pero también puede ser por menos tiempo, lo que necesite la persona,
Vale.
desde un mes más o menos hasta 10, 11 meses.
Vale, y mi pregunta iba encaminada a que creo que durante la última conferencia de Cracovia otra universidad comentó algo similar y lo que ellos sobre todo comentaron es que notaban y medían el usuario al que le habían prestado la bici cuando acababa el préstamo, que normalmente si era por 6 meses, un préstamo largo, luego pasaba a ser ya un usuario de bici, pero se pasaba a comprarse su bici. No sé si eso vosotros lo llegáis tenéis feedback al respecto, cómo es después de tener vuestro servicio de préstamos, si se compran su bici propia, que suelen ser más ligeras o eléctricas.
Pues en principio es más bien lo contrario, ¿eh? La gente repite año tras año si pueden, si hay bicis disponibles. Es verdad que cuando hay escasez de bicis sí que notamos que si no han podido optar a una, pues sí que compran. Pero si pueden seguir con el préstamo, lo continúan. De hecho, muchos la tienen bien mantenida porque normalmente se finaliza el préstamo también porque nosotros realizamos mantenimiento. Pero si la persona ha cuidado mucho su bicicleta, de hecho la cogen cariño a esa bicicleta, a ese modelo en particular y a esa bici, y la cuidan mucho, entonces dicen, me la puedo quedar hasta ver si me vuelve a tocar el año que viene. Si les toca, se continúa el préstamo sin haberla devuelto y ellos la mantienen. Entonces, la tendencia es que incluso cogen cariño a su bici de préstamo. Pero sí que es verdad que generas nuevos clientes de bici, porque en el momento en que ya no pueden tenerla porque no han podido, porque no hay y no les toca, pues sí que siguen viniendo en bici porque ya tienen esa costumbre y ese hábito adquirido.
Perfecto, muy bien. Pues eso es lo que quería constatar, cómo era vuestro feedback y bueno, poco a poco por lo menos creáis nuevos usuarios de bici.
Sí, porque además seguimos ampliando año tras año, entonces cada vez podemos llegar a más gente y bueno, de hecho ahora mismo no estamos dándolas por sorteo, sino que sí que tenemos suficientes bicis como para que según van llegando por orden la gente, pues se les da una bici.
Vale, perfecto, muchas gracias, Eva. Pilar, veo que tienes la mano levantada. No sé si quieres compartir un poco lo que hemos estado hablando con Javier.
Sí, ¿me escucháis?
Sí, lo que no te vemos, pero bueno.
Ya, porque me dice que el administrador me ha cortado el vídeo. Bueno,
da igual.
Yo te quería confirmar, Alfonso, que la Universidad de La Rioja no dio marcha atrás con el proceso de peatonalización. Aguantó el chaparrón, que fue importante, pero ese tramo de la calle que cruzaba el campus acabó peatonalizada. Pero sí que es cierto que tuvimos un importante rechazo por parte de la comunidad universitaria, importantísimo. Recogieron firmas, tuvo repercusión en la prensa, te llamaban por teléfono, te escribían correos, el buzón de la Oficina de Sostenibilidad pues recogía todos los días. Ese año la encuesta que coincidió con el periodo de peatonalización, la encuesta que pasamos para recoger hábitos de movilidad, pues tuvo un incremento muy importante. Yo creo que todos los usuarios de vehículo pues rellenaron la encuesta, sobre todo para llegar al apartado final y hacernos llegar sus observaciones, y eran de queja. Y de hecho, esas quejas se han seguido manteniendo en las encuestas del 20 y del 21. El rechazo fue enorme. No sé muy bien por qué, porque el campus de la universidad sigue teniendo un montón de plazas disponibles. Redujimos, lo tenía antes puesto en la transparencia, creo que unas 84, 85 plazas. También es cierto, se lo comento al compañero de la Universidad Rey Juan Carlos, que yo creo que la comunicación se podría haber mejorado y nosotros consideramos hacerlo dentro de la Semana de la Movilidad para que las acciones de movilidad sostenible tuviesen más repercusión y más impacto en el campus y que la gente hablase de esto, y ya lo creo yo que lo conseguimos. Y yo creo que es el camino. Nosotros vamos a seguir haciendo las peatonalizaciones que podamos y seguir, digamos, distribuyendo el territorio para el peatón y para otro tipo de actividades en detrimento del vehículo particular. Y agradecer a mis compañeros de las universidades que han realizado unas propuestas muy interesantes.
Muchas gracias, Pilar. Nada, doy fe que estuve allí durante esa época y lo valientes que fuisteis y lo que aguantasteis. Muchísimas gracias. Y solo por terminar, quería comentar con Cristina y Mamen, a raíz de la mesa que habéis establecido de comunicación con los stakeholders locales o regionales, que para nosotros es un caso de buena práctica total para esa intercomunicación. De hecho, lo comentamos en la guía de Engagement with Stakeholders del UMO. Quería comentar, esa mesa durante el periodo de COVID y lockdown se ha seguido funcionando, aunque sea en remoto.
No, ya ha habido parón porque tampoco querían, fuimos conscientes, teníamos prevista, tenía que haber una reunión. De hecho, hubo una antes de que empezara todo, de que en España a partir de marzo. Antes sí que hubo una, pero durante el tiempo del resto del 20 no. No, estaba todo patas para arriba, entonces se ha continuado en el 21, pero el 20 no.
Lo único que sí que ha habido comunicación, digamos, de forma directa con cada uno de ellos, porque al crear, digamos, que esa línea de comunicación o ese grupo de trabajo, pues para las cosas concretas, por ejemplo, la Generalitat, pues tenías algo concreto de, mira, es que tengo este problema del PEMO, me han hecho una alegación de una marquesina, pues mira, ponte en contacto. Entonces, digamos que tenemos identificadas a esas personas y nos conocemos, porque es que al final somos personas, el trabajo lo realizan las personas y el conocer a quién tienes que pedirle o a quién tienes que decirle, pues facilita mucho las cosas, aunque es verdad que en esta situación no nos hemos reunido. Tenemos pendiente de reunirnos ahora.
Vale, y siguiendo dentro de... ¿Creéis que uno de los temas a tener en cuenta en las próximas reuniones es conjuntamente cómo dar una respuesta al impacto negativo que pueda haber tenido la pandemia en el uso del transporte público? ¿Ayudar a reforzar otra vez esa figura, pero de una forma conjunta o es muy difícil llevar acciones conjuntas?
Para la campaña. Claro. No. De hecho, nosotros lo que hemos descubierto es al crear esta mesa, es que la creamos por nuestro propio plan, pero realmente les vino fenomenal a todos. O sea, me refiero a veces se hablan más en nuestras reuniones, se hablan más entre el ayuntamiento y Renfe, la empresa de los trenes, es una puesta en contacto y nos potencia muchísimo. Entonces, ese tema, por supuesto, de hecho, la última campaña que hicimos fue una campaña de intentar poner en valor de nuevo, porque claro, el tema de la seguridad me parece que ha pasado a segundo plano, el tema del transporte público colectivo, y sí que es una de las líneas a trabajar conjuntamente. Lo que hacemos es, ellos nos cuentan las campañas que van a hacer respectivamente, y lo que hacemos es aprovecharnos los unos de los otros. Si ellos van a hacer una cosa, la empresa pública de autobuses va a hacer alguna cosa, nosotros la reflejamos en la propia comunidad universitaria porque somos un foco muy grande de difusión, y al revés, ¿vale? O la Generalitat va a hacer un curso de lo que fuera, y nosotros nos utilizamos un poco los unos a los otros para intentar amplificar, ¿vale? Porque sí que llegamos. Y como encima nos hemos unido a la otra universidad, que es la otra Universidad Pública de Valencia, con eso llegamos, ellos tienen muchos más estudiantes, o sea que se magnifica todavía más. No sé si quieres tú decir.
Sí, realmente eso.
Fenomenal, pues muchísimas gracias.
Tengo una duda para Eva,
Vale, perfecto.
¿Cuánto cobráis por el parking? ¿La tasa es anual? ¿Cuánto es?
Unos 35 euros al año.
Al año, 35 euros al año. Vale.
Nosotros no hemos tenido tanta oposición como lo que comentáis en el cobro por aparcar. Es verdad que coincidió con que antes los parkings no tenían barreras, nosotros no tenemos tantas plazas como nombráis, y entonces aparcaba gente de fuera también. Entonces también eso era un problema para los usuarios. Entonces coincidió todo, que se mejoró la infraestructura, que se pusieron barreras y entonces a la vez que eso se cobró. Y entonces, al hacerlo todo a la vez, por un lado estás cobrando, pero por otro lado también hay mejor disponibilidad de plazas. Entonces la aceptación fue mayor. La aceptación, o sea, no hubo mucha oposición y tampoco el coste no es muy alto. Entonces está ampliamente aceptado, no hay ningún problema con el cobro realmente. Pero hay unas circunstancias que son esas, que no teníamos, por ejemplo, ni barreras antes de hacer el cobro.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. No, quería decir también, agradecer a Cristina y a Mami y a la Universidad Politécnica de Valencia que tienen, como han comentado en su presentación, su plan de movilidad sostenible, es público y se puede descargar en su web y es una buena referencia de un plan de movilidad sostenible de mucha calidad para cualquiera que quiere ir un poco más allá o está comenzando. Y con esto es todo. Cerramos por ahora las preguntas de esta sesión, de este bloque. Volver a agradeceros a todos vuestra participación y esfuerzo. Y le cedo la palabra a mi compañera María Rosa, que nos comentará los timings de la conferencia. Creo que a continuación viene un pequeño descanso.
Yes, thank you, Alfonso, and it has been a very interesting goal. I'm happy of this conference, and now I think we have a break, a short break until 11:50, and then we start with the new session later. So I see you all at 11:50. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thank you too.
Okay.
Gracias.
See you in 15 minutes.
We start again for the last morning session, and we have a very interesting roster of presentations. The title of this session is Promotion of Active Mobility. The session consists of 4 proposals involving different types of sustainable mobility solutions. In this way, we can get a wide and integrated view of the different solutions for sustainable mobility. We start with a work titled Data-Based Understanding and Optimization of Sustainability of University Mobility, 2 case studies presented by Andrea Scagni. Andrea Scagni, I see you.
Hello.
Hello. Andrea Scagni is professor in statistics at University of Torino, where he heads the mobility group of the Green Office of the university. And this paper is written together with Nicole Maggiolini, that is in the staff of the sustainable area of the same university. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for being here together. I will share my screen now. Could you please confirm me that everything is okay?
Yes.
Yes, it's okay.
Thank you very much. So very briefly, I will start as almost everybody here with a short description of our university. Turin is a large city with about 1 million inhabitants. The University of Turin is one of the 2 ateneum in the city. We are a very large, I would say a mega ateneum with about 120 branches scattered around the city and the suburbs of the city. In all, we count about 85,000 members of our community, and this means that every day the community as a whole covers much more than 100,000 kilometers of commuters and intra seats of the university movements. We have 7 main campuses. Here you can see their location. The blue square is the old Roman town, and the gray area is the modern city. As you can see, they are really scattered. Not everything is inside the city. Some of the campuses are even outside. So we are really have very heterogeneous problems, issues of mobility, considering all our seats, all our branches scattered around, and we are moving some of them outside, so things are getting a little bit worse even in this case. This is the origin destination matrix. This is the Piedmont region where Turin is the capital. As you can see, we have people coming from around the region, especially the very large province of Turin, which has a lot of incoming students from everywhere. It's a very large province, so these people have to move really some kilometers to get to the city. And we have also a sizable share of people coming from outside our region. At the UNITO Go Green Office of the UNITO University, we of course are working hard to promote everything concerning sustainability of the way people commute to the university. So we are practicing everything that we can, policies, incentives, and so on, to promote active mobility, public transport, and sharing mobility as well. Here we'll only give you some glimpse of 2 examples of ongoing projects. So we have, of course, many initiatives, many things on the work, but I will just concentrate on these 2. The first one is a bit more conceptual, and it's the problem of assessing how sustainable the mobility of the whole community is in a large organization like a big university. The second one is in a way more practical because it deals with the problem of increasing the attractiveness of sharing mobility for people belonging to our community. Let's start with the first one. How to measure sustainability, at least from the environmental point of view. Of course, sustainability is a very wide concept that can include also well-being, collective well-being. So here we will focus a little bit more on the environmental sustainability only. But of course, if you have a very heterogeneous community with a lot of people coming from everywhere around your city, your province, your region, it's difficult to assess how sustainable is your community in commuting from home to university. So we actually wanted to have some solution, some approach that could help us to quantify, to have a metric, and so to be able to measure the development of the level of sustainability as we go along and we practice and put it into practice policies and incentives. This kind of goal is, of course, useful not only for universities, but universities are very complex organizations where this kind of metric can simplify and help people to understand how things are going, as a good example. This kind of effort can be based for Italy on the 2 national surveys of university mobilities that have been organized, the first one in 2016, the second one in 2020 and 21. So we have a large set of databases that can be used to at least attempt to develop a metric of sustainability for the mobility of universities. In 2016, we tried to have a first assessment of this kind of problem, and we classified into 3 simple levels the sustainability of commuting of our communities. Students and staff as well, of course, we include everybody in the community. The classification was just, as you can see, in 3 levels. The fully sustainable commuting was the one that was done completely with active mobility, public transport, and sharing, or any combination of the above. Keep in mind that university mobility is very multimodal. Multimodality is, of course, one of the key words for sustainable mobility, because if you have to be sustainable, you have to take the best of different modes of transport and combine them in the most efficient but also sustainable way. So fully sustainable, partially sustainable, what that means, it means that you make a multimodal journey to a university, and in which you combine some kind of active public transport or sharing mobility, so things that are sustainable, with some use of your own car. So this is partially sustainable. It's not totally fully sustainable, but it's still better than using your car from door to door. And finally, the third level, the lower level, of course, is not sustainable, which means you just move by car and nothing else. Of course, there are some issues with this kind of classification. I wouldn't call this a metric because it's very, very categorical in a way. So 3 levels only, but the issues are numerous. Just to mention a few of them, we are not considering how many passengers are traveling on cars. We are not considering the engine type of the cars. We are making no distinction between cars and motorcycles, because we have put all of petrol engines together in one category of not sustainable. We're not considering how long is the car section in multimodal journeys. So the partially sustainable can include people who just travel 2 kilometers from their home to the station with the car, then move by public transport, or instead people who are doing a large share of their journeys with the car. And then again, we are not considering any difference between active and semi-active mobility. With semi-active mobility, of course, I mean the way of moving typically by e-scooter and e-bike, which are in part active because it's something you have to, in some ways, do physically, but still you have an engine, an electric engine that pushes you and helps you in the journey. So first of all, we are trying to assess what are the main factors affecting sustainability, and this is a list which is almost obvious. Direct air pollution, of course, carbon footprint as well, the size of the vehicle you're using, the weight of the vehicle, the noise that the vehicle is producing, what kind of ownership status the vehicle has, private, pooled or shared. And this is, I would say, these are the main factors in using in the direct sustainability of your mobility. Then, of course, you can go a bit further and, for example, considering the use of scarce raw materials for the construction of vehicles, or the problem of disposal and recycling hazardous waste from discontinued vehicles. And this is, of course, makes things even more complicated, even more difficult to quantify, but it could be done. And then again, if you want to go beyond the strict environmental sustainability, you can also include factors dealing with the health and safety of people traveling. So if you travel by car, you can risk to cause accidents damaging other people. And on the other way, if you move with active mobility, you can have some fitness benefits from your movement. And also, all these factors have to be considered by single person per capita. I mean, relative to the number of people that is moved by the vehicle that you are using. Of course, some of the things are also related to the environment where you are moving. So, for example, the size of a vehicle, if you use a SUV, of course, that's very, very troublesome if you're moving in the old city center. It is less impact if you're moving in very large highways and so on. And again, all these things can be available as data in your surveys, in your data collection about mobility or not. So you have to adapt to the availability of data. Last year, in the 2020 survey of mobility that we've done nationally in Italy, we have tried to gather a first row assessment of this kind of quantification. You can see here the scheme. We have taken into account some of the factors, not everything, because some data were available, some were not. And this is a very simple metric again. It just goes from 0 to 4 and in between, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, all active mobility has been classified as at the highest level of sustainability, and then all the other combination of passengers on cars and motorcycles and engine type combined to give you some values which are in between, down to the lowest level, of course, which is an petrol moved car, which has only the driver inside the car. This is, of course, concerning the single stretch of your journey. If the journey is unimodal, then you have the value of the sustainability induced. If the journey is multimodal, you can have then average the points attributed to each section to have a full final index of sustainability. And you, of course, can change this metric, for example, normalizing it from -1 to 1 to +1 or something like that. Just to have a glimpse of how this changes your evaluation if compared with the simple method we used in 2016. You can see here the people of the 2016 survey classified by the 3 categories: not sustainable, partially sustainable, and fully sustainable, and classified again now with the average sustainability with the new kind of method. As you can see, differences are very, very evident. For example, in the partially sustainable category, you see out of 8,800 people, some of them were really, really partially sustainable, in the sense middle of the way, but some were a bit more on the sustainable side, and others are a bit less on the sustainable side. So this shows that this kind of approach can give you more precise results in assessing the global sustainability of your community. This is all for the first example. The second case study is something different. I'll start by showing you the modal split for the main model in commuting to the university in Turin. This is just the local data. As you can see, the sharing modalities are quite low in use. They're just at the end of the list, actually. So we wanted to increase this to give better chances to people in our community to use sharing mobility. How can we do that? We devised a way to go from actual present day numbers, which are again low, to higher numbers by giving incentives, having stipulating contracts with the firms that give you that offer sharing mobility services. And the main point is we wanted to have to listen to our community to understand what they wanted from sharing mobility, how they perceived sharing mobility at present as usable or not, and so on. So before stipulating any contract with the firms, we did a survey, and this is the scheme of the questionnaire that we used. In short, we just asked people if they already used shared mobility or not. If not, what were the motivations for not using them? If yes, if incentives could even increase their use, push them to increase their use. And after that, what kind of solutions for discounts, formulas of payments, again, they preferred as most attractive. In all, we have some 4,000 responses, and this is the first data, which is very important because it tells you that in our community there are 4,000 people that are potentially interested in this kind of mobility. Keep in mind that of this, the share that have already used, that are using actually this kind of sharing mobility is a small one. The majority have never tried them, but still they are interested because they chose to answer to this questionnaire. Of course, we collected some data on what about what kind of services you are using. So you see here the numbers split by role in the university. Teachers prefer bike sharing more. Students prefer, as could be expected, the scooter sharing, and somewhat unexpectedly, car sharing was very preferred also by students. Most people are actually that are using bikes and other sharing services actually use 2 or more sharing services. So they are not just fixed on one kind of service. And that is, of course, positive because you can extend your mobility in different ways. The facilitations, incentives are interesting to you. Yes, they are. Almost everybody says that they are willing to consider using more or starting to use sharing services if some incentives were given to them. And what kind of sharing would you prefer if you were helped to adopt sharing as a way of moving? For students, as you can see, the scooter sharing is the way of life, is the way of moving nowadays. So this is clearly evident. Another very important thing, we asked people what was the discount percentage compared to the actual street market prices that at present rule the market. And as you can see here, you have a graph when you have the discount level on the horizontal axis and the percentage of people that would be moved to adopt sharing services if the discount were at this level. So, for example, you can see that if the discount is no more than 15%, very few people would be interested in adopting sharing services. And there is some difference also between students and staff. As you can see, for example, if you want to engage 50% of the students to adopt sharing mobility, you need a discount rate about 28%. If you want to engage the same amount of people in the staff of the university, you have to go a bit deeper with the discount up to 35% lower. In all, the feeling was that the present day market prices of sharing mobility is somewhat too high for a large share of people to adopt this kind of type of mobility. We also, as I told you before, studied a little bit the way of payment. So mostly subscription, yearly, monthly, and so on, or time-based. So you just pay for for the travel you are actually doing. And as you can see, there are differences. Bike sharing is strongly a subscription preferred way of sharing. All categories want to do bike sharing with the subscription, while on the opposite, the scooter sharing is more ambivalent and staff prefer to have time-based, so a very, from time to time use, not a systematic continuous way, while students are more or less equally preferring time-based fees and subscriptions. Car sharing is again preferred on a time-based method of payment. And last, what are the preferred durations for subscriptions of sharing services? The monthly subscription is preferred by students, and this was expected because, of course, students don't go to university as often for the whole year, while faculty staff prefer the yearly subscription. All these informations and data were then presented to the firms that offer public sharing mobility services. And so we wanted to encourage them to get the feel of what people actually wanted and to, formulate their offers of discounts and incentives based on what actually could be efficient and could move people in a large share to adopt sharing mobility. And in this way, we hope to have a significant increase in sharing mobility option for our community. And that would be all. So thank you, Maria Rosa, and I will give the floor to you again.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And for the audience, we have to say that you and your university are the winner of the MOVE tournament. Maybe in the question time, we ask you something about it.
I'll be very happy.
Now I have to go to the next. We have a paper titled Bicycle Lanes and Active Mobility, presented by Daniela Santilli. She's a PhD student at University of Cassino in Southern Lazio. She will be introduced by Mauro D'Apuzzo, who is professor of transport and serves as a mobility manager at the same university. Professor D'Apuzzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Ronzoni. Thank you to everyone, and especially to UMOB organization to allow us to present our results. I like to highlight that I'm attending to this conference and I'm gaining so much ideas on our mobility plan that we are going to undertake in this period. So we are at a very preliminary stage on foster sustainable mobility in our university, but we are really very encouraged to seek how we can improve our policy in order to foster sustainable mobility. So I will just going to give the floor to engineering Daniela Santilli, that is a PhD doctor on transportation engineering, and it will tell us an interesting example of how research on sustainable mobility can provide some useful data in order to foster partnership with a local municipality in order to promote active mobility. Daniela, I'll give you the floor to you.
Thank you, Professor. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I go on. Good morning, everyone.
Sorry, doctor, we can see it in full screen mode. Okay, now it's okay.
Do you see? Okay, good. Good morning, I'm Daniela Santilli. I will present the work entitled Bicycle Lane as an Instrument for the Active Mobility. Before starting, I want to thank my team, in particular Professor D'Apuzzo Mauro and engineers Evangelisti Azzurra and Cappelli Giuseppe. I will start with a brief introduction. Then I describe the type of cycling path layout. These are sites starting from the estimation of cycling flows. Knowing the flows and the characteristics of the road, we have suggested a benefit cost analysis. This is useful to help administrators choose the type of work to be built. Worldwide, countries are striving to organize transport network by promoting a new form of mobility that is sustainable and healthy for citizens. The objective that Europe intends to achieve by 2050. To make cities innovative, connected, but at the same time sustainable, technology can be used to control and save energy, as well as to optimize mobility and safety solutions. To do this, it is essential to make the transport service efficient by focusing on multimodality. Therefore, tailor-made offers must be developed, including various ways, such as public transport, shared car and bicycles, electric scooter, taxi, and more, which are visible and bookable via the app. These allow to maximize the resource and time by combining the available means. Despite the idea of moving toward multimodal transport, most European countries are implementing projects that highlight the benefits both for health and for environment of using the bicycle. Despite the different legal definition and terminology used in European countries, it is possible to identify the most common cycling structure. The total sharing of road space between a bicycle and vehicular traffic. It's usually a one-way lane, but there may be situations where the bicycle can travel in the opposite direction, for example, in zone 30. Visual separation, in which the space intended for bicycle is an integral part of carriageway and is highlighted only with the horizontal sign. Physical separation is a lane one or two-way dedicated to bicycles separated throughout obstacles from vehicular traffic. By consulting the various guidelines of European countries, all but with a different name, the cycle path can be grouped into Greenway. It is a multi-purpose route reserved for not motorized users, separated from traffic and independent from many roads, which crosses on open space, park, garden, and woods, and must respect the surrounding environment. Cycling lane, it's an independent lane separated from the carriageway, designed for the exclusive use of bicycles. Protected cycle paths are protected lane near a road, designed exclusively for bicycles, with physical separation from motorized traffic. Cycle track, it's a track where pedestrians and cyclists share the sidewalk, and the cycle path is a lane reserved for bicycles, but separated from the rest of the circulation by horizontal sign. There is no absolute rule for the choice of cycle paths. Therefore, the following must be considered: density and speed of vehicle, expected number of cyclists, and the existing space. Given the difficulty of estimation the density of possible cyclists, a procedure has been implemented with which to estimate at a primary level the demand for users which use the bicycle. The procedure was calibrated on the central area of the Italian town of Cassino. It is a town of about 30,000 inhabitants in the province of Frosinone in Lazio. The city has been chosen as a case study for the layout of its network: relatively small sites, easy accessibility, transport infrastructure presence, and walkability aptitude. Furthermore, the presence of school, university, restaurants, shop, public and private offices guarantee a regular movement of people for ordinary daily activities. The study area was discretized into census blocks, each represented by asymptoids. Each of these define an origin and or destination to which the total flow given by the sum of movements of students and workers. This flow were obtained from the ISTAT microdata. These allow them to be assigned to the centroids, and an OD matrix was thus constructed. Once the matrix was imported to QGIS using a plugin, the desired line were obtained. These are abstract lines that indicate the distance as the Chrome file between an origin and destination. A matrix of the distance between the different OD pairs was then constructed. Then, note the distance, you have corrected the displacement route and impedance function. These allow to understand what will be the propensity of users to make that particular shift in bike mode. To determine the attractiveness of the certain section, area of influence must be considered schematized with a buffer with increasing radius from 0 up to maximum of 3 kilometers. Beyond this distance, the probability that the bicycle will be used is 0. Therefore, a way preferred is different. Once the flows were obtained to load them on different road sections, buffer at fixed distance from 0 to 55 meters were built, starting from the line of desire. Then, by intersecting the single buffer with the road network, it was possible to obtain the flow of each section, uniquely identified with an ID. The data obtained with a different buffer were compared. It was observed that the most realistic flow could be obtained from an average of the buffer at radius 0 and 35 meters. In order to choose the ideal solution from among the possible solutions, it is necessary to take into account the characteristic of the road, the flows, speed, the surrounding space, the hierarchy of the road, but also the economic resource available. So we can start from a decision-making matrix like the one proposed in Netherlands. The planners and the manager carry out cost-benefit analysis, thus they have a valid support to use the funds in a target manner and to justify the investment on one choice rather than other. I report the project outline of a cycle route designed for the municipality of Cassino. On this, we are preparing to do a risk assessment to include any improvements based on outdated legislation. In conclusion, an original methodology has been suggested to evaluate the cycling flow that load in an urban road system. The latter, in turn, can be critical for the design of the optimal cross-section of the cycle path within a specific study area. In the future, it will be necessary. The forecasting methodology must be calibrated and validated by carrying out a data collection campaign. The methodology must be applied to urban areas other than the one specifically examined. Research should be done to obtain engineering national safety performance function that can help the designer select the most appropriate cycle lane layout with a benefit cost analysis. Thanks for your attention.
Just a little additional information. The last cycling path that Daniela showed is connecting our campus with the municipality of Cassino. Yeah. And that's why we want to show you this sort of partnership with the municipality. Thank you very much.
We thank you too. That is very interesting, really very interesting, and also useful connect with bicycle, the university place. We in Bergamo also are working to connect better with the cycleway, our university site. Another interesting paper follows. It is a case study of campus pedestrian transformation presented by Rafael Requina. He is the mobility manager, hey Rafael, of the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and he as such is also a partner of the UMOP project. Rafael, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, Maria Rosa. Hi, everybody. I'm going to share. Okay. Are you seeing the presentation?
It's okay.
Okay. So, today I'm going to tell you about concepts ideas, basically. So I will not give you many details about the campus location, size, population, and so on. I'm going to tell you about mobility management from a different point of view, more fun maybe, who knows. This issue has already been slightly commented in the previous session. I'm now focusing a bit deeper on problems, difficulties, barriers, challenges, call them whatever you want. Okay. Campus pedestrian transformation is not interesting by itself. I mean, it should not be an innovative topic these days. For me, it's just an excuse to get to the main barriers our university has to meet in the way to sustainability. So let's go for it. Our university has executed a pedestrianization project on the center of the campus. The basis of this project are climate emergency, sustainable development objectives, the need to reduce low occupancy car trips, in our case, the university strategic plan, the university mobility plan, and higher rank plans. All them important, approved by the Government Council. And the most important for all of us, I think, the need of individual efforts to obtain a collective goal. This is an issue of individual commitment and action. For me, politicians simply do whatever they understand as more valuable in terms of votes. It is important to highlight that this project has been executed between January and July 2021, when many people were working or studying from home. Later, we will come to this. The project, well, this is, okay, the project. This is a map of the campus. As you can see in blue, the main accesses to our campus. In green orange, the main road network surrounding the campus and going through it by the center axis, this one you have here. Okay, the project has consisted of restricting car access to the very center in a space of about 400 meters long. You can see here between the two red crosses. Let's go on. Obviously, the circulation scheme has changed and 97 parking spaces have been removed. Bus lines have been restructured and bus stops have been relocated in the outer ring. Consider that the distance from the outer ring to the center is about 5 to 10 minutes walking. Okay? The result, you can see here, is car-free space, no noise, no smoke, no illegal space occupancy, etc., where people play the main role. Tables and are used for lunch or classes. Different cultural and sportive activities are taking place these days. And as you can see, we have even painted a huge chessboard on the pavement. As I said, this project was implemented when most of the community was working or studying from home. And in September, it was time for us to face our expectations with reality. Okay, we expected a similar model split to that of 2019. If this was the case, expected traffic increase, obviously, in the outer ring, and campus accesses could be assumed with no much problem. We expected less presence on campus and softer rush hour due to possibility of two-day telework scheme and possibility to get to the office from 7:45. But reality showed us a less pleasant image. Traffic in the region as a whole has grown about 8%, with the result of generalized congestion on the main roads. The number of cars entering the campus is in the period 8-9 in the morning is similar to that of 2015, when we all experienced huge congestions in the main entrances. Working and studying online has not helped at all to reduce this amount of cars. And the result, of course, is intense congestion every day, mainly between 8 and 9. They lie in buses and people getting late to work, and classes are common these days. The main consequences, of course, is high pressure, as it has been commented before in the previous session. Is high pressure on the government board to undo the pedestrianization project. A discredit campaign characterized by the following aspects, you can see here. First, conducted by individuals or more or less organized groups of people who drive every day to the campus. They are a minority, but they have some power and insistence. They are mainly staff and teachers. Reactions are totally passionate. Therefore, their statements are based exclusively on their reality. The common aspect of all the complaints we have received, I guess, is similar to my colleagues in La Rioja or in Jaume Primer, is the problem they use. Everything is about I, me, my life, my time, my stress, my rights. They are absolutely committed with sustainability, but not like this, which means not. I was telling you that to achieve their goal, they have no problem to pretend to be concerned about collective issues. They blame this project of causing more emissions due to the long rows of cars slowly moving every morning, which is true. What they don't accept is that any project of this nature needs time to get its goals. They even speak in name of handicapped people without having spoken to them. This is really sad. They say this space is less accessible to them because the bus is not stopping there, but 3 minutes further. They forget this, that a car-free space is more attractive and safer. They forget how some of them complained against cars being taken from handicapped parking spaces or pedestrian crossing because 7,000 free parking spaces were not enough. And the most interesting of all statements for me, this kind of projects cannot be set until a public transport is good enough. Of course, there is still a long way to go. Anyway, in the past years, public transport has improved quite a lot, believe me. But of course, it will never be that good as to compete with free parking everywhere, even illegal parking. They have also pressed some staff union, which are running into election in few months, to organize a signature collection based on all these kind of statements. After that, we have to question ourselves, is it a matter of awareness? I don't know. Let's go on. Fortunately, we have also received some congratulations, which is quite weird. The common aspect is, again, the problem they use. In this case, we as a community for a common goal, our challenge, our nature, our health. We are talking about regular sustainable transport uses. They are much more people, but less noisy. They have more information and are way more aware of the climate challenge. As I said at the beginning, it is, no, I didn't say, but for me, it is a journey to the past myths and statements to understand which barriers we have to overcome at the present to get to the future we all imagine. So in this situation, what should our government board do? For me, it's, at least I think we are agreeing at Spanish universities, it is an issue of governance, basically. If the board is elected mainly by the professors and the staff, and these groups use car by near 85%, reducing car use seems a risky option, at least. Would you buy the hand that fits you? Experience tells us that we need to resist. Time will make traffic decrease, and public transport will get back to pre-pandemic figures, and we all will find some balance. Fortunately, as we have seen, university governments seem to be more willing to at least try. So what will they do? I suggest you don't miss next season. It will be interesting. Thanks for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any question you may have. Thanks.
We thank you too, Rafael. The next is measures for active mobility in the mobility plan of Polytechnic of Milan. It will be presented by Giada Messori, but the paper is written by both Giada Messori and Eleonora Perotto. Giada is environmental engineer engaged in the Polytechnic University of Milan in the sustainability office, and Eleonora is PhD doctorate in sanitary and environmental engineering, head of the sustainability service and mobility manager of the Polytechnic of Milan. Giada, I give you the floor.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Maria Rosa. Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, do you see it in the presentation mode?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I'm Giada Messori, and I work with the Politecnico di Milano's mobility manager, Eleonora Perotto, who's also following the conference proceedings and sends you her best regards. So I'll start right away because I have quite a long presentation, but I promise I'll try to be done in under 15 minutes. So since I'm very creative, I'll also start by giving you a couple of figures about our university. Politecnico di Milano is a very big university and has a community of around 55,000 people, both students and staff, clearly. And they are scattered on 7 different campuses, but the 2 main ones are the Milanese campuses. So taking a look at our mobility strategy, it can be summarized in 4 bullet points, which are facilitation agreements, since we are working to give people discounts when they buy subscriptions to sustainable means of transport, both public transport subscriptions and shared mobility services. Then we have infrastructural interventions, since we try to have a better campus with more facilities and to ameliorate it always. Then we have awareness raising campaigns, which are clearly really important to improve the behaviors of people, and they include seminars and various events held mostly during the European Mobility Week. And of course, networking activities, since we have networks at local, national, and international level, which UMOB project is a fine example of this kind of work. So, of course, we work taking into account the Sustainable Development Goals, and as everyone knows clearly, the main one related to sustainable mobility is the Sustainable Cities and Communities, Goal 11. But since they are all linked together, we touch on at least 6 different ones of them. So to devise a mobility strategy, of course, first of all, we need to know what are the mobility patterns and needs of our community. So every couple of years, we have a mobility survey to gather this kind of information. The last one was held in 2019, and these are the main results. As you can see, our population already moved a lot using public transport. Cars were mostly used by employees, which is not surprising, but we have also a 15% share of active mobility, which is remarkable actually. So we are starting with the right foot, let's say. Thanks to this survey, we were also able to draw a map of the cycling routes from origin to destinations. And also we could understand that 90% of our population bikes around less than 7 kilometers to get to Politecnico, but there's also a 10% share, which is not so little, that also cycles up to 10 or 20 kilometers just to reach the Politecnico. So they also have to go back in the evening, which is a lot, and it is very interesting for our purposes. When asked what could lead them to use more frequently the bikes, 45% of our respondents told us that of course they would need more bicycle lanes, and this is of course interesting, but is something that we can also only work together with the municipality, but we'll get to it because we're trying to get something done in this direction. The other main requests were discounts for bike sharing services, more and safer bike parking spots, bike repair stations, and shower and locker rooms, all requests that we try to heart and address. As Professor Scagni already mentioned, last year we also did another survey together with the Italian University Network for Sustainable Development to try to understand the expected shifts in mobility habits due to COVID-19. And what we could see for our community was that, of course, most people expected to use less the public transport, but a lot of people were interested in switching to active mobility for trips that are below 7 kilometers. So again, this is very interesting. And this is why when working on our mobility plan, we took cycling in consideration with the strong effort. Our mobility plan was adopted this year in July, both to comply to the regulation and also because we wanted to have access to funding from the Italian government, since one of the requirements was to have it adopted by the end of August. So we hope to get back to them and see a positive results from this. Of course, this document was very big, and so I'm not going to present you all of it, and also, but I'll try to focus on what was on cycling mobility. We focused on 5 different topics, which were reduction of entry flows, infrastructure for active and electric mobility, incentives for active mobility, and other services and communication campaigns. Starting from here, we identified 5 priority measures, and we asked our population how important they thought these interventions were. And well, as you can see from the graph on the right, cycling infrastructure won without a doubt. So more a bit in detail, the 5 priority actions were cycling infrastructure, as we were saying, so the increase of the availability of parking spots and get them to be more secure, and also giving incentives to bike to workers, which are the 2 topics that we are mostly working on right now, and we'll get to them. But there are also active mobility services, which means, as we were saying, providing shower rooms and locker rooms for mostly employees who come to work by bike and also do not want to be all sweaty when they are in the office. and also two other measures that are not related to cycling, which are infrastructure for electric mobility, so providing more charging station for electric vehicles, and the incentives for people sharing their cars when coming to Politecnico, and so means that they use the carpooling platform that we are testing right now. So looking to the parking spots for bikes, we already have a lot of them, of course, but according to the plan, Politecnico will be installing 5 bike stations, which are parking spaces available only to those who have a badge, a Politecnico badge, and they are also equipped with power sockets for electric vehicles and also with tools for small repairs. The first one of these kind of structures has already been built, so it's in the Leonardo campus, and it was a great success for us because it's really used also in this kind of season. So we are happy with the result, and we are working to build another one soon. As for the incentives, we would like to pay employees a fee according to how many kilometers they traveled by bike to get to work as a kind of welfare. But if this is kind of difficult because we may not have the funds to do this. So an alternative could be to offer them discounts on items available in the official merchandise of our university. So we are thinking of some other possible benefits that we could offer them. And getting back to the cycle lanes, so I was anticipating we are trying to work with the municipality to create new lanes and to better connect our campuses to the city. And on this topic, this March, a ministerial decree was published funding the creation of cycle lanes connecting universities, university campuses, and railway stations. So we tried to devise a proposal for this, connecting 2 of our campuses, Città Studi here in Milan, and also Lecco campus, to the nearest stations. And we sent this proposal to the municipality. We should send it also to the ministry before the week is out, but we also hope this to be the start for a collaboration with the municipalities to work on more cycle lanes also in the future. So really briefly, because I think I'm kind of out of time, I'll show you quickly some of the other activities that we already do to promote cycle mobility. So we have a lot of agreements with different shared mobility services, going from carpooling, car sharing, scooter sharing. And one of these services also allows the long-term rent for bikes, kick scooters, and mopeds. Thanks to this agreement, which is with SwapFit, people, both students and staff, could also have these discounts when getting.
Giada, you start later. You can take a bit of time.
Okay. So I'll try to slow a bit. Okay, I'm sorry. I was afraid I was out of time. So okay. With SwapFit, we have a discount for all of our population, so they can have whatever of the vehicles available, and we were also able to get some events and treasure hunts done to engage the community. And the treasure hunt in particular was kind of fun because it was an event where people could get a bike for free for 3 months, and it was held during the European Mobility Week, so it was well received. And we also was able to get a traditional bike and an electric bike for our office, actually, so for internal use for duty travels. Politecnico also offers, aside from this agreement, a small fleet of bikes and also of a couple of kick scooters also for internal travel, so they are available only for staff and not for students. But for the students, we have our own bike repair workshop, which is completely managed by students and offers a free services. So everyone, not only from Politecnico, but also from the municipality, everyone can go and have its bike repaired for free, while also learn how to take care of their bikes. And we try to give them funding for the purchase of the needed materials. And also we try to organize with them periodically some events to get more people to know that there's this chance inside our university. Again, on the engagement activities, last year we tried a bike to Poly, which was a bike to work initiative, let's say, something that we held still during the European Mobility Week to get more people to get to the university by bike. So we have some colleagues that already cycle by bike to work, and ask them to act as our guides and to bring more people to Politecnico, showing them the way. And thanks to them, that were a lot of people actually, we were able to get a lot of different paths covering more or less all the municipal area, with a lot of stops, so people could join the ride wherever they were more. It was easier for them starting from their home. Politecnico also participated every year in the Milano Bike Challenge, which is a friendly competition awarding the company, let's say, but it's also open to university, that bring more people to cycle to work. And we participated 4 times, because last year, due to the pandemic, it was not held, this competition. But last year, which was actually 2019, we actually won the first place. So we were very happy with this result. To engage people, we also try to organize citizen science projects, mostly with Citizen for Air, which is an association that tries to work for the quality of air inside the cities. And in 2018, we held a bike relay. So we had people join us and on a bike to monitor the air quality on Milan as perceived by cyclists. And the results show the difference when you cycle on busy main roads or on less frequented ones. Even inside the same city, there's a big difference due to the traffic pollution. So this was also an interesting result. Lastly, looking at the infrastructural interventions, we have 2 active projects active right now for the renewal of the campuses, which are Politecnico Vivi Polimi and Renzo Piano projects. And they both aim at improving the livability and the quality of the open spaces of our campuses. They try to reduce the cars inside our Politecnico areas while increasing the green areas and also the availability of study spots outside for our students. So really briefly, for the Vivi Polimi project, as you can see in the pictures, before, the internal area of the historical campus was mostly a parking lot. So there were cars and not only everywhere, and there was little space for people to spend time outside. But after the interventions, we got more study spots outside, the cable seats, and also more, not really too much, but some more bike parking spaces. And same could be said for the Renzo Piano project. This involved the architectural buildings, and the area in front of this building was a big parking lot, as we can see from the aerial picture on the top. And nowadays, instead, is a big pedestrian areas with still spaces to spend time outside, accessible rooftops. So both of these places went from areas existing only to park their cars two spaces built for people, for them to spend time outside, enjoying themselves in the open air. So that's all for me. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for rushing through the end. So yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
No, we thank you too. And I give the floor to Professor Brioschi for a short question and answer session.
Thank you, Maria Rosa. We can maybe leave where we left with Professor Scani. If he's still with us, we can ask him how a little bit about, I mean, as the University of Torino won the UMOB Move tournament, if you can a little bit elaborate on how the tournament went and how the university was able to engage and involve its community in the contest.
Yes, thank you for the question. Of course, it was very pleasurable to win the contest. It has been a very hard-fought contest because many universities were just keen on participating and competing among them. So it was not very easy. It was a very tough competition, but then this is even more happy, means even more happiness for us having been able to win it. We actually participated with a very large community. I would say we had some 1,000 people taking part to the contests for the University of Turin. Of course, not everybody took part with the same intensity, but I must say that at least 200 to 300 people were just really involved in the effort. What we did, it's just, having spots on websites, on social media, and every way of communicating with our community, giving news about this competition, and then again, of course, passing word from people, from one person to another is always a way of increasing the participation of such projects. And I would say it's been a very pleasurable time in cycling, going by public transport. I'm a commuter, a very quite long-range commuter, so I'm not shy about saying that I was one of the best competitors. But of course, this is also due to the distance from my house, which is not in Turin, but it's out of the city. Anyway, of course, these kind of competitions are games, but of course, again, they can help people in having more awareness about how to move and to also try out maybe different ways of moving apart from the ones that I usually have and they usually practice. So we did something similar 3 years ago with the Bike to Work project, but this time I would say it has been more widespread, more people were engaged, and we actually hope that other challenges like this can be organized in the future, maybe by the UMOB. Why not making it an annual, a yearly habit?
That's a great suggestion, and maybe Bergamo can take the lead at that time. So thank you so much for sharing your experience with us, and congratulations for winning at the university level and for being such a great competitor yourself. Thank you. We have just a very short question before the lunch break to all the panelists regarding the fact whether in promoting active mobility, did you have to interact with local public authorities on what grounds and to what extent? Actually, Cassino, if I well understood at the very end of the presentation, said that they did, and also Giada was telling us at the end of the presentation also that they are actually dealing with the municipality of Milan as far as the construction of cycle lanes. But if you would like to add more,
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. If I can answer, that's right. In this period, we found a very responsive, we may say, municipality that is very keen and focused on promoting sustainable mobility, and that's why we were involved. Obviously, I'd like to clarify, just in a very informal way, we were involved in the design of this cycling lane connecting a municipality with our campus. But it was a very satisfying moment of interaction with the stakeholders, since we are very close to the city, and obviously relationship should be aimed at improving this dialogue between the university and the municipality. Thank you.
Excuse me, was the question posed to everyone here? Or?
Yes, to all the panelists. Actually, I know that your presentation was on a different topic, on the evaluation. But if you would like to say if you interacted as a university with local authorities.
Yes, very briefly. Yeah. Yes, I didn't talk about issues that we deal in collaboration with the local authorities, but we have a very deep relationship with the metropolitan city of Turin. Also because, as you have seen in the origin destination matrix, we have a large population of students coming from the whole province. So that's very important to us. And also there are a lot of municipalities in the outskirts, in the suburban area of Turin, which are quite interested and active on the mobility, on the sustainable mobility topic. So yes, we do. And actually at the moment we have other projects where we are strictly collaborating with the metropolitan city. Regarding the municipality of Turin, as some of you may know, we have all just changed the administration a couple of months ago. So we are just now getting to know each other, and so things must, start again with the new administration, which is, I think, very. I have a very optimistic point of view for this, because it's an administration that has in its programs interesting things about sustainable mobility. And also with the region administration of Piedmont, we have a tight collaboration. So I would say things from this point of view are quite positive for us, and we are satisfied, almost always satisfied with kind of listening that the local authorities give to us.
Thank you. I don't know if Giada and Rafael want to add something.
Yes. For us, for Politecnico di Milano, we're actually really in the early stages of these collaborations, especially with the Politecnico and the municipality of Milan. So what we managed to do for now was to send them the report that we did for the cycle path connecting to the station, but we still need to hear back from them. But we're trying to push for a stronger collaboration also on the mobility plan, since it is something that we need also the municipality to get on. And on the other end, for the other municipality involved, which was Lecco, we were able to already have a short conversation also with the mayor. So we hope to be able to work well with them. So yeah, we have high hopes for this project. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Rafa, if you want to give a closing to this session, if you have anything to add.
But I was just
the Spanish perspective.
I was trying to answer to this kind of question. For us in this project, it was not necessary to agree with the municipality or whatever, because inside the campus, and we have our competencies in there. But obviously, it's impossible not to be in permanent touch with administrations in charge of transport, basically, because we as a university have competencies limited to the limit of the campus, obviously.
Yeah.
That should be all.
But in general terms, everybody said that the relationship is constructive, is positive, and so we. I think that Maria Rosa, we are now finished. Yeah, we have received in chat the link for the evaluation questionnaire, so we kindly invite all participants to fill it out, and then I leave the floor to you so you can formally close the morning session.
Thank you very much. Now we have lunch. I see you later. We have 1 hour and a bit more to relax, and you can enjoy the poster area and the stakeholders area too. We start again at 2:30 p.m. with the second session on working together. I see you later. Good afternoon to everybody and welcome back. We start the afternoon with the session dedicated, as already yesterday, to working together. Yesterday, in the Working Together part first session, we met many networks in Europe engaged with sustainable mobility. Today, we especially focus on universities networks. The first network is presented by 2 speakers. We have as first speaker Patrizia Lombardi. She is president of the RUS, the Italian Network of Universities for Sustainable Development, and professor in decision making for Sustainable Development Goals and deputy rector of Polytechnic of Torino. Patrizia apologized for not being able to be present, and she sends us a video. She will tell us about the role of the RUS. We watch the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thanks for this kind invitation. My name is Patrizia Lombardi. I am currently the president of the Italian Network of Universities for Sustainable Development, which has been developed in 2015 with the aim of promoting Agenda 2030 and supporting communities in the transition towards sustainable development. We involve about 80 universities and about 800 delegates around different working groups, thematic working groups, relating to energy, mobility, Western resources, climate change, food, education, and social inclusion and justice. We have developed a number of good case studies and collected good practices that is our aim to share across the network, because we believe that thanks to the sharing and to the cooperation, we can increase awareness and we can support our communities. In particular, in the mobility sectors, where the stakeholders involved are a large number, and our mobility managers, in connection with local and regional authorities, can support development of policies that may decrease the ecological impact and we speed the decarbonization inside our territorial context. I'm very glad that we had the opportunity in this conference to have a voice. I believe that through cooperation we can increase and we can be more proactive I invite all you in the conference forum that we are going to organize in Dubai in Expo 2020 on the 18 and 19 January for highlighting the need for being proactive and for listening the voice of the student and new generation, together with the opportunity to develop an exercise, a learning exercise in the field of mobility. So I hope that you will join us, and I also wish you have a pleasant and fruitful event today in the field of mobility, which is an important strategic sector for achieving a decarbonized world. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy your time.
Sorry, it was all disappeared. Thank you, Patrizia, for supporting our UMOB project. And now, Matteo Colleoni, the second speaker, is Rus Mobility Group Coordinator. He is professor in sociology at University of Milano Bicocca. He tells us about mobility management at universities, the Italian universities experience. He is also head of Italian network of universities mobility managers.
Thank you, Professor Ronzoni, and hello to everybody. I have a presentation. I try to share my presentation with you. I hope it's visible. Okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so my speech is aimed at describing mobility management at Italian University, and it will be divided into 3 sections, more or less 15 minutes. The first attention will be paid to the working group on mobility, its structure, goals, and the sub-working groups. In the second part, we pay attention to the main findings of the latest national survey on home university travels. And finally, the last section is related to the main activities of the mobility management at Italian universities. The RUS, the Italian Network for Sustainable Development, has set up thematic working groups focusing on transversal topic to achieve the network's objectives. And we have 7, as Professor Lombardi told us, 7 working groups, and one of these working groups refers to mobility. The working group mobility brings together 69 universities and 100 members. The working group implements and policies of academic mobility management. It promotes plans for home university mobility, encouraging the use of public transport, sharing, and limiting the access to university buildings to private cars. Another goal is to raise the awareness on sustainable mobility and promote innovation, technological and organizational change. And particular attention is devoted to active mobility, walking and cycling. The working group is in turn divided into 4 sub-working groups involved in the following topics. The first one is mobility management and the relations with the companies and institutions, agreements, infrastructures, logistics, parking, and so on. And the second refers to research, data indicators, methods, data and design of national research, as I told you in just in a minute. And the third, the internationalization, for example, international networks. And the last one, innovation and technologies. In our country, in Italy, all public institutions and private companies with more than 100 employees, according to the last decree, are required to appoint a mobility manager who gathers information is national data and comparable data. And in order to provide useful information for mobility management policies, in 2020, last year, our working group promoted the second national survey on home journeys at Italian universities, based on a sample of 51 universities and 114,000 respondents. Compared and to Italy's daily mobility, the university mobilities revealed at least 3 positive aspects. The first, greater public transport, 58%, and a level of active mobility, bicycle, pedestrian, in line with the national values, 19%. Second, a good degree of intermodality and the use of shared mobility. And lastly, a favorable context for sustainable mobility. Among the negative aspects, first, the lack of homogeneity in modal speed
Maybe there is a problem with the presentation.
Professor, the Professor Colleoni has a little problem of connection.
I think we can
now,
go with the next and then recall Professor Colleoni.
We have here Professor Colleoni.
Okay, it's better.
Professor, do you hear us?
No, perché ha frisato, no?
Maybe it's we can go with the next presentation.
Just a moment, we'll look. Maybe he came back. Okay, it's all right.
Okay,
Matteo, please. Yes.
Okay, when did you lose the line? When? Talking about
the previous slide, I think.
Slide here.
No,
here.
the other one before. Previous. This one.
Before or late? Before or after? Here? Here?
Oh, it was all right, number 3, not here. Back.
Here.
Go back. Here.
Okay. Okay, so, all right. Sorry, I don't know why. What happens? Okay, was I talking about the comparison between the national travel survey and our survey at the national level? But can you hear me? Can you see me? Because I can't see you.
We can
Yes,
hear you.
all right.
We can hear you, but we have stopped your video because we have much connection on your voice.
Just with my voice, without my face. Okay.
Yes, without your face, but we can see your screen. Go. It's all right.
Okay. Okay. I try again because okay. If you want, I interrupt my presentation and I try again to present my slide. I try again. Let me know if you can see me.
We can see your slides.
Okay. May I continue or not?
Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. So I was talking about the 3 positive aspects of the commuting in Italy: a better modal split with a low journey, a great use of pathways, and with the national values, a good degree of intermodality and the usability and a favorable context for sustainable mobility. But among the negative aspect and the lack of homogeneity in the modal split, with the highest values of unsustainable travel by private cars for staff in the small university, particularly in central and southern Italy, and the secondly level of mobility because of the great distances they have, and because of the lack or the poor quality of cycling and walking infrastructures and services. As for the time and distance travel, and for the average Italian student, the journey to university is 28 kilometers long and takes 43 minutes each way. And this results in the widespread use of private cars by those who live and study in areas where public transport is poor, and in the tendency to reduce their attendance at the university. In these 2 maps, it's possible to see the time access to university in Milan and in Rome urban areas. In both cases, a substantial number of students, 25%, takes about an hour and a half to get to the university. Another negative consequence refers to pollution related to daily mobility. University cities characterized by long home university distances and the lack of public transport are the most polluted. This graph shows the quantity of carbon dioxide produced by university student journeys. On the left, the average daily value for the round trip equal to 5.13 kilograms. And on the right, the average weekly value. The highest value of pollutants concern universities located in central or southern regions, where students travel long distances to get to the university using especially cars. The aforementioned critical elements required to manage university daily travels with the aim to reduce the use of private cars, to increase public transport and active mobility, and to improve the quality of university mobility. Italian mobility management policies can be divided into 4 different strategies: concession strategy, restriction, persuasive, and innovative strategy. Policies on concessions are aimed to reduce the use of active mobility and public transport. Concessions are the most widespread type of policy at Italian University, often included in the benefits for employees. Policies for public transport are normally based on agreements with the local public transport companies in the form of discounted travel cards. These policies have proven very effective wherever they have been implemented, and have succeeded in shifting a significant number of people from private to public transport. Also encouraging the use of public transport for other journeys as well as for commuting. There are also agreements with an increasing number of companies that provide shared mobility services. In the space of a few years, these services have increased the number of users of shared vehicles. Furthermore, since concession strategies are aimed to support pedestrian mobility to reduce private transport, these measures at some Italian universities are provided free or charged within the campus. In the slides 11 and 12, we can see some pictures about it. Because restriction policies reduce the right to private travel, Italian universities adopt them much less frequently than concession policies. However, some Italian universities are adopting car access and parking rules that take into account calculated considering the ease of access to public transport. Policies to limit the use of private cars are leading some universities to replace their car fleet with hybrid or fully electric cars, or to reduce the number of car journeys by encouraging carpooling. And a last action for business trips for destinations of less than 500 kilometers. Persuasive strategies are based on the assumption that in order to change mobility on norms and measures to encourage the use of active mobility and public transport via awareness raising campaigns, like, for example, personalized travel planning, are aimed to respond to this purpose. In recent years, some Italian universities have launched personalized marketing programs that offer an alternative to private cars. Most successful is and sending them a personalized travel plan aimed to suggest more sustainable alternatives for the aim of innovative strategies is to promote in our universities are also to improve using they seek solutions to reduce the vehicle energy consumption. Particular attention is being given to researching electric vehicle power supply technologies or analyzing the correct urban locations for charging point, developing new inductive charging system, or testing photovoltaic panels integrated into car bodies. However, so far, and few trials have been undertaken on innovative organizational measures that could improve the governance of mobility flows. These most commonly fall within the category of e-mobility measures aimed at discouraging unnecessary journeys. They include, for example, campaigns to reduce meetings that require physical travel or to use the teleworking. Some Italian universities are also piloting and measures designed to modify the work and teaching calendars and the schedules of the university population in order to desynchronize flows from and to universities building and to reduce so traffic congestion at peak time. To conclude, the data attained from the national survey, the policies presented in this speech enable us to identify 4 themes on which universities should focus their attention in order to improve mobility governance. The first refers to the role played by universities in the local governance of mobility and accessibility. Within the more general system of urban and metropolitan mobility in Italy, we are seeing the first signs of the involvement of a university in the governance of academic mobility. The second theme concerns the transition from the study of mobility to the study of accessibility and the right to education. Integrated mobility policies are linked to the right to study, which includes the ability to get to the university and make use of its resources at the proper time and in a correct way. Third, like many other and highly mobile population, and the students spend a substantial share of their daily time on the move. They often spend this time studying and interacting at waiting areas or on board of transport vehicles. Since university mobility manager own the best knowledge of the lifestyle needs of the university population, they must become involved in the planning of these places. And finally, the fourth theme is related to organizational change. Unlike change to infrastructures, which require substantial resources, making changes to how time and place are organized falls more easily within the sphere of academic management. Such changes very often seems impossible to achieve because they entail transformation in habitual practices. But when and where they can be trialed in a way tailored to the needs of the actor involved, they can lead to innovative results. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank you too, Matteo. And now we're going to hear about sustainable mobility at Nordic Sustainable Campus Network. Speaker will be Christina van Eurreich. She's chair of the network from KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm, Sweden. Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here today and that you have invited me to this conference. And I think it's great with all this knowledge that you are sharing here today. I will share a presentation with you. And I hope you can see it now.
Yes, now we can see. Thank you.
Great. So I will go back then. So, yes, just to repeat it, I'm from KTH, it's the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden, and I'm also a group leader for the Nordic Sustainable Campus Network, where we are working with these issues, among other things. And I think you know, of course, about the Nordic countries, but we have Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, and also Iceland. And the target group for this Sustainable Campus Network is staff members from different Nordic universities that is working with education and research and with administration. So we have come together to discuss and resolve and to improve the strategies concerning the mobility issues. And in the group, we have sustainability or environmental directors and managers, and also coordinators that is working on a broader level with these issues at the universities. And we also include staff working with education and research, because we can see that these issues are closely connected with each other. And I think it's very important also to see why we're working with these issues very hard and that we have a lot of strategies. It depends on the stakeholders that have different needs and expectations on what universities in Nordic countries should work with. And as you know, in the Nordic countries and in Sweden, this is very high on the agenda from the government, that this is important for the universities. So we have a lot of regulation that says that the universities need to work with these issues. And then we have, of course, our local communities that we are working very closely with to handle this kind of issues. We have a lot of companies in different levels at universities that also demands us to work with sustainability. We have other public authorities, and also, of course, the staff and the students and the researcher, they are really highlighting the importance of good mobilities to the universities. And then also we have our donors and financiers that also put some requirements on us that we should work with this issue. So this is when you look around, we have a lot of stakeholders that ask and demands the universities to describe the work they are doing concerning sustainability. And I think if we are talking about strategies for mobility, we also really need to reflect on the leadership and how sustainable development are connected to that. Because if we really want things to happen in our universities, we need to have a good leadership and manager that in everyday situation are talking about the importance of sustainability. So this is something that it's from the Nordic universities very spoken out from the leadership, from the top management, and also in other levels at the university, that it's very important that universities have a specific and unique possibility used by education and research to contribute to sustainability. So therefore we have a special responsibility, and we also need to communicate what we are doing and promote the knowledge we have towards sustainability. And of course, we are working very closely according to UN sustainability goals that every Nordic university and in the countries have broken down, and we try to communicate both in education and research, but also about our mobility management, how we contribute to these sustainability goals. So if we are going to have good strategies and implement them for mobility, we need to start with the staff, our students and researcher, and the manager at our universities. So we have a message that we should work for a sustainable future every day. And that means that the faculty and the administration needs to work closely together to promote sustainable development. And now we are focusing, of course, on mobility. And we need to integrate sustainable development into the university's daily operations. We need also, as good manager and good staff, encourage each other to do some good efforts in our daily operations. And we also need to communicate the good examples we do concerning mobilities and how we can also spread that around our universities in the Nordic countries. So this is very basic. We have a lot of strategic documents. We have actions plan. We have goals for how we should work with mobilities. But in the end, it's when you are working on daily basis, you can do the changes. So I think it's important, even if we focus, of course, on mobilities at campus, we still see that this is something that is depending on each other. So for the Nordic universities, we are working with the mobilities issue when we're also looking at our research in our collaboration. Also, of course, the students concerning the education part, and then also this social outreach to the citizens in our communities. And then for making this happen, if we want to produce good research and if we would like to produce good education, it's depending on also the services from the administration and how it support that. So of course, we are talking about sustainable buildings. We would like to integrate sustainability in procurement, in food services. We're also working with chemicals and waste, and also the biodiversity and ecosystem services that we have on our campuses. But this is, of course, the mobilities we are focusing on in this conference. And then we are looking a lot at our traveling and the transports we have for staff, students, and so on, a researcher, but also how we can, from different campuses, in Stockholm, for example, we have 5 campuses, and how we can travel between them. But of course, we also include the traveling students have when they are coming to KTH from different universities in Europe. So if we're looking then at this network for Nordic countries, we have some focus areas. We have an action plan, what we would like to work with together as Nordic universities. So during next year, and we are planning for this year, is that we would like to have workshops where we are going to sharing experience with carbon accounting and climate footprint among Nordic higher education institutions. And we will compare the footprint we have from mobilities and have discussion how we are working with that. And we also would like, among the Nordic universities, establish a common climate environment framework where we really include, of course, the mobilities issues, and there we have concrete agreements how we can work together. And then we also will have workshops concerning how we will reduce the carbon emission from traveling. And we will discuss the challenges and also the possibilities that will be after COVID and how we should approach this issue. So this is what we are working in this network. And then, of course, all the universities have different actions plan and they have different goals for working with mobility issues at the local university. So I will just share with you what is going on different universities in the Nordic countries. I know that we don't, of course, have the same situation. We are located in different ways. If you look at Sweden, maybe we are not so many people living in Sweden as maybe in other countries. So of course, in some way it's easier but in some way it's also more difficult, and we also have our challenges. But if you look at most of the universities in the Nordic countries, we use a lot of different environmental friendly way to traveling around the universities and so on. So at most of the universities, of course, we have bikes, and you can take that if you want to take you through different kinds of campuses, but also to the city. In some of our cities, of course, we have the subway. And that is one example from Stockholm at KTH. Most of the students and the staff are using the subway, or they are using maybe bikes, or they can also walk if they like. So that is not such a big issue, because we have also taken away a car places where you can put the cars on the campuses. We have instead green areas there now, and we have also built students' houses at the campus. So we have minimized the possibility to take the car to the work. We have also a pool, carpools with electric cars, and we also have cars now on gas that you can use. And we also have in our citizens a lot of electric buses, instead for having buses going on petrol. And we also use electric bikes and so on. So I can say that I think in the Nordic countries, not every university, but a lot of universities, you have a good infrastructure for using the public services for going to the universities. And that includes for everyone. And one important thing why we also can make this happen is because that we very clearly involve the researcher and the students to look at how we can improve our governance concerning the mobility. What we also are doing at different universities, and where we would like to share experience, is that we have used this greenhouse gas protocol, where we have looked where we have our biggest climate footprint and the impact. And we are using this different scope to discuss where can we minimize our climate footprint. And then, of course, this is included with the governance on our mobility at the universities and at the campuses. So if you look, this is for KTH, how it looked. We have done this analysis, but it has been also done in other Nordic universities. And now this is some text in Swedish, but I will explain it. And I think this is more like, it looks like a lot of universities in the Nordic countries, not exactly the same everywhere, but what we can see is, if you see the green part here, it's about our buildings. And this map is showing, we have done this analysis, and we can see from 2015 and to 2030 how we need to minimize the emission coming from different parts of the university. So we have goals for 2030, and then we have goals for 2045, reaching out to the Paris Agreement. So you can see how we need to minimize the impact from our use of our buildings. It's the green one. And then you can see the other one is, let's see here, it's about our business traveling. And this is the biggest issue if you would like to minimize our climate footprint, is the traveling we have at our university that our researchers mostly are doing. And then you can see the red line is the mobility, how you're traveling on campus and between campus, from home and to campus. And you can see that this is not such a big emission part for the universities, but still we need to work with that also. And the last one, was a little bit more like black, is our procurement and how we are buying things and how that contributes to the climate emissions. And we need also, of course, to minimize that. So that is, this is from KTH, but still when we have compared with other universities in Nordic countries, you can see that this is something similar to others. So the conclusion is that to work with sustainability and then with focus, of course, on mobilities, as in this conference, it's very important that we highlight this issue in our daily operations, in our core operations we have at universities. To work with a governance of mobility and strengthen that, it needs strong leadership, engagement, and also a commitment and involving of the staff and the relevant stakeholders. That is important. And then also, it's very important to communicate the performance and also the impact you have when you are working with your mobility issues at universities. Just to communicate that this is everyone's responsibility that is working or who is at the universities, maybe just for 1 or 2 years, but still everyone have a responsibility. And this is very important, our students, of course, to communicate with them. And of course, we are a world citizen and we also need to act from there. We need to think also in our private life and how we can improve our traveling and so on. And then for us at KTH, I will also add that it's very important for us. We have an environmental management system that is certified according to ISO 14001. And that means that we have a systematical way of working, that we always improve the mobility issues and that we have a structure that we have built on. So it's not only about project and engagement, it will also be long for several years by having a systematic work. And I think I will stop there. And I would just say thank you for that attention and that you have invited me to this conference. I'm so happy for that. And I hope that you will come to the Nordic countries and that we will continue to share experience. So this is also an invitation to the great work you are doing. We have so much to learn from you. I have heard that today. So thank you so much.
We thank you too. Thank you very much. And we hope to continue to collaborate and share our results. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have the witness of another important network of universities, the Spanish CRUE Sustainability Network. Rafael Requena, we have met him this morning, introduces a video of sustainable trips. Rafael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria Rosa. Good afternoon again. I'm gonna share this. Come on. Yeah. Are you watching the presentation? Are you seeing it?
We're seeing the slide.
Yes, the slide, the introduction slide.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this time I'm going to tell you about the guide of recommendations for the development of sustainable travel policies in universities. We have a video for you, but first let me share this short presentation just to introduce this video. Come on. This work, as Maria Rosa introduced, has been conducted by the University and Sustainable Mobility Group within the Sustainability Commission of the Spanish University Association, which we call CRUE. Okay. This group is composed by 20 universities which work together in many aspects related to mobility, with the aim to foster network and information sharing among the Spanish universities. What is this guide about? it is a basic guide of recommendations to reduce the impact of travel generated by work activity, okay? With the double objective of raising awareness in universities of the impacts associated with this type of mobility, and offering very initial recommendations to guide the way of the future sustainable travel policy. After that, universities will develop their own policies attending their own conditions and circumstances. The previous diagnosis shows us that mobility is one of the activities with the greatest environmental impact in universities, with about 80–90% of emissions, according to data from some Spanish universities. Most of these emissions, obviously, are due to daily mobility, but a significant percentage is related to business trips, which represents like up to 8% of trips, but up to 15% of emissions, because as we know, most of these trips are made by plane. So what aspects should consider this sustainable travel policy of the universities? Which are the recommendations? First of all, minimize trips. I mean, prioritize these actions and events that can be carried out without the need for physical travel, like we are doing these 2 days here. If travel is unavoidable, prioritize activities in which you can participate using land transportation. And if the use of air travel is unavoidable, again, the least unsustainable way of flying will be prioritized. It means direct flights, economy class, and why not selecting some airlines that may be having a lowest emission intensity. Which are the starting key aspects to set up your own sustainable policy? For sure, it needs to be a long-term strategy. You need to systematically monitor your emissions. You also should provide tools, procedures, and resources. I mean, you as a university. And finally, you must raise awareness among the university community and other agents. I imagine a professor who pays for his own trips with money from his research projects, and who may not easily accept that you tell him how he or she has to travel. That's a reality. So, speaking about raising awareness in the community, we have made this video that we hope will help to achieve this goal. So please play the video.
UMOB project has been co-funded from the LIFE programme of the European Union.
Las universidades son fuente de ideas y conocimiento, pero son también fuente de gases de efecto invernadero. Por eso, los centros universitarios han adquirido diferentes compromisos y trabajan constantemente para reducir su huella de carbono. La movilidad generada por los campus universitarios es la actividad con mayor impacto. El transporte causa entre el 80 y el 90% de los gases de efecto invernadero en las universidades. La mayor parte lo provocan los desplazamientos cotidianos, los del día a día, de estudiantes, PDI y PAS. Pero otra parte importante de ese impacto se deriva de los viajes realizados por la comunidad universitaria en relación con su actividad laboral, como asistencia a reuniones, congresos, etc. O con el estudio en el extranjero. Según datos de algunas universidades, estos desplazamientos supondrían alrededor del 8% de los kilómetros recorridos, pero generarían hasta el 15% de las emisiones, porque la mayoría se hacen en avión. Necesitamos reducir el impacto ambiental de estos desplazamientos y para conseguirlo es necesaria la implicación de toda la comunidad universitaria. ¿Cómo lo podemos hacer? Pues haciéndonos unas preguntas muy sencillas. ¿Puedo asistir online? La pandemia nos ha recordado que podemos asistir a muchos eventos eficazmente sin necesidad de desplazamientos físicos. Si es posible, lo haremos por videoconferencia y le ahorraremos gases al planeta. Si en cambio el desplazamiento es imprescindible, la pregunta que nos tenemos que hacer es ¿cuánto dura el viaje? Si el trayecto total no es demasiado largo y disponemos de tiempo, utilicemos el tren. Si la duración del desplazamiento puerta a puerta hace imprescindible el viaje en avión, intentemos priorizar vuelos directos y en clase turista. Son los vuelos que tienen menor impacto ambiental. Como ves, no es difícil. Reducir el impacto ambiental de nuestra universidad es responsabilidad de toda la comunidad universitaria.
UMOB project has been co-funded from the LIFE programme of the European Union.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Really.
Thank you.
And have you finished, or you have you?
Yeah, that's all. Just to say that this is not a video only directed to the university government, as the guide is more focused on the university people in charge of defining these kind of policies. But we wanted the video be aimed at all the community, because all the community is implied in finding this solution. So that's it. Thank you.
We thank you too. And I think we don't have a question from the audience. We have prepared the question, but I think it's better after we have the round table, that is very, very important, very interesting for us. It's better maybe if we take us 10 minutes break, because I would like to begin with the round table at 3:40 exactly. So I think it's better if we have a short break, and at 3:40 we go directly to the round table.
Just one thing, Maria Rosa, I have to leave you right now because another meeting. If there should be any question addressed to me, I will be pleased to answer by email or whatever.
Yes, we will send the questions to you. Don't worry. Then thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now we have a roundtable titled COVID Impact and Perspectives for Post-COVID Situation. Moderator of the roundtable is Giuliano Mingardo. Giuliano is Professor Transport Economics at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. He is also partner of the UMOB Life project as project manager of the unit of the Erasmus University. I give the floor to Giuliano and thank him for moderating the roundtable. Giuliano, please.
Yeah, thank you, Maria Rosa. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to this roundtable about the COVID impact on mobility in a context of the UMOB third conference. Very warm welcome for everyone. Again, my name is Giuliano Mingardo. I work for the Erasmus University Rotterdam. As Maria Rosa said, we are one of the partners in the UMOB project. I'm the deputy director of the Erasmus Center for Urban Port and Transport Economics at the Erasmus University Rotterdam. Well, and we have done where we do a lot of research on urban mobility, and among others, we participate in this project. It's my pleasure to lead this panel debate, because I have we have very interesting guests. And we will discuss about a very interesting topic. Unfortunately, still a very hot topic nowadays, a very actual topic nowadays, that is, the possible effect of the COVID crisis on mobility. And we will not simply focus on the mobility around the university campus, but generally speaking, mobility in and around cities. Okay. So, well, I would like to introduce first I will make a short introduction, briefly introduction of all the participants to this debate, and then I will give the word to each of them. Well, first we have Paolo Rapinesi from the Public Transport Authority, or ATB, the Public Transport Authority in Bergamo. It's a senior manager at Mobility and Infrastructure for this company. And he will discuss and will tell us. We'll also show a small video about the situation, how Bergamo, that probably also for the non-Italian, you probably know that there's been one of the cities that major badly affected by COVID, especially during the first wave. Well, you will see how the public transport in Bergamo as coupled with that, and is still coupling with that. Then we have Michael Gloth-Richer, that is a senior project manager for sustainable mobility at the city of Bremen in Germany. Well, we also will see how they are coping with COVID in Bremen. We have also Mate Kadasi, there's a senior associate at the BKK, that is actually the center the transportation center of Budapest, center of Budapest transport. We have Paolo Gandolfi, that's an architect, and it is at the moment representing the city of Reggio Emilia, but he has been involved for the last many years in plenty of different commissions related to transport and mobility, both at local and national level in Italy. And finally, we have Graham Parkus, that is a professor of sustainable mobility at the University of West England in Bristol, that can be considered one of the major experts in sustainable mobility in Europe. Has been done plenty of research around sustainable mobility in and around urban areas on different fields, from parking to automated vehicles and many. So we will see, as you see, we will have we have different nationalities, so everyone probably will give a little bit of the input based on his or her own country. And the idea is that we'll discuss about the possible impacts of COVID, because of course, unfortunately, we are still in the middle of this crisis, and we will see how we have done, how we have dealt with COVID in the last 18 months, maybe even more, and how we probably what could be the probably possible effects for the future. So first of all, I would like to give the word. Well, actually, before giving the word, the first one to give the word will be Paolo Rapinesi from the city of Bergamo. But I know that before that, we would like to show a small video about the public transport in Bergamo. So please, I ask yes.
Linea 1 allo stallo E15.
Perfetto, ricevuto,
Bergamo
grazie.
attestamento binario
Quattro
2.
Tram, il tram 3.
Via su Palma al Vecchio, direzione Groseta. Servizio speciale, personale sanitario davanti all'ospedale.
Rientro in officina, passare su binario
Personale
14.
in linea per controlli.
Avviso per sicurezza.
Thank you. So, well, Paolo, I would like to invite you to give to open this debate with, first your experience about COVID, and in one of the cities has been was very strongly affected in Italy.
Dr. Rapinesi, you have to turn on your microphone.
Yeah, please, Paolo, turn on your microphone, otherwise we can't see or
right.
hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Giuliano, and good afternoon. First of all, thanks for the invitation to this very interesting panel debate. Only a few words to introduce myself. I'm Paolo Rapinesi, and as a technical manager for the ATB Group and as operating director of the funiculars and the Bergamo Albino tramway, I follow the development of systems and technologies applied to public transport sector and more generally to mobility of people in the so-called urban area of Bergamo, which includes Bergamo and the 29 neighboring municipalities with a total population served of about 350,000 inhabitants. What do we expect? So ATB, which in 2022 turns its first 115 years, in the last 2 years, alongside the citizens of Bergamo, has gone through one of the most difficult periods in its history. But this very hard period, in any case, has allowed us once again to confirm the value of our operators, who day after day have dedicated themselves with conviction to their work, but also how to underline how fundamental the function of the mobility system is. The video you've seen registered on April 22, so in the peak of the pandemic here in Bergamo, gives an effective, in my opinion, an effective and emotional picture of the effort that the ATB Group spent to face the lockdown. The final claim was Bergamo, you too will smile again. And now we are with the main stakeholders of the territory. We are working hard to make it, if possible, as soon as possible. To give a general idea, I can say that in the 2019 financial statements, the economic value generated by the group was calculated with the result of 52.8 million euros. Of which 78% distributed to the stakeholders and first of all suppliers and human resources through the performance of its activities. On the other hand, 2020 was characterized for our country as the year of the greatest economic and social crisis since the war, I suppose, and consequently the worst period of our sector and for our company. Passengers of public transport companies have drastically decreased with the corresponding sharp decline in fares revenues, with obvious problems, especially for companies such as ATB, which recorded up to 2019 a coverage of approximately 50% of service costs through the fares revenues, which for us in 2020 decreased of about, say, 6.5 million euros. The consolidated financial statements of the group in 2020 closed with a loss of 2.5 million euros and with a change in the group's shareholders' equity, which went from 60.8 million in 2019 to 58.3 million in 2020. And passenger transported in 2020 went from 32 million to 19.5. So in a clear inversion compared to the contrast growth trend of previous years. So, however, we mustn't forget in this complicated situation that in addition to have to face the serious crisis imposed by the pandemic, the policies of the future will increasingly have to focus on environmental sustainability. In these days, we are listening to how COP26 World Leaders Summit is hardly defining the strategies and the countermeasures that to be implemented in the medium term. And our Prime Minister said a few years ago that there are no innocent countries about the climate. In this context, ATB, so with aiming to fight this difficult situation, has recently approved the new plan for the renewal of the fleet that aims to have all diesel-free buses by 2033. And I have to remind that first in Italy, in 2018, we already activated the full electric line in Bergamo, the so-called Line C, with 12 full electric buses, that will be integrated with another two in the next weeks. And on the other hand, the TEB, the tramway company of the group, in 2026 will put in service a new tramway connective to the Brembana Valley that will join to the current one serving the Seriana Valley with an investment of about 180 million euros. Furthermore, thanks to the Next Generation EU funds implemented by our National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we will develop a new electric bus rapid transit service which will connect Bergamo to Dalmine, reaching the respective university poles. And the new electric line, also this one, is already financed for 80 million euros. So in the next years, we will have to face a great, we hope, a great target, a great goal. Therefore, also, thanks to this important investment, we foresee and hope that in concert with local government policies, we can witness a progressive recovery in the use of public transport system and networks. But on the other hand, we are aware that the behavior of people, in any case, will be strongly influenced by the progress of the pandemic crisis. Most of them, at least in the short term, have already irreversibly changed their habits in the mode of choice. So to return to the question, the real challenge that awaits us is to maintain the right commitment, not only in guaranteeing the utmost attention in cleaning, sanitizing the vehicles, the stations, the terminals of transport, and in programming the service to avoid crowding. But for us, also in giving to the passengers concrete tools to verify in real time the effectiveness of the measures adopted, also through the technological systems, in our opinion. In addition to that, it's essential to be effective in communicating to everyone the actions and tools that we make available to travelers every day. So in other words, we must provide enabling tools to our customer. And if citizens are looking for the same connectivity, efficiency, and sharing in public transport that they find in other areas of life, the challenge for companies, for public transport company in the sector is to go beyond the traditional transport service. And this is for us the real bet for the future, I suppose.
Well, thank you very much, Paolo, for this. Well, it's very important what you say. I think some of the issues that you mentioned, we will deal with these with those during the whole debate. Maybe just a first reaction from my side, because you said also in the figures you mentioned that well, the revenues dropped dramatically, of course. So that's happened everywhere in Europe. How did it affect your investments policy in terms of, because you have very ambitious plan in terms of a fleet, changing the fleet, everything has been, well, how do you cope with that? I mean, are you still going on with the planned investments, or is there financial support from
Yes. For example, all these big investments are funded by, for example, the new tramway is funded by the Ministry of Infrastructures and Sustainability Mobility for 125 million, and Lombardy region for 40 million euros, and by municipalities across by the new line for 13.5 million euros. In any case, luckily, our company was a solid company and has also some resources that now we can use to, and for us, it's very important to see the future with an aggressive approach, because we suppose that it's the only way to create the conditions to have a new rising in the use of the transport of the public transport.
Yeah, thank you, Paolo. Well, this, I would say, lucky for you, probably not all public transport companies are in the same position to have a solid financial base, so someone probably suffer a little bit more. Thank you very much, Paolo. We will come back to you later during the rest of the debate. I would like to give the word to Mate Kadasi from the Center of Budapest Transport. And well, maybe Mate, if you can tell us a little bit what happens during COVID, well, in the last months, let's say, or last year in Budapest.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's a pleasure. For BKK, for Budapest in Hungary, we was hit by COVID hardly, as well as other cities in Europe. For a PTA, for us, it was kind of a financial issue mainly, because during the first wave, passenger journeys dropped to almost 10 to 20% of the normal journey numbers, and just like other cities, we face a lot of new situations, a lot of new challenges we have to overcome. We have to adapt. We never ever seen something like this. While we also had to maintain the same service levels due to social distancing and due to regulations. So it was quite interesting to see when we journey through the first wave and we finally get some brief. People expected us, even after the first wave, to maintain this kind of level of service which they had during the first wave, like the less dense of the vehicles in the public transport systems. So when the new school term just happened to start, when the journey numbers just started to become higher after the first wave, we see we face a new challenge that we don't have more resources than before, but the numbers are growing and people expecting it to keep the distance while there are no regulation or there are no financing backup to help this new situation. So what we did was find some group, some kind of journeys, some kind of group of journeys that can be handled as one, like workers or school children or university students, which can be handled by the way that their journeys are mobile in terms of time, because if we can make to separate them from each other, because here in Hungary, here in Budapest, schools and workplaces mostly start around 8 a.m. So the journeys are overlapping. They have to get their place, so they just make a big pressure in the peak on the system, and we don't have the financial backup to get more buses just for this. So we analyzed how we can move these groups apart from each other, shift apart from each other. In the aspect of the workers, it's hard to do it because it's not like 50 years ago when there could be a central dispatch, central guideline how to start the work. When to start the working time. So nowadays it's a lot of bodies, a lot of employers. So it's hard to consult with them. They have their own interest. So it's a dead end for this. However, school children, university students, university schools are much easier to reach out here in Budapest, here in Hungary, because they are governed just by they are run by just the government. They can dispatch some kind of central guidelines. So what we thought is it would be good if we reach out to the political bodies, to the ministers, to make it a central guideline to please start just half an hour or an hour later your school. It was quite a warm welcome. It was positive feedback. There was positive feedbacks on it. However, as the public transport system responsible is the municipality of Budapest, and the government is just at the opposite party, sadly. So it became a political issue. It wasn't a professional issue. It became a political question. So in the end, there was no central guidelines. However, we managed to reach out in a direct way to each of the headmasters of the schools in Budapest, to the universities also, and we asked them kindly to please just shift some of your school starts, what it challenges us was that you have to do it in every year. It's a process. It's an individual request to each headmasters, and they have their own right to say no or do it. So it's kind of a lobbying thing, and it's a process, and we still facing this challenge. We did it last year, we did it this year, and we maybe have to do it at the next year if the pandemic is just not wear off. So what I just would like to say with it's schools and universities, just educational institutes have a huge role in this to make the city life just sustainable, make the public transport system sustainable, because they have these groups, of journeys which can be handled just by one body, like one university. So partnership like this is I think it's a key in the Build Back Better section after the COVID, after the waves of the COVID, and it's always a win-win situation for each partners, because you can have a higher level service, like a more convenient way to travel, even those who can't shift it away, and for those who are just traveling at a later time, like students, and they just have a plenty of space in the vehicles, which is quite a comfort one.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. I think this is a fascinating, well, a pilot or project. What you tried, let's call it peak shaving, and trying to divide, not having everyone traveling at the same time. Very interesting. My first reaction would be very interesting that you say what was hard for the companies to reach the employees, because, well, everyone is his own company, can do whatever you want. While it probably was easier to reach schools or university because they are more associated and you have usually one body governing them. Very interesting. We tried to do the same thing in the Netherlands. Well, there was a kind of the first reaction of our own university was don't even think about changing the roster, because there were so many problems. I don't know if did you experience some challenges, these educational, that could be the primary school or high school or university. Did they report any problem in changing the timing actually of the lectures?
There was little feedback on that day after the if we shift the starts, then they just finish their day just 1 hour later. So regarding to high school students, it could be a problem because they have afternoon activities, they have additional classes after school, so we got the feedback that this could be maybe a problem. But in the end, the overall initiative was just just a positive thing. Everyone think it's healthier to start later, so they can sleep to say just half an hour more. The students for the students, and it's good for the city. So there was none of them who just said no, this is not possible, this won't happening. Everyone was in the main problem was it's become a political issue.
Yeah.
And,
okay. Well,
and
unfortunately,
hard.
politics is always in the way, let's say.
Yes.
But it's fine. It's nice that you mentioned the problem, because we experience the same. So some well, changing and moving of everything on 1 hour, well, implies actually moving the rest of the schedule of your day of 1 hour.
Yes.
And that sometimes, and there were, funny enough, we found plenty of parents that were actually protesting because you have to change your schedule for dinner, for playing football at night with children and stuff like that. So that's also refers to behavior of people, and we will come back to this issue of behavior later during the panel. So thank you very much for a moment, and I would like to move to the next member of the panel. That's Michael. Michael, what's about the situation in Bremen? Well, not at the moment, because we hear that it's dramatic, I think.
Well, the good thing, I have to say, the current situation, Bremen has the highest level of vaccination, and this helps us in the moment quite a lot. We had very good initiatives, let's say, vaccinating people at mosques and going into the socially deprived neighborhoods with the buses where you could get some vaccination. So there was a multiple layer, and I think that was now retrospectively a quite wise thing. So it's not as bad as in the south and east of Germany. But coming to the situation in transport, and I would like to explicitly say in transport, what did we see last year? Of course, the same thing as it was described everywhere. People refrained from taking buses, trams, and trains. That was the first thing. People also learned to work from home. So we had in total fewer movements. That's also something. What we had was a very stable level of cycling. Bremen is a cycling city. That's something for you in the Netherlands. It's quite normal to have a city where 25% of all trips are done by bicycle, and about 25% as well done by walking. So 50% active modes, which have the distance more or less built in. So that was pretty good. But what we saw over time was then there was a little, let's say, improvement in public transport, but we saw an increase in car use now. And that's a point. So we have to look at the transport system in total. And if the tendency of more car trips would be ongoing, that would be disastrous for all sustainable mobility goals. So there's some financial support by our federal government, but we have to put in also quite a lot of money from our local budgets. The idea is, if there is enough financing, to have 4 additional trams and 15 additional 18-meter buses to improve the service. And what we also know is, if we want to get more passengers, which is our target for 2030 in the area of climate protection, in Germany, in general, it said we need about 1/3 more passengers in public transport to fulfill our climate protection goals, which means we need more services, we need more direct services. We have to work on the tariff structure, use digital means like check in, be out, so that there are more flexible tariffs, not only this zone-based tariff, of course, information and payment systems, but it goes beyond that. And this is that we know if people have their own car, this determines very much their mobility pattern. So and we don't have the space in our city for all the cars. So there is a policy of promoting car sharing, and we are not able to have more parking spots in our neighborhoods. There's no space for parking garages, and as the cars grew bigger, also there are fewer cars on the same space. So to put this all together, we are doing a lot to promote cycling, to improve walking, to improve public transport, and to have this additional tool called car sharing. And that's quite successful. We have 20,000 users in our city, and they replaced 6,000 private cars. And this goes together. This is really, if we want to have people on sustainable modes, walking, cycling, public transport, we also have to deal with a car. As long as we have more parking space in our city, we will be counterproductive, whatever we look at for cycling, walking, and also public transport. So we should not disconnect the support for public transport from dealing with the car, simply as we don't have the space.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. I think it's very clear. I mean, we started with the first two topics about public transport. Well, rightly, you say, well, it's the whole transport system. We have to look at it, and you have to look at it as a whole system. And that's, we can't. We have to support the different options. One thing triggered me it's very interesting. Maybe if you can just, we will probably come back later during the discussion, but. Because also you said, well, COVID changed the behavior of people, of course. People learn to work from home. Probably people that were used to bike a little bit less. Well, we simply moved less, basically. Some people might be afraid of contact of other things, so they go back to their private vehicles. And then you mentioned the fact that we should be flexible in terms of tariffs of other things. While, for example, public transport is a traditional form of subscription, monthly subscription, stuff like that. Now, if you can make a small reflection, how do you think this changing behavior of people said that well, we probably don't go to work every day anymore, even when we will get rid of COVID eventually? What do you expect in terms of in terms of flexibility of this transport system? Are we ready to do it, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, we are either having or will soon have the tools, especially in the tariff structure. It's absolutely right what you said. A lot of people now working from home 3 days or 2 days a week say it's not worth to have a normal season ticket, and and that was the reason why we did not increase the prices for the season tickets to the end of the year, which would have been normally the case. And also to offer sometimes additional benefits that you can have with season tickets. For instance, there was for season ticket holders an offer that they could use the regional public transport, not only the local, the regional public transport, and some dedicated weekends, so that you say, okay, it's you have the capacity in the public transport usually over the weekends in the region, so you can offer that without having additional costs. But it's a little incentive that you can give, that people consider, okay, I have some added value. And probably we have to rethink the structure of having the usual annual or monthly subscriptions to have some more flexible payment methods that you are, let's say, similar to the miles and more system of airlines, that you get something when you're using it more or less regularly, that you are getting some additional benefits either in the field of transport or with something else. This is a new thinking, but we can look at what airlines are doing in that area, and I think they have some experience.
They have a lot of experience in that. Yes. Yeah, sure. And maybe just a short thing before we go to the next member of the panel. You mentioned also car sharing as well. You have Bremen is quite a successful example. If people are afraid to use or were afraid to use public transport, did you notice something because of possible contacts with other people? Well, car sharing, of course, when you use it, you probably use it alone, but the fact that someone else has used it, did you see any impact on COVID on that? Or
yes, yeah, I mean that first of all, you have to see that we are promoting not the kind of car sharing as you know it from Car2Go, that you use it for spontaneous urban trips. We promote the station-based return car sharing because this is reliable and this is necessary if we want people to replace their car. But it was the similar, let's say, resistance. And in the beginning, when we didn't know how this COVID stuff will be transmitted, the car sharing operator suffered a lot because people were simply not traveling, but survived and are absolutely back. And they did a lot of additional cleaning options. So they said there were these little spray stuff so that you could clean always the steering wheel and the gearbox stick. These are the two things that usually people touch, plus the door handles. You could clean it, and you have the spray for your own. And that was only in the very beginning. And then people knew that you're not in contact with people and that the transmission takes place through the air and not through the steering wheel or something like that. So there it's absolutely back on track. And the same applies with cycling. It's more or less buses, trams and trains that still suffer and are not yet back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. So, well, we will come back to this issue because there's the whole idea of discussing how what could be the major changes that we will have to deal also in the future when hopefully we will be out of this COVID situation. So I will like to we go back to Italy for a moment, and I would like to give the word to Paolo Candolfi. That as Paolo, you have a very large experience in working at both a national and local level with mobility issues. What is your opinion at the moment? So what has been the major impact of COVID? And probably especially for Reggio Emilia, or also in general, your experience about that.
Yeah, obviously. Yes, we are not so far from Bergamo, but but we didn't have we didn't have that situation that they had. I mean that we suffer obviously of the first wave of COVID. But mainly about the lockdown that, as you know, in Italy has been very hard for the first month. And it's been a strange experience for everybody, even for the administration, and for the politics, for the citizen. And I realized that it's happened three things. The first things that I realized, my city is 170,000 city, so it's a middle city. It's a little bigger than Bergamo, but smaller than Bremen. And I realized that people discover the local place, the round place. And so, for example, before that, before the 2020, it wasn't so strong the idea of for example, of the city, the 15-minute city, the idea of to have a short radio of services to use it by fleet, for example. And that is an interesting thing because it's changed a lot. Especially in the field of the shops and economical activities, more than the services, because the services are already spread on the city. But I could say that I can see that the stop of the direction of the main shopping mall or shopping center I see that is growing an idea of local commercial activity, proximity commercial activities. The second thing is that as some friends from my circuit of promoter of cycling in Italy, I mean, I'm one of the bigger promoter of cycling in my country, and my city is the first in Italy for cycling. And but with all the friends, the national friends, during the first lockdown, we had two different visions. Lots of our friends, they said, okay, after the lockdown, there will be an explosion of cycling. And it's happened. It's happened in the spring and the summer of 2020, when actually even the national government discovered this, and they made a couple of new rules of the road code that help us to make what they call the pop-up cycling route. Okay, like in many other cities in Europe, in the world. And for example, nobody obviously know what we did in Reggio Emilia, but everybody knows, I think, what's happened in Milano, where it's been a quite big explosion of it. But I was not, because I'm the pessimist one, but I said, okay, guys, but let's look ahead. It will happen that when the situation will be back at the normality, and now we can tell that Italy had 6 months of real normality, last 6 months. When the situation will go back to normality, the public transport did not recover the loss of this month, of these 2 years, and the people will go back very hardly to the cars. I mean, not only because they need, because I see that, for example, motorways, there are more traffic now, probably because the train system is a little bit lower. In the bigger city, not in city like Reggio Emilia, the public transport is lower and the private traffic is higher. But also because of a kind of psychological reaction. I mean, like to come back to a kind of private liberty, which the cars is a kind of totem. And it's happened. It's happened in this moment. I mean, all the national authority who works around the traffic safety, security safety, they said that in this year the car traffic is more aggressive, is more speed, they're more conflictual in the probably because there's this kind of reaction that gives people the idea to come back to recover all what they lost in the last 1.5 years. So it's something that we have to fight to. And I can close telling you that as our city is not big enough to develop really a strong system of public transport, our asset is more on the cycling and pedestrian mobility. So we always work a lot on it, and we keep right with this, because I think that there will be a third mood. The first was great, bicycle for everybody. The second was go back to the car as speed as possible. And the third one, it would be, okay, let's do it correctly. And we go back to an ordinate way to move. The public transport will recover a little bit of what they lost slowly. I think it will take 2 or 3 years to go back to the same level of the before COVID. But cycling and pedestrian, they will be the really explosion of the next years. It's what we try to do, and to speak with the citizens about that. That's a big occasion.
Paolo, thank you very much. Well, that's very, very, very important what you say. So if I may, we can say, okay, we might see some positive effects of the whole this pandemic in terms of sustainable mobility. That could be what you mentioned. Though actually we notice even in the Netherlands, as a country, as you probably know, that where many people go by bike and on foot, as Michael was saying. But you mentioned this kind of rediscovery of the local, so walking probably and cycling. So actually, because you could not simply move that far, that simply was not allowed. So and now you say there has been this psychological reaction of people that probably, okay, now I go back my freedom, I go back by car, and I start to travel a lot. But do you think that because let's say if in the last year of in the first 6 months of what you call a bit of now before the normality, people rediscover or discover for the first time the use of bike and walking. Do you believe this will stay? So will people still, for example, walk in Reggio Emilia to go for shopping or for groceries or something like that?
Yes, I think this is the way for the next future. But as you probably know perfectly, Italy, we have a kind of cultural technical problem to approach before of that. I mean, the people is ready, I think, especially the young people. I see that the young people, they use bicycle more than what they did in, previously. But there is a technical cultural problem. I mean, if you know Italy, you know that, for example, when we make the PUMS, the SUMS, the mobility plans for the city, we don't count the pedestrian mobility. It's not considered like part of the system. It's just something that is happened, but is not interesting from the point of view of the planning. And this is wrong, obviously, because there are a lot of short trips made by car, especially in cities like Reggio Emilia or Bergamo, which are quite normal city without big problems of traffic, where people, they have all small houses with their own garages and parks everywhere. They can use the car very easily, apart from few hours during the day. So it's very important to go back to the idea that pedestrian mobility is one of the biggest possibility to use the city. And to do that, to stay in the Italian mood of way of life, the idea is to take our vision of the city center that everybody knows, everybody like the Italian historical center. Everybody think that is a very good way to think the city, to take it that and to make the suburbs, the peripheric area of the city, in the same vision. It's difficult because we made it differently, we build it differently, but we have to work on this. We have to give quality to the streets, quality to the public space, transform the public space from streets for cars, places for person. That's an old story that everybody knows, especially in this kind of forum, but it's not well known in Italy, and we have to work about that.
So investing in quality and spatial planning and the quality of, but then what you say, we're very important, not only focusing on the very inner city, because okay, there is already like that, but also on probably on the suburbs, and that probably would be more difficult because you have less, well, critical mass. It might be there might be less also resources to invest. Well, fascinating, Paolo. Thank you for this intervention. We will come back to this on this later during the rest of this debate. But first, I would like to give the word, well, to the last but surely not least member of the panel. It's Graham Parkus. Well, Graham, what about the UK? Well, how did you? Well, not maybe just if you can say something about what happened in terms of COVID and public transport, and maybe also generally speaking, not only in public transport, but also what about the mobility? How has it changed or is going to change?
Sure. If it's okay, I will just share with you one slide, yes. Literally one slide, just to illustrate that example about the UK. So my emphasis in my research is on the links between society and mobility. And one of the things I'd like to introduce in discussion here is that the COVID experience was not the same for all citizens. So far, we're talking a little bit about people in general, but there aren't people in general. There are specific groups of people. And I think the story here is quite interesting. What I have on this chart is that the UK Department for Transport has been monitoring every week, every day actually, producing figures about change. And I've taken in the blue the peak change, the most extreme change that we saw during the lockdown. And in the orangey red color is where we are right now. So the baseline, the zero, is the typical past. So if we take the car, we saw at one point 75% reduction in car travel because people were told not to travel. Only they traveled if they had to or for health, various reasons, of course. Now, we still see that that hasn't fully recovered. Why is that? Essentially, that is people like me, middle-class professionals who are still working at home, still have that flexibility, that choice. So we see that that market has not returned. If we look at light goods vehicles, so the story, of course, for the city is about freight, not just for people. And we saw a big reduction in light good van traffic because businesses were closed. There was less consumption in bars, restaurants, etc. Also, many building sites, construction sites were closed. Now, however, we have seen an increase in that market, and it has accelerated a trend that was happening already for people to undertake activities online. Turning to public transport, rail, I guess, as in most countries, was just about ended as a, not as a service. Trains were still running, but 95% of trips disappeared at the peak. That market is coming back, but slowly. We now finally, after months of recovery, have got to about 2/3 of the patronage has returned. Bus is a little bit better. That's because the people who use buses have less choice again about whether they travel. It's their only form of travel often. They have to go to work. They're working in factories or in workplaces where they need physically to be there. So that market has been more buoyant in recovering. And lastly, cycling. And this is the incredible story for the UK. We only have 2% of our trips by cycle nationally. It's more in some cities. My city, Bristol's a relatively strong city for cycling. We perhaps have 10% of trips. But we see cycling actually increase 400% during the lockdowns, which showed that people did have bicycles available. They were prepared to cycle under the right conditions. So we really need to understand a bit more about when behavior change happens. Interestingly, now we are below the actual long-term average for cycling. And again, that's because middle-class professionals tend to cycle to work more than other groups, and they're not going to work. So that is really the big story that I wanted to share from the UK experience so far. But I wanted to dig in a little bit more to why those things are happening. And if we consider those middle-class professionals, of course, many of those people are commuting long distances before COVID to the big cities. There are a lot of push factors, crowded trains, not being able to enjoy their hometowns and cities in the way they would like to, the lifestyle that I think Paolo Gandolfi was referring to. And they have seen something new. And they've also, if we consider the principles of social practice theory, there have been a number of changes. They are upskilled. They can use information technology. The facilities have been enhanced. We have Zoom. We have better broadband. We have companies, above all, who are willing to allow their staff to work. And there's a new social meaning around being present. It's possible to have discussions like this that before we would all have come to Bergamo, which would have been very nice, but it would have created a lot of air miles for me. And probably in some ways it's better we do it like this. So I don't think all those things are going to unravel. The people who have choices about the way they live have seen a different way to live, and we're not going to see this return to the office. I think that's my big prediction. Then also for cities, I think the economic spaces in this country at least are inevitably changed. We already had just about the highest level of online commerce in the world. It was already predicted to increase significantly, and we probably gained a decade in terms of that trend in 1 year. So now we have to rethink what the city centres are for, and that links much to public transport, because public transport is good at serving city centres, it's bad at serving rural areas and diffuse suburbs. And my big concerns are we now see people wanting to live in green space because they're freed from their workplaces, people not using city centres for shopping, and we will have to repurpose that built environment, encourage more residential. As was being said, maybe the Italian model of the medieval historic city, we have to learn from that as well. But for public transport in the UK, it's also, I would say, a time of the greatest change for half a century. 45 years ago, under Margaret Thatcher, rail and bus were privatised. already those models were having real problems, and COVID has broken them. So the National Rail is being in effect renationalized from a system of 7-year franchises. And that is because it's recognized in part that this market of intense commuting, which was paying the tickets, £200, say 250 euros return trip, London, Bristol, which is about 200 kilometers. That season ticket, people were paying more than 10,000 euros a year for a rail ticket. So that's not coming back. It's going to have to be a different kind of railway. We're going to have to think in terms of a leisure railway. One of the points that I put on the bottom of that chart before is that we now see more travel across all modes at weekends than during the week. So people are happy to sit in their offices all week, but when it comes to the weekends, they want to get on the train, they want to get on the bus, they want to drive their cars and get out into space and do something different. So yeah, I think some challenges really for public transport. What is it for? I need to rethink. But the fact that we saw this behavior change also gives me some hope that if we can create the right message, the right conditions, then we can promote the sustainable mobility that we all want. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Graham, from this for this. It's very interesting what you say, and actually, I would like to invite you to make just a small reflection on. So when you say, okay, people, and we have already, Michael said this also for Bremen, but actually it's also true for all cities. Actually, we learn to work from home. We are doing this from home. We are good. You said I don't expect people to get back to the office. Our city is getting empty. And you already said, okay, we probably have to repurpose them. And then, well, you are a professor in transport, so you know that, well, historically, we know that every time we improve transportation, people will simply go further away, living further away, so we create even more transport. Let's hypothesize that in the future will be normal to go 2 days a week to the office rather than 5 for a full-time employment. What mode of transport will people select if they go further away? So what do you expect?
Yeah, so we already have strong experience on that. There are people who live in the rural areas of Wales and commute to London, maybe only 2 days a week. So they are doing that. And I think rail will continue to provide that market, but it's not going to be in the intense way it was before. So, and the problem, of course, is that our railway system at least relied on the peak time travelers paying very high fares for the income, and the off-peak travel was sold at marginal cost or often below marginal cost just to fill up the trains. Now it's a completely different philosophy. And I do think that we will have to look again. One of the lessons for public transport is that crowding is just not acceptable. And so far, we don't really have this debate because those levels are low, 75% demand, 50% demand. As soon as we start to push that up higher, people will perhaps resist being crowded onto the train. So I think the costs will go up. One of the key factors is going to be what we do in terms of electrification of the road system. Are we going to have a system which does not price roads? This could be one of the key debates, I think, in terms of changing behavior, because electric cars are expensive to buy, very cheap to use. And if you're comparing your very cheap to use electric car with a crowded train, maybe it's also having some autonomous capability. I think then the decisions begin to look very difficult. So yeah, road pricing should be something that's coming back on the agenda as well.
So you're suggesting that also the whole business model actually of this public company has changed completely, and this might have the influence on the way we move, because again, if I have to travel 2 days a week instead of 5, I might also, well, my budget, my monthly budget or weekly budget is divided over 2 days. So I can decide to save money, but I can also decide to spend more money because I have less, I mean, per day I will spend more. So I mean,
yeah, but overall, I'm going to spend, yes, much less, and I'm able to trade my reduced costs for a better place to live in the countryside. So I think this this trend will continue. For rail, of course. For bus, I think it's a bit different. Bus is still primary serving a market with less choice available to it, needing to work particular times, particular schedules. And so I think we will see less change in terms of the bus sector. But the question I would pose to our government currently is, would they build a high-speed railway, making the decision now? They made the decision 5 years ago, but why do we need a high-speed railway going into the future if it's primarily a leisure railway?
Thank you very much, Graham. Thank you. We will come back to you also this on the topic. So first of all, before I continue and I won't go back to Paolo Rapinesi first, but I would like to invite the public, the audience. If you have any question, you can put in the chat. Then they will communicate it to me, I think, so that we can ask questions to the members of the panel. But if we go back to Bergamo, Paolo, because we have seen in this discussion that behavior is a big issue. COVID is, we like it or not, has changed our behavior for good or for worse. What do you notice in terms of public transport, behavior of people within public transport? Do you expect, let's assume that sooner or later we will get rid of COVID. Do you expect something what Graham suggested? Says, okay, also is also for you the business modeling changes. So for example, you will have less monthly subscription and more ticketing. What is your opinion on that?
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, please.
Sorry. Yes. Also in Bergamo, the situation is quite the same that was described before. In fact, as a public transport company, we think that more than in the past, we have to give a diversification in modal split. So in the modality that we offer to our customers. For example, speaking about the bikes in Bergamo, we in the coming months we will activate a new bike sharing system which will replace the one currently operating that was inaugurated in 2009, and we will move from a station-based system with 150 bikes to an hybrid system with 350 bikes that offers the possibility of using bicycles both in a station-based and in a free-floating mode to favor an orderly management of urban spaces. Before we hear that the space is a problem in our city in this moment, but also with the electric cars, because the congestion, so the choice of the modal split is so it's connected also with the spaces that you can offer. If you have a work that allows you to work at home, it's okay. You can stay at home and use and you can move only 2 times a week for a week. But if it's not so, you have to continue to find a diversification of modal opportunity in the city. And so we think that a station-based system, for example, for bicycles, that is completely integrated with the special rates also for the provider, special rates for TPS subscribers, for example, that can offer the possibility not to use also an electric car, because we don't think that the electric car will solve the problem of congestion in any case. Probably it's better for the pollution, but not for the congestion. And so if you have to move from home, you have to use some other means, and not only your car. And so,
Sure. I mean, yeah, well, and a car is still a car, even if it's electric, it's still a car, and it can use space and create congestion, accidents, whatever. Okay, so it's interesting what you mentioned, because you also mentioned actually a possible difference among people, those that can work flexible, like Graham was suggesting, and those.
For example, our employees cannot work from home. If you have an office work, okay, but if it's
okay.
not
So that could also create an issue. That could be also something that we have to consider when we look at the behavior. Okay, thank you very much, Paolo. So Mate, if I would like to get back to you, because you already introduced a measure to try to change behavior, that was the peak shaving. Is there something else that you think you could do it in Budapest or what do you expect in terms of behavior and changing behavior of people?
Yeah, we don't think we just like with Paolo Gandolfi said that there will be so we won't back to the classical normal states. We are just now around 70% of our number of journeys compared to the pre-COVID times, and also our revenue is still a lot of missing from it. And we are trying to adapt our tariff system, for example, to help facilitate that those trips, like people working from home, and they also have to come by the city for once a week or twice a week or some kind of this. So they have a real tariff. A real pass they can choose from, a real ticket, which is suitable for them. Just for them, it's cheaper than a car. It's easier to get there, and it's mobile for them. We also reworked our public bike sharing system, which is just started their 2.0 version, and it's fascinating to see how many people. The numbers are just increasing within each week, within each month. It's unbelievably, and we just start adding a lot of more and more bikes into the system. And we're also running some kind of campaigns to reach out people to tell them if they use public transport system, it would be better for the city. If it would be better for them, they will reach the city in a shorter time. So I think it's about building back better. It's about how we adapt to this new kind of situation. We won't go back to the normal we expected. And what we see today is car usage is still at the same level. They just got back to normal or even more. We see the usual congestion in the city center, and I think we have to make some kind of move to make these people leave their car at the dedicated space, so it's more sustainable in terms of the city.
Sure. Mate, you mentioned also like Paolo also mentioned, and we see this in many cities, the bike sharing system. You say you just introduced it. Is this first of all, just quickly, is it free floating or station based?
It's station based.
It's station based, and it's financed by you as a city, or is
we are the financer. And it's become a lot cheaper. It's already started in 2014. There was the 1.0 basically, and now it's way less cheaper. It's even one monthly pass. It costs like just twice of a single ticket, around that, and it's quite. Sorry. So it's really it was really a good thing. People just try it out. Yes.
In the Netherlands, we have this experience. In the Netherlands as well, we are quite a liberal country. So when we started with this bike sharing system, we simply leave it. We did what the UK did with public transport. So we leave it to the market. Well, now we regret quite a lot that, but it's difficult to change. Very often public transport companies are afraid of, because says, well, we know that some of these bike sharing you can replace a short trip on the public transport, actually. But I hear Bergamo, I hear you saying, well, actually, we invested on that. So I would say, hey, So what's in it for you so how do you see this? Because in the Netherlands, I know public transport companies that are afraid, actually. They are a bit reluctant on that because they steal customers from me, they say.
Yeah, we don't think this pulls people from the public transport system. I think we think it supplements it. It's for the short trips, but the public transport system isn't designed for this kind of really short trips. It's not good if your city center is dense with a lot of bus lines turning into the small streets everywhere and making it less livable and we also like to facilitate that people try out alternative modes of transportation. If they really like this public bike sharing system, maybe they become more involved in the sustainable modes. Just like public transport and just like other alternatives, it's like an introduction system, a supplement system to the existing ones.
Michael, you raised your hand, but I was wanting to ask you because you had experience with a one sharing system, quite a lot with a car sharing system. What about the other sharing system?
Yeah, I mean, it all, you have to clearly say it all belongs together. It's when we look at the mobility system, there is not a real competition between cycling and the car and the bus or the tram. The competition is with the private car. As that's the point. And we are not discussing the same way whether we should provide car parking spots in the inner city or in new developments. So it's a little bit a fake debate, this bike sharing against public transport. It belongs together, and so really focusing on the other end and which sharing systems are really important for us here in Bremen. First of all, car sharing is the key tool, if you want, for those who don't need the car for their daily trips. If you really depend on the car for your daily trips, then you will be a car owner, that's for sure. But we know in our inner city neighborhoods, 26% of the cars are not moved within 3 consecutive days, and that was before Corona. So there are a lot of cars just used for leisure, for vacation and things like this, maybe for the big shopping tour. That's where we have to provide the alternatives. And it starts with a good car sharing and reliable car sharing system. What we do right now, what we prepare for next year, is an alternative for what we call the private micro logistics. So when you go to the supermarket, when you make a tour with your kids, that there is a cargo bike available. We are just setting up a cargo bike system with station-based cargo bikes at least, we will start with at least 20 points in the city where you can pick up the car, the bike. It's also electronically controlled, and the micro scooters, I have to say, either people love it or hate it. There's not much in between. We are, as a city, quite restrictive on that. Still, it's free floating, but we will come probably in the future to more station-based, because the problem with these micro scooters is mainly related how people leave it behind. We had a very bad accident with a blind person who detected a scooter, stepped over it, and there was another one that was down, and he broke his hip. So that's a legal issue right now. So, but it all belongs together. Bike sharing, of course, we have also bike sharing, although we have more bicycles in our city than citizens. So on average, we have more than 1 bicycle per person. So the need is a little bit different here, but nevertheless, it's always good to have it as an add-on. So there are different, let's say, sectors of your mobility needs that you can fulfill with the different forms. And once again, if you build your city that you don't depend on the car. That includes also infrastructure, social infrastructure, shopping infrastructure. Then you have the chance also to reduce the number of cars and make the cities more attractive for families and so on. We have also to see new developments. 15 to 20% of the construction costs are going into parking. Underground garages are pretty expensive, and usually there is no rent or only a little rent, not covering the costs. So we are subsidizing car parking in new developments that way. And we have to really rethink this as a system and not look just at one mode alone. It all belongs together.
Michael, then the question is, I totally agree with you. How should we finance this? Let's call it a sharing mobility system, whatever it will be, if it's only bicycle, if it's e-mobt, if it's scooters, we will see what happens. Maybe in the future we will have new. Who should finance it?
Well, the best is if you develop it in a way that it's market-based in financing. Of course, we have to ask again the same question about parking. As long as we have free parking, who finances the parking, the car parking? So there is, again, this relationship. Car sharing in Bremen is market-based. We are not subsidizing this. The bike sharing system is mainly financed via ads on the bikes. So we have to include this as well. Of course, public transport needs a lot of money, but is a backbone. Otherwise, the entire mobility system will collapse because we don't have the space. It's impossible to provide enough space that everybody goes with a car. So there is this interaction. And just to give you an example, Bremen is in Germany, of the larger German cities, the city with the highest share of cycling, the lowest level of air quality problems. Yeah, we're fulfilling the European air quality standards, and also has less congestion because simply the bicycle doesn't consume the same amount of space. So if you have a good public transport system, there is also some benefit for those who really depend on the car. And of course, once again, it's especially about parking. We have to rethink free parking on public streets, which will help at the end also those who need some parking spots, because then it becomes more interesting for private investors to go into parking infrastructure.
Thank you, Michael, for this. I just got the news that the minister is a little bit late, as always. The minister is always late, so we will have we can continue our debate for a few more minutes. So, Graham, please, if we go on with this issue of financing, because of course the UK had its own system to to finance public transport, would you see a future where sharing vehicles, whatever they will be in the future, will be part of the public transport system, so that as a city we subsidize public transport quite a lot. Why not subsidizing also sharing more?
So I start with a comment on the macro situation. I think it's always useful to be reminded. Obviously, as somebody mentioned, this has been like a war. Our countries have run up massive debts to finance not just transport system deficit, but health system, etc., etc. I fear that there will be pressures for austerity, and all public sector budgets will come under threat. So we have to consider things in that context. I hope it's not the case, but it seems to me very likely. The transport system is always extremely difficult. Everybody wants to use it. Nobody really wants to pay for it. When you consider that often you're paying twice as much for a coffee in one of these chain cafes than you are for a bus ticket, sometimes the priorities need to be reconsidered. But in terms of some idea of circular finance, I think that's critical. Now in the UK, we are introducing clean air zones, which will have charges for polluting vehicles. We're looking at workplace parking, already exists in one city in Nottingham, whereby if your employer offers free parking, then there is a tax on that space to cover the costs, the external costs it impose on the traffic system. And of course, if you have free parking at work, that's such a strong incentive to drive to work. So it's just asking people to consider the real costs of their behavior. I think those revenues, maybe also from a wider congestion price or road charge, could be recycled into the various sharing systems. But the key thing is going to be really how we can convince people that congestion is as important as COVID. And so far we haven't. Yeah, COVID, air quality, these are big motivators for behavior change. People realize there's a real threat to them personally, people they love. Congestion is something that you just tolerate. It's part of normal life. Now, we haven't really mentioned much climate change. It has been mentioned a little bit, but how do we make that a banner that drives the real debate on behavior change? Not just the idea that maybe we buy electric cars instead of petrol, diesel cars, but more fundamentally, how much do we need to travel? What's the right level of travel for a sustainable future? And linking the finance to that would be key, motivating the behaviors that as a society we want, discouraging those that we don't. So that would be my sort of circular finance model.
Yes, very interesting. It will be it will be interesting political debates. Well, if when the minister will join us, probably might say something about that, because we are talking about probably at a very high level to discuss how we want to charge and what we want to charge and we don't want to charge. Well, yeah, it's a fascinating discussion, but I think unfortunately it will take a long. I think it will be a long-term discussion on these kind of things, because also we know that the electrification in a car industry also has a strong push to change the way in which we charge for using the car, but simply as a simple financial perspective for you. Just to give you an example, in the Netherlands we have been talking about introducing charging per kilometer for road pricing, charging per kilometer for cars, I think for maybe 30 years, even more. Or it will probably come simply because we have too many electric cars and no one is paying. We pay too less taxes on the gasoline. So it's sad because, well, it's good that it comes, but it's sad because it's only just a financial reason. It's nothing to do with actually congestion or environment. Anyway, we'll see how. But if we still have a few minutes left. Maybe Paolo Rapinesi, a final thought about how you see the future, let's say, hopefully on the short term, if we will get rid of this virus. How do you see the future? You're muted, so you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Finally, I can say that in our opinion, to fight the pandemic crisis, the will of our company, in any case, is to continue to pursue the objective shared and promoted by the WTP, to talk about a big player in the contest. So rather, we continue to firmly believe in the Back to Better Mobility campaign, and so to consider the public transport not only concerning with bus or trams, but with the entire possibility and means that we can put on the field in any case as a good solution for the future.
So a public transport that is more than just the old public transport we think, so more than just the bus, the train, or the
exactly. So the paradigm is completely different. So in any case, we must face the changes imposed by the COVID sizing. So we have the unrepeatable opportunity of being able to get into the game in another way. So accelerating and revolution the process of change, of focusing on a concept of real sustainability and improvement of the quality of life in general. So we have to work hardly in the next months, but I think that we can do it, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Paolo, also for your contribution to this debate. Mate, also for you, maybe a final words on how do you see the future, and what do you think are the priorities for a city like Budapest? Or where would you start?
I think this situation, this COVID thing, is just strengthened the thoughts about investing in public transport. It's important to invest in some kind of a sustainable system, not just in buses, like Paolo said, in the whole system, to the rails, to the alternative modes, to make city livable. It's important to make these decisions, and public transport system, for example, was just one of the systems that's never shut down, even in the lockdowns. So you have to rely on this system. It's a strong system. You need to put in work, and you need to put in fundings, investments into this system to build the future up, to make it sustainable. Yes.
But as Graham nicely said, well, it's something that everyone wants to have and to use it, but no one wants to pay for. So
yeah, sure.
In terms of financing,
I hope it will change. I hope it's changed this.
Do you expect people? Do you expect people in the future be willing to pay more for public transport, or they would expect to pay even less? So what do you think in terms of willingness to pay for a typical passenger? What would you expect?
I think public transport service will become part of the services that the city will provide, just like nowadays. But it will become like a service when you make a subscription to it, and people will tend to, I think, pay more, even more than today, if we can provide such a bigger, like mobility as a service. It's a higher level service, and you want to pay more to get more out of it. If the city just provides, for example, a few bus lines, it's just a low level service. But if you get in the trains and the bike sharing system, and even provide some kind of additional services, like campaigns that you can use your bus at other services, it's no doubt that people tend to pay more for it. It's more service, then you will pay more for it. You would like to pay for it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mate, and thank you also for participating in this panel. Michael, would you agree people are willing to pay more? And Mate also introduced, of course, the concept well known for transport professional of mobility as a service. Are we going to use it to pay for it, or is also something like a public transport? Well, we want to have it, but we are not going to pay for it.
Well, I would like to put it in the larger picture. We will looking at external costs of transport and looking at external costs of climate change. Yeah. When you look at the damage that we just had here in Germany, it's around 50 billion euros. And I mean, Italy, you suffered as well quite badly in the last month. So when you look at these costs, and so we have to change things, and of course there must be higher costs, CO2 related costs on all of fossil fuels, fossil energy. So there is some money coming in. It's important that we dedicate these funds also to improvements, or also to households, but not saying we make petrol less expensive, but we have to say, okay, we cover some costs, but you can decide whether you use it for something else than your car. So it's a wider thing, and I think all the economic aspects have to be seen under the light of first of all, climate protection, climate adaptation, and as well the efficiency of the overall transport system. So there are also external costs of congestion, for instance, that we have to see. So I think it requires brave but clear political decision making in that field. What we want to have, where we want to be in 2030, 2040, and what that means. I mean, it's like, as I said, in Germany, that we know we need to increase the number of public transport passengers, and to also look at the trends that you mentioned, like regional planning, to have a planning that's more dedicated to corridors of public transport, and also to have, let's say, regional cycle routes, and all that kind of stuff is necessary to really have the change in the overall mobility system.
Just a final, Michael, at which level do we need very brave politicians?
At
If you have to select one, I know, it's too easy. Select one. Select one level that's priority.
For that case, it's probably the national level.
National level, yeah.
Because there you have the key switches for the financial aspects that you say, okay, how will fuel be taxed? Where do you dedicate the funds to? Is it going to public transport, or is it going to something else? And that usually happens on the national level.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you also for your participating in this debate. Paolo Gandolfi, thank you for being back. And well, just also for you, just just a final word. How do you see the future? So hopefully we will get rid of COVID sooner or later. How do you see the future
I think we go back. I mean, we are looking exactly in these hours what's happening in Italy, because we see what's happening around the Europe, and we expect something different for us. But obviously, I'm not sure that will happen something better. I mean, it could be just that we have the fourth wave a little bit later than the northern country because of the cold. But I think that will be anyway different. I mean, already the second and the third wave have been really has been the people they left that moment just like a problem without any opportunity. I mean, the first wave has been looked to everybody like a strange things, like a strange suspense moment of their life, of the society. I mean, the water of the canal of Venice was totally clear with the fish visible. I mean, it was possible to see the Alps from many parts of the plain in the north of Italy. Was a strange thing, but everybody and the people, they hate it, but they also look at it like something interesting. After that, they just look at it as a problem because the society was going on, etc., etc. Especially the second and the third lockdown, that maybe the next month will be the same, where everything which is amusement close and you only stay to work. I mean, it's a kind of horrible society where people only work and cannot meet each other or do something. So I expect just that this might be the last one, and then we can back to a new normality, not the old one, because it wasn't really nice. And I can say that in mobility something different will happen, because it's happened. We said before about the distribution of the activity inside the city, which is we looked to a kind of re-equilibration between the internal area, the mountains part, the lands part, with the city. I mean, many parts of the country they had new opportunities. I think part of it they will stay. And third, the people understood that there is a possibility to move. I give you just one piece of this optimistic view. For example, for us, for Italian, when we go out of Italy in another country in the Northern Europe in winter or in autumn, we used to see that the people stay outside anyway in the cafe, because I mean, not really in the cooler part of winter, but they stayed. In Italy, it was impossible. I mean, just at the end of the good season, all the people were inside. After two seasons of needs to stay out, the people is used now to stay out. They like to stay out. We have I don't know how do you call in English, the mushroom, that kind of eater that we have in the cafes. We didn't have it in Italy because nobody spent money for this, because people didn't like to stay. Now the people like stay out even in November, December, maybe not in January, but it's something that is changed. I mean, there's a new disposition to the open space, that we have to use it to give of the public open space a new form to be used, not only for the traffic or for the parking.
Thank you, Paolo. Well, I really think I really hope you are right, both in saying that this will be the last lockdown, and I think what you mentioned is very, very nice. People can change. If something happens, people can change. And Paolo, thank you also very much for participating in this debate. Finally, Graham, also for you, final words for this keywords for the future. What do you see? What do you suggest?
So I hope, like everybody, we see the end of COVID, but I don't think we will change our view about the concerns of health, transport, public interaction. I think we were lucky not to have COVID earlier. With the hypermobile, globalized society we have, and damage to the forests, which creates this interaction between species and humans, it's quite likely we will have other pandemics and have to maintain great vigilance. So I don't think that problem will go away, even if COVID gets solved. But I think we have learned as a society that resilience is more important and efficiency is a bit less important. In transport, we have been obsessed with efficiency, just-in-time delivery, maximizing flows. We need to have more spare capacity. We need to have stocks. We need to have room on our public transport vehicles so that people feel that they're in a safe space. So I think that's one key lesson, to be more resilient. And I think linking to climate change, we've seen behavior change is possible. We need the right conditions for motivation, and we haven't found that yet. Yes, we have these major climatic events impacting on particular localities, but we don't quite manage to convert that into a real and present urgency to act now. So learning on why that was possible with COVID, but is not yet with climate change, I think would be helpful. And we have seen that people are willing to accept some constraints on their freedom. And at least in the UK, that was largely voluntary. We don't have a large police force. The police force were quite honest in saying they had no possibility to enforce the national restrictions. Simply wasn't possible. The government had to appeal to the public good and public interest that people would follow. And it was social control and social pressure that encouraged neighbours to behave in an appropriate way because the other neighbours were doing so. And we have to learn from these lessons, and that we can tackle these crises together if we feel there really is an urgent demand. And that perhaps is my big concern. Will that appear? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Graham. Thank you for these nice words, and also, well, again, giving us hope that, well, people can change, they can do it for good, and we can also behave in a good way without needing the stick from the government to do that. If we feel the need to do it, probably, well, at the end, most people are good, and we will do the right thing. Well, I would like to thank you, all of you, for participating in this debate. Thank you very much. It's been very interesting. I hope that also the audience has enjoyed. I understand, as you probably see, that the minister is not yet there. So I understand from the organizations that we will have now a short break. So again, I would like to thank you all, the members of this debate, and also the participants. Thank you very much. And there will be now a short break. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We start with the session dedicated to the video contest. We are waiting for the minister. When he arrives, we must stop this session. We give the word to the minister and then came back later to finish this session. The session dedicated to video contest. Why? What was the video contest about? It was a contest that the University of Bergamo, as part of the UMO project, promoted among Italian universities on the topic of sustainable mobility. Asked all Italian universities of the UMO network to participate by launching a contest in their own university and promoting the realization of a video. Every university had a winner. The UMO project offered a prize for every winner, so every university had a prize for his or her winner. The winner was able to select the prize of a value of about 500 euros from a catalog. The contest had ended in February 2020. And when the pandemic outbreak was taking the worst turn in Italy and especially in Bergamo, as we all sadly know. So it has been impossible to organize an event to celebrate the winners. We were in full lockdown and the winners received their prizes separately. And I think only 2 universities were able to organize a dedicated event for the contest winners. I think we owe this winners celebration. And I trust that the conference is a good occasion to do so by showing their videos. The winners are 10 in total. Today with us, we have 9 winners. We congratulate them and thank them and celebrate them as they represent all participants to the video contest on sustainable mobility and the global community of Italian universities. The winner of the video contest taking place among the University of Bergamo community is a professor, Giuseppe Ruscica, who, by the way, is here with us today, being himself a member of the UMOB project, Life Project. We can start by watching this video. Congratulations, Giuseppe.
UMOB project has been co-funded from the LIFE programme of the European Union.
Congratulations, Giuseppe. I have a question for you. If you had to complement the video with a message, what would you add?
Thank you. Well, I would have only a message. Try to change your habits. Try to use to go to work by walk, by bicycle, by using public transport, because your mind, your body will thank you. one day. And by the way, also the environment, of course.
And what is the prize you choose?
Well, the prize is a tablet from, equipped with a stylus, which I use for everyday notes, for drawing, of course, and I like it very much.
Thank you, Giuseppe.
Thank you.
Very nice, and congratulations. And now we go, we proceed with the winner of Polytechnic of Milan. Deborah Maurelli is the winner, please. I have the question for Deborah, and is what is your academic background?
Deborah. Currently, I'm studying architecture at Politecnico di Milano, but since at school, I've always been interested in creative works. In particular, I've attended photography and writing classes.
And what prompted you to participate to the video contest?
I've read about the contest in the university newsletter, and I've decided to participate both because I've always been interested in video making, and also because lately have been more conscious about the importance of sustainability in every aspect of life.
What prize did you select from the catalog? Giuseppe?
I've won a personal computer that I received last year. And since then, I've used it for my university career. And it has been very useful. It helps me a lot in my everyday activity and everyday life. And I want to thank you for inviting me here. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. We proceed with the video from the University of Florence. The winner is Giulio Zilli.
Fare l'ignorante, pensa al tuo futuro. Se vedi fumo nero nella tua città, prendi la tua bici di idrocarburo, cerca di salvare questa civiltà. Sesto, polo di Sesto, ci andrei più volentieri se c'è di passi in un sesto. Treni ogni ora, se ne perdi uno sei perso. Nemmeno una ciclabile ci arriva in quel posto. Lo chiamano un luogo, questo luogo dove io studio. Raggiungere ogni mattina è un'impresa a medaglia d'oro. Che tu faccia agraria, che tu sia un ricercatore, o prendi il 59 o fatti il segno della croce. Bip, bip, apri gli occhi sognatore, anche oggi tocca fare come Mose il Salvatore. Salta dal treno, nella zambra desolata, zaino in spalla e buona camminata. Obbligatemi a frequentare, ma con l'auto non voglio inquinare. Ho voglia di condividere e a volte pedalare. Io merito un servizio senza ancora di più pagare. Non costringetemi ad usare il servizio aeroportuale. Sesto, polo di Sesto, ci andrei più volentieri se c'è di passi in un sesto. Treni ogni ora, se ne perdi uno sei perso. Nemmeno una ciclabile ci arriva in quel posto. Era il 98 quando tutto cominciò. Da allora l'Unifì dal centro si spostò. Fu più facile allora spostare il cemento, perché oggi arrivare a lezione è un vero tormento. È semplice parlare di sostenibilità, un po' meno passare da due case con agilità. Inutile il casco quando ti trovi di fronte un bolide che spreccia e in pieno ti prende. Cari sindaci, metropolitani, interveniamo da subito, non aspettiamo il domani. Forse presto sarà tutto un tram tram, ma nel frattempo continueremo ad attaccarci al tram. Non fare l'ignorante, pensa al tuo futuro. Se vedi fumo nero nella tua città, prendi la tua bici di idrocarburo, cerca di salvare questa civiltà. Sesto, polo di Sesto, ci andrei più volentieri se c'è di passi in un sesto. Treni ogni ora, se ne perdi uno sei perso. Nemmeno una ciclabile ci arriva in quel posto.
Okay, I have a question for Giulio, and is you are going to be an architect. Do you see yourself involved in sustainable mobility solutions in your future as a professional?
Hi, good evening to everyone. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this important event. Making my video was funny. But climate change is not a joke, it's not a game. Today, I'm making my dream come true, dealing with urban mobility. I'm an urban and regional planner, and currently I'm working on sustainable urban mobility plan and mobility planning in general. My daily goal is to change people's mobility. How? Designing cities more suitable for people who want to move in a sustainable way. There are several troubles, and it is not easy to change people's habits. For example, it's still debated if the campus of Sesto Fiorentino, the subject of my video, will be connected to Florence by tram. Anyway, I am very confident that all together we can change things through our daily work. Thanks a lot.
We thank you too, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Next video is from Anna Laura Gabriele, University of Cassino. She is the winner. È bello però vedere il video.
Ti sei mai chiesto quanto inquini per raggiungere la tua università? Utilizzando l'automobile, una persona produce in media 130 grammi a chilometro di anidride carbonica, mentre, prendendo l'autobus o il treno, ne produce circa la metà. Purtroppo, molti preferiscono o sono costretti ad utilizzare il mezzo proprio, ma se i mezzi pubblici fossero utilizzati più frequentemente, il vantaggio per l'ambiente e per la nostra salute sarebbe ancora maggiore. Ora andiamo a chiedere agli studenti come si muovono. Abbiamo intervistato in tutto 64 studenti per comprendere le abitudini e formulare un giudizio sulla mobilità nella nostra università. La maggior parte degli intervistati percorre una distanza compresa fra i 30 e i 50 km per raggiungere il luogo di studio. In merito ai mezzi di trasporto utilizzati, solo il 6% utilizza la bicicletta oppure si muove a piedi, mentre i mezzi pubblici quali treno e autobus sono utilizzati per un totale del 38%, ma soprattutto ben il 50% utilizza l'automobile per raggiungere l'università. Le motivazioni più ricorrenti sono orari mezzi pubblici incompatibili e collegamenti insufficienti o inesistenti. Ma il dato più importante è che la maggior parte, al posto dell'automobile, opterebbe per l'utilizzo dei mezzi pubblici se migliorassero le condizioni del servizio. La maggior parte di noi è quindi pronta a cambiare le proprie abitudini per contribuire nel proprio piccolo al miglioramento dell'aria che respiriamo. Aspettiamo solo che ce ne venga data l'opportunità, perché insieme si può fare la differenza.
We don't hear you.
Sorry. Were you satisfied with the answers that you received during the video interview?
Yes, I'm satisfied with the survey because the goal of the video was to understand if the other university users, in the same way as I did, suffered from a poor public transport service, which led me to have to adapt mixed solutions, even if we are talking about modest distances from home to university. But the most important thing that emerged, as you can see at the end of the video, was that many would opt to use more public transport, following an upgrade of the transport service. So this is. Thanks.
We thank you too, and congratulations. Next video is from the University of Genova. The winner is Lorenzo Ciconti, and we go to watching the video.
Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Yes, but I couldn't open. Okay. I have a question for you, and congratulations for the video. A curiosity, the video was created by a group of 3, and
Yes.
The prize was won. What did you choose from the catalog, and how did it go?
Yes, we chose a GoPro, an action camera, to continue to do the things that we have done in the video to promote sustainable mobility. Actually, I bought the GoPro from the other 2, so I can work every day and promote sustainable mobility with videos, because when we talk about transport, we need to communicate in a proficient way. So we need to make people listen, see how city can change, which are the best practices, and in this way, I think that we can explain to the people the change that we are bringing.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for your work.
Thank you. And
now we
goodbye.
Goodbye. Now we go to see the video of Federica Pantaleo, Un'insubria. Thank you very much. I have a question for you. What is the idea behind your video?
Yeah, the idea behind my video, entitled Verde in Subria, is the importance of the relationship between man and nature and the impact on our health and happiness. In fact, the images in the video narrate nature with its leaves, trees, flowers, dew, and the lake of Como and Bee that surrounds the University of Insubria. The message the video hopes to convey is to respect nature by using bikes, buses, a car sharing service, a train, or by walking in order to reduce the impact on climate change and to be more fit. And in addition, this video underlines the economic advantages that comes from public transport. So this is it.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Before to present the next video, I have to communicate to you that the secretary of the Italian Minister of Infrastructure just called us. Unfortunately, the minister cannot join us. He apologized, but had to join an extraordinary meeting with the Prime Minister. He apologized it, and we understand. Maybe it's something happens and he must go there. Sorry. We proceed with the next vision of video, with the video of University of Torino, and the winner is Romeo Pizzolla. Congratulations, and I have a question for you. At the end of the video, we see the shoes on each desk. What do they symbolize?
Yes, in the final scene of my video, the protagonist, Simone Santoro, finally get to this classroom where there are many shoes on the desks and they are following a lesson on sustainable mobility. And it is clearly a metaphor because all those shoes represent the people who have taken a step towards a sustainable lifestyle. And the fact that they are all in a class means that everyone, also the most virtuous, has to still to learn something about sustainability.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we are going to see the video of the University of Parma. Angelo Pio Vocale is the winner.
Lui è Angelo, uno studente dell'Università di Parma e, come ogni mattina, ha deciso di andare a lezione con la sua auto. Angelo potrebbe arrivarci in altri modi, ad esempio in autobus, in bici o addirittura a piedi, facendo un favore all'ambiente e a se stesso. Angelo potrebbe cambiare le sue abitudini, o meglio, dovrebbe. Gli spostamenti abituali per recarsi all'università sono quelli che apportano il maggiore contributo percentuale in termini di inquinamento atmosferico. A Parma ci sono circa 27.000 studenti e se ciascuno di essi, nel suo piccolo, adottasse anche un leggero cambiamento nelle sue abitudini giornaliere, ci sarebbero ripercussioni positive anche per quanto riguarda la salute, evitando lo stress causato dal traffico e dalla ricerca del parcheggio. Ad esempio, con la possibilità di godersi una giornata al parco con gli amici. L'Università di Parma si pone come obiettivo quello di salvaguardare le condizioni atmosferiche e ambientali, favorendo abitudini di trasporto più sostenibili. Infatti, ha già firmato una convenzione per permettere a tutta la comunità universitaria di stipulare abbonamenti gratuiti e agevolati per autobus e servizi di bike sharing, con la speranza che continui su questa linea, offrendo maggiori servizi.
Thank you very much, Romeo. I have a question for you. Which are the motivation behind your video?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me here. And so this video was born from the need to talk about such an important topic as sustainable mobility. And I would like to do so by telling a funny story that involves me. D'Angelo from the video is a student who dreams about going to class in his car, but then wakes up and has to deal with the reality. A reality, but that have many other more sustainable opportunities. And through this video, I hope that everyone can wake up from this deep sleep and from our old habits, and finally unite to give a contribution in the fight against pollution.
Thank you, Angelo, and congratulations for your video.
Thank you.
Now we show the video of the University Milano Bicocca. We don't have here the winner, but we show the winner. We watch the video. Now we show the video, last but not least, from the University of Catania. The winner is Giuliano Severini.
UMOB project has been co-funded from the LIFE programme of the European Union.
Congratulations, Giuliano. And I have a question for you too. You have been consistent in your choices. Your video is Better by Bike, and you selected the bike as a prize. How do you convince a non-biker to choose the bicycle as a means of transport? Giuliano, are you here?
It's not connected yet, Professor.
Ah, oh, I'm sorry. So we stopped here. We have seen the videos, and I think the program is foreseeing the conclusion. I think is already 6:10, and we can go short to the conclusion. So. I will go to the conclusion together with our project coordinator, Angel Jimenez. And I think I tell you something, and then I give the floor to Angel. Conclusion always, but especially in this case, this is indeed not an end point. This is indeed not an end point, because the UMOB project has built a network, and the network continues to live. So conclusions only on these 2 days of work. The conference has been an important means to reflect on mobility, and is particularly appropriate in this time where we have the urge to understand how to tackle the pandemic damages we have been suffering, how we can treasure the experience we have lived to improve ourselves and improve our quality of life. In this specific case, by acting on the approach to mobility. Each coin has its downside. Here we have collected some interesting ideas. We cannot forget everything that is happening, the initiatives that are being taken, the reflection on the city of 15 minutes. We must help people change their behavior and their approach to travel. And now my personal thanks. Here I would like to thank everyone, really all of you who have helped the UMO project, they grow and become what it is, a close community around a common goal. I see it here in my university. There is the UMOB office. UMOB is always mentioned at the meeting of Italian universities' mobility managers. It has become an entity present and alive among us. And I think this is wonderful. First of all, because it has been a unifying and common growth tool. So, who do I wish to thank? Everybody. I will mention names now, but if I forget someone, please forgive me. If UMOB has become the formidable network we all know, we owe it to everyone's work and contribution. First, the project coordinators, Novotec, headed by Angel Jimenez, who will complete the conclusions. Novotec also means Isabel Dominguez Perello, coordinators always present and determined in achieving important objectives. The partners, Fondazione Equipo Umano, with all its highly efficient staff, in particular Alfonso Cadenas and Laura Fortea. The University of Barcelona, represented by Rafael Requena. The University of Krakow, represented by Kasia Nosal and Alexandra Faron. The University of Rotterdam, represented by Giuliano Mingardo. I would like to thank my university for supporting me by making sure that the UMOP project was increasingly known and by supporting it. By my university, I mean the rector, or better, the rectors, because we have had in this period of time one very recently appointed and one leaving office who has always been close to us. All the academic staff, the administrative staff, headed by Morena Garimberti and Damiana Curti, Leonardo Locatelli, of the research office, Giuseppina Giussi, that is from the administrative staff also, and committedly shared this project with us. The colleagues who supported me, from the director of the Department of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Professor Giovanna Barigozzi, to the director of the Building Engineering Programs, Professor Egidio Rizzi, to all the colleagues, especially those involved in the project, Maria Sole Brioschi and Giuseppe Ruscica. They are next to me here. And then I would like to thank the communications managers of both the department and the university, and the students who were fantastic, worked with us tirelessly and generously for the success of the project, and that have significantly grown out of this project experience. Thanks to the companies and to the public administrations at the different institutional levels who have always supported us. You have all seen in the numerous figures who brought their greetings, their support and their contribution that was never trivial and always heartfelt and participated. I would like to thank the network of Italian universities, the RUS, masterfully chaired by Professor Patrizia Lombardi. They have been alongside me in this project. The mobility group of the RUS, now coordinated by Professor Matteo Colleoni, University of Milano Bicocca, and previously by the architect Stefano Angelelli, University of Rome 3. Many universities have joined the project and are really part of it. They have become an integral part of it. They are the UMOP network. We all are the UMOP network. This project was engaging for everyone. Thanks to Europe, which made all this possible. My time is up. I give the floor to Angel Jimenez, that in the role of project coordinator will officially close the conference. Again, thanks.
Many thanks, Maria Rosa. Thanks also to the University of Bergamo for organizing this third European conference. And I want to share with all of us the conclusions. Along these days, we have shared our concern and commitment with sustainable mobility. We are all working hard during these 5.5 years to implement mobility best practice at our action scope. And now know the importance of sharing everyone's outcomes and also the barriers that we find. We all know that networking is necessary as a point of reference, as a tool of sharing to improve, and UMOF has been a good tool to help universities progress towards sustainable mobility in Europe. We need to continue to working together, and together with our stakeholders, developing and updating methodologies, sharing and comparing measures, making advertisements, awareness campaigns, educating for sustainability. So every university is invited to take part of the network after the project ends. You all receive the information to know how to do it. Thanks everyone for your participation, and we wish to count on all of you.
We open all the videos. Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, Maria Rosa, we can close and say goodbye, no?
Yes, we can open all the screen and make a picture all together.
But we are just a few ones.
Yes, but we are of the project. Maria Sola is here, Giuseppe is here. A picture from the end of the conference.
Okay.
Yes, you are beautiful. Yes, Vista. We put in Vista, Galleria, and we make a picture all together. Open your screen.
Everyone can open their screen. All the speakers, please.
No, they made for us.
Ok, le fanno loro?
Yes, please. Open your screen.
Okay, we are all. So make a great smile.
Cheese.
Damiana, where are you?
One more. And one last. Okay.
Thank you very much, Maria Rosa.
Thank you very much.
And all your team.
Thank you, Maria Rosa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.